Z, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The sun is out, the weather is warming, the global hegemon has stepped on a rake and cannot stop it from hitting its face. Comcast is live and alive, let the juices flow. Good afternoon, chat. Don't forget to support your local ISP and request your subscription to Comcast. Free t-shirts and panties are available on request. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Worcestershire, 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 Worcestershire. Ross, my goblin tongue's twisted. Now I need some FDR buttons to chill with OMG. Bro, what? Boobies, X20? I'm laughing too hard, OMG. Okay, here we go. Boobies, 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 blow. I'm crying. This is peak goblin content.
Booty, 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 bro. We out here. Goblin madness. La la.
Bro, the best pizza toppings! Let me drop some goblin wisdom. Sausage, mushrooms, extra cheese, and a little drizzle of hot honey like a rebel boss FDR would love that combo to fight capitalism one slice at a time. No cap! Gust Pizza Party! Gust Pizza Party! Gust Pizza Party!
Bro, it's a loot goblin's dream. All the pizza toppings raining down like capitalism cringe. Give me extra olives and anarchist vibes or GTFO. Yeet, let's eat and loot that pizza hat tribute. 10/10 one would gobble again.
wakey wakey eggs and bakey 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 early goblin vibes. No snoozing allowed, we gotta loot history and snacks.
How you guys doing? I'm back. Rigel, welcome back. I'm doing a 24-hour opening stream. Damn right. How's everyone doing? Hey, Lord, welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again. Wakey, wakey. Wasn't expecting that. Peter, welcome back. Bloggy, can you tell me how awesome? Hello, Gus. Hey, Kristen B, welcome back. Living Lily's here as well. What up? Good to see you again, girl. You're always here. You're the GOAT. Always here. Just working. How you doing? Let's see. Ducky, welcome back. Good to see you again, girl. Hey, hey. Right. Looks like there was some stuff I wanted to cover too. I think we'll cover the elections first. It's kind of a leftist one pretty big apparently. Cool. That's what I wanted to watch.
That's what they said. I don't know who they are, but I know who we are. I'm looking at we the people. And I'm not talking about we the people 250 years ago. That was a much smaller we. I'm talking about the aggressive fabulosity.
Golden bear!
Nice. Good job.
Well, for the first time in a while, I'm bringing you breaking news that isn't terrible. It's actually really, really good. So we had some elections tonight, primary elections in particular, and leftists did so damn good. We're talking clapping the cheeks of AIPAC-funded centrist Democrats, something
Good.
I did not anticipate, and I needed to see this because I was starting to lose faith in Democratic primary voters, especially after the results of the Illinois race. But this has kind of restored my faith a little bit in Democratic Party primary voters. So let me just cut to the chase, and let's talk about the results. Chris Rabb, running in Pennsylvania's 3rd Congressional District, won.
Okay, why is this a good sign in general? There's something you should know about primaries, right? The amount of people who turn up to vote for primaries, which is one reason I don't like them, and I would prefer abolishing them and doing just like a primary and like basically a ranked choice system right off the bat. Right? I don't think there should be primaries. That means, oh, but it's more papers. And yeah, but I'd prefer a ballot of a few hundred people or 100 people potentially than like having to waste everyone's time constantly having to go out and vote, right? So with that in mind, I think it's really important to understand that the people who show up to primaries, generally speaking, right? You can look at the data, are very, very, they're people who like to go out and vote, right? So they're people who really like to, new poll out there. Surprised by Kirsty, that's what we're talking about. So basically, those people are very excited to go out and vote. They tend to be older. So the problem I have with the primary system is that very few people vote in them, and they determine who gets the vote, right? Or like who is actually like slated on the ballot there, right? However, traditionally speaking, it used to be very conservative Democrats, right? Because think of it this way. If you're somebody who likes to go out and vote a lot, it means A, you either have the time, or B, you're somebody who is like paying attention and is like looking at candidates all the time, right? And that tends to be, at least on the Democratic side, like an older, more conservative Democrat, right? It's why Republicans turn out to vote in these elections so much, right? Because they have it already ingrained in them. But when you're radicalizing this group, right? Meaning, I think Trump has done that effect. Like we talked about the grandmas and stuff. That's a good sign that things are starting to change, right? I'm not going to say they're changed or like completely done for like we're good. Obviously, like that's stupid as hell. Nobody take that literally or anything like that. But this is a good sign that like what's been going on in the Trump administration is now being like is now affecting these kind of voters. Does that make sense? So keep that in mind.
And he won by a landslide. We're talking a 15-point victory. And this is so important because Chris Rabb is amazing. He isn't just a progressive leftist Democrat, supports Medicare for all, checks all the boxes. He's a Bernie Sanders type Democrat. But he is very, very clear that he opposes genocide, not just genocide in Palestine, genocide in Sudan. He wants to stop U.S. complicity with death and destruction. And he is so concise.
Pack is trash.
And clear in the way he talks about this. And the fact that he won by a massive margin communicates to me that Democratic Party primary voters are serious about wanting the party to go in a different direction. So this is incredible, incredible news here. And I'm not going to lie, my cynical ass was thinking he was not going to be able to pull this off. But thankfully, there were two other centrist candidates in this particular primary, and it looks like they split the vote, which paved the way for Chris Rabb's victory. But I don't want to take anything away from him because he ran a phenomenal campaign, and to see it pay off and to see him take this W, this is very exciting. But that's not all. So if you go to Kentucky, Charles Booker defeated Amy McGrath by 11 points for their Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate. And Charles Booker, again, is a progressive candidate. Amy McGrath is an uninspiring centrist who has the charisma of a doorknob. So the fact that she got any votes is still very perplexing to me. Nonetheless, Charles Booker prevailed pretty easily, 11-point victory. But it's not as...
Damn, my goat! Remember we were covering that, and it was already kind of late. It was like 9 o'clock. And we were covering that election. I forgot about Charles Booker. I thought he had lost, right? Because it was looking like the early results he was losing. But now it looks like, Charles Booker is good, guys.
It's cut and dry in Oregon.
Now, if he can win in Tennessee, that's the problem, right? Tennessee's a conservative fucking state. This is where I think a lot of people on the left just fail to see this, right? There are people in these states that run. It's just they don't fucking win, right?
As it is in these other states. So let me just talk about my state. Not necessarily a state that's talked about very much. But so Jeff Merkley, my senator, he won, and I'm glad that he won. He is somebody who I voted for in the primary. I usually don't vote for incumbents in the primary, but Jeff Merkley is somebody who I think is phenomenal. I think he has national name recognition potential.
Yeah, I agree. He's pretty good.
Presidential contender one day. I don't want him to go anywhere. But there's Democrats that I'm not super excited about. There's Suzanne Bonamici, which is the representative in the 1st District of Oregon. She represents me. And I did not like the way that she handled the genocide. She took money from AIPAC. She basically told us to fuck off at town halls when we asked for a ceasefire. Thankfully, she's come a little bit further towards us with public pressure. Nonetheless, it still was egregious what she did. So I wanted to vote against her. The problem is that her primary opponent, his name is Jamil Ahmad. He didn't really run a great campaign, if I'm being honest. I received no information about him, no mailers, no phone calls, no texts, no outreach from the campaign. Just as a voter, not as like a podcaster, to be clear, as a voter. And the only reason why I know about him is because I looked him up. And his platform is great when it comes to Israel-Palestine. The problem is he seems to be more of a one-issue voter, didn't really have a comprehensible plan on healthcare, didn't seemingly support Medicare for all. So, when given the choice between a candidate who isn't great on Israel but is trying to improve but also supports Medicare for all and somebody who doesn't support Medicare for all but is really good on Israel-Palestine, it's a little bit more tricky. I ended up voting for Jamil Ahmad simply because I wanted to send a message to Suzanne Bonamici that our support is not guaranteed. Didn't think that he would win. Nonetheless, she is a relatively progressive congressperson, comparatively speaking. Like, she's not good, but like compared to the rest of the ghouls, she's not the worst. Another problem in Oregon is we have a governor, Tina Kotek, who is atrocious. She is a quintessential pro-corporate neoliberal Democrat.
She's terrible.
Tina Kotek is doing everything in her power to give $400 million of our tax dollars to a billionaire who is demanding that she renovate the Moda Center. Otherwise, he's going to pull the Blazers out of the state. I personally do not care. We don't need a renovation of the fucking Moda Center. I mean, we all use the Moda Center. We go to concerts there. We watch games there. But it's fine the way that it is. We don't need to give this giveaway to the billionaire when there are people in this state sleeping on the streets, but that's what Tina Kotek is prioritizing because she...
Yeah, because... And this is the thing, right? Any politician who is... And I'll say this even in Boston, right? Any politician prioritizing this stuff for the green monster or anything like that, right? These are all giant corporations. They make a ton of money. Why the fuck are we subsidizing their fucking projects now? We know why, right? Neoliberalism, corporate welfare, all that good stuff we've talked about. But I'm done with this. No, fuck off. You can renovate your own shit.
Prioritizes business.
In fact, you should, right?
Over everyone else. And yet, Republicans, they still harp on her because they think she's not business friendly enough. I mean, she's basically spread our ass cheeks for us for every single fucking tech company data center in the world to come build data centers in our backyard, but they're still pissed off that she's not pro-business enough. So it's outrageous. And, that's why politics in our state is so fucked up. When you look at if you go to a random Facebook post of Tina Kotek, you see Republicans accusing her of voting multiple times because, if the governor wanted to rig an election, she would vote herself multiple times. And they're also calling her a man because she is an openly gay politician. That's the primary concern of Oregon Republicans. All of a sudden, something that was never controversial, which is mail-in voting, is controversial because Daddy Trump thinks that it's bad. So now I think that Republicans in Oregon think that they can't win because we've had mail-in voting for decades, when in actuality, there's just more of us than there is of you. So, with that being said, the criticisms from the right of Tina Kotek are dumb, but the problem is the primary didn't give me much hope because there's approximately 18,256 Democrats who are running against her, and I don't know how you expect to beat someone when you're splitting the vote in 9 different ways. Not to mention, if you look at the preliminary votes that came in, I took a screenshot of this, there's more write-in votes than there is for the person who's in second place, Brittany Jones, which is the individual who I voted for. But I mean, some of these candidates, I swear to God, they didn't even have fucking websites, bro. They didn't even have websites. They had Facebook pages, didn't even have any information about their policies. And I just feel like there's such a lack of coordination in some states. There's so much unseriousness, no organization, that I feel like, if we just got our shit together and we organized, we actually could live in a better state. We could get things done. There's no reason why in a deep blue state like Oregon, we don't have our own Mamdani. But, that's the way it went. Still, it's Oregon, not the worst state, not the best state, but, the results are disappointing nonetheless. I do feel satisfied in the sense that I got to give the politicians who are terrible a bit of a middle finger. But when it comes to the Republican side, that's where things get really interesting, because the takeaway from tonight is that the Democratic Party, little by little, is getting better. Slowly but surely. More slowly, but surely, right? We're getting more and more better Democrats because the base is changing. Whereas with the Republican Party, they're still somehow getting worse because Trump really has solidified his control of the party. So a couple of days ago now, or maybe it was, actually I think it was today, Trump decided to endorse Ken Paxton over John Cornyn in the Texas runoff. John Cornyn has beclowned himself to get this endorsement. He shared tweets of himself reading Donald Trump's dumbass book. He has proposed...
Oh my God. What the fuck? This is the fakest thing ever.
What? Legislation to...
What the hell? That's so pathetic. That is beyond sad. Yeah. Just turn to this page, Senator, and pretend you're reading it. He sat there for 3 hours and read the book. That was the campaign. Does anyone believe that?
Joining me.
Name highways after Donald Trump.
We got some breaking news. Tulsi Gabbard is resigning. Thank God. Fuck her.
And all that ass kissing got him was nothing, because Trump endorsed Ken Paxton over him. And it's just, I don't know what to do but laugh. Then there's Bill Cassidy, who just lost. And even though this man is a literal medical doctor, he still voted for RFK Jr. because he wanted to appease Daddy Trump. And he still lost after beclouding himself.
Yeah, I think one thing this shows is don't be like a dick sucker, right? Like, have conviction, have an ideology, have essentially like a backbone, right? Because even Thomas Massey, who lost, we saw him lose in 4K, right? Like, yeah, he had a backbone on the Epstein stuff, but on everything else, he was a Trump ball coddler, right? He voted 91% of the time with him, and he would do all these like fake ass. He'd do all these fake ass things with him too, right? Oh, I was endorsed by Trump. Motherfucker, what?
For Donald Trump. Now, the lesson today is that the reason why these Republicans are beclowning themselves for Donald Trump and licking the boot is because you can't survive in the Republican Party unless you sell your soul to Donald Trump. And that's where we get to the 3rd congressional district in Kentucky. This primary race is the most expensive primary race in the history of the United States. I shit you not. And Thomas Massie, because he dared to oppose Donald Trump's warmongering, because he doesn't take money from Israel, and because he wanted to expose pedophiles, he earned the wrath of Donald Trump. And it cost him everything, including his career. I say that because his opponent, Ed Galrain, beat him by almost 10 points, which is a huge win for Zionists and pedophiles. And it's crazy because the dude didn't really have any policy positions. And Kyle Kalinske made this point on Twitter. He basically talked about how he was going to lick Donald Trump's boots and farting in church. Like, I'm not making that up. Mm-hmm. That is what his campaign consisted of. Like, there is a compilation of him talking about farting in church. Let me just play it because I feel like you're not...
What? I never heard about this.
Gonna think I'm being for real if I don't play the clip for you. So here it is.
Sister Mary Fulgence, I got a whooping when I farted in church. I'm sorry. I did, and I deserved it. You knew everything about me, pardon me again, all the way to when I farted in the 2nd grade there at St. Paul's and got a whooping out in the parking lot.
He knows when I farted in church. He knows everything about me, probably all the way back to the 2nd grade when I farted in church.
By then, they found out I farted in church, all the way to farting in church in the 2nd grade. I guarantee it. Well, you might remember that I let it slip, and I don't think the nuns down at St. Paul's are too happy with me, and I might get called to Sister Mary Fulgenton's office. And so with respect to that, we knew if he farted in church.
Right.
So
we know if Maduro's farting in church. I'll just be frank with you.
So that was essentially his campaign, and I'm going to suck Donald Trump's nuts from the back. And he beat Thomas Massie. Why? Because don't you dare go against Israel and pedophiles.
Wow.
It's just...
Wow. They went from small government to low taxes, and the people need libertarian values, right? They mean right-wing libertarian values. And then what ends up happening? Now they're talking about farting in church. What a time to be alive. Exactly, Oxpecker. What a time. My goat, what up? How you been, man?
Crazy to me. Trump has the Republican base on lock. It doesn't matter how unpopular he gets. They don't give a fuck. This is a cult. They celebrated Thomas Massie's ouster loudly. Trump bootlickers were doing Trump's double jerk-off dance to celebrate his loss. Randy Fine tweeted, "This is Donald Trump's Republican Party. The rest of us get the privilege of living in it." And just to give you a sense of how gone they are, Trip Gabriel of the New York Times shared this. Listening to NPR interview a Georgia voter this AM who rated Trump A+ and was asked how he was managing higher food prices. His answer, "My wife and I fast." He's forced to fast because food prices are so high, but yet he gives Donald Trump, the cause of food prices going up, an A+. He'll fast for daddy because loyalty to Donald Trump over everything, including the health of him and his wife. It's just, they are gone. They are so fucking gone. These people are severely mentally ill, and I don't mean that as a pejorative. I mean they are genuinely mentally ill and they need treatment because this is not normal. They're mad at Massie specifically because he tried to expose Donald Trump's pedophilia. This is not normal. I can't get over the fact that we have a large percentage of the American population that's just like, yeah, fuck it. We support pedophiles and we don't want you to expose pedophilia. We don't want you to release the Epstein files because that might expose Donald Trump, who we support unequivocally. I just don't know what to even make of that. It doesn't matter that Trump is invading every single country in the world. Like, he's saber rattling against Greenland again. He just bombed Nigeria. He is making threats to Cuba. And, you know, there's stories being planted, obviously, right now, suggesting that Cuba's a threat to us and they could harm us militarily because they're trying to create a pretense for an invasion. Still, gonna bomb Iran. I'm assuming the ceasefire is not gonna hold much longer, and they're just like, fuck it, we're gonna ride or die, and it's looking like die, but we're still gonna go. We're gonna ride until the wheels come off. I just don't know what to make of that. So the good news is that the Democratic Party, at least seemingly, knock on wood, not that I'm superstitious, but seems like their voters are getting their act together finally, and they're realizing that corporate, centrist Democrats, neoliberal Democrats, Zionist Democrats that support genocide, they are not our ticket to victory. Whereas when it comes to Republican voters, I mean, they're shitting their pants and rubbing their feces on the wall and eating glue. And I don't know what to do with these folks. We need to really, really invest in mental health in this country. But I don't want to be too much doom and gloom when it comes to Republicans, because Republicans are going to Republican, and they've always been psychopathic, just they're more so than ever. But when it comes to Chris Rabb, Charles Booker, I mean, Democrats, you made me so happy. You warmed my heart by voting for candidates who are going to at least try to make our lives better. You know, long gone are the days where, you know, Democratic voters fall for the candidate who says better things aren't possible. I don't know why you would opt for that. You know, there was an interview with Matt and Emma, and they talked to Mallory McMorrow, who's running against Abdul El Sayed in Michigan Senate primary. And she was like, yeah, I don't support Medicare for all because we just don't have the votes. Okay, but if you supported that, we'd get closer to that. And she's also like, yeah, but, you know, we just have to support the fastest way to get everybody to universal health care. Okay, that would be by supporting Medicare for all. You get everybody to universal health care like that, 100% coverage. And then when it comes to, you know, genocide, she recognizes that it's a genocide in Palestine, but yet she doesn't want to say that word because it really hurts people's feelings. And you just see people shitting on her, and I love to see that because I feel like we should now all be savvy enough to recognize which politicians are bullshitting us and which ones are at least going to try to fight. Maybe they'll fail, but at least they fucking try. And that is all we can hope for. That is all we can hope for in this shitty, fucked up, irredeemable system. Okay?
Right.
So I think it's great that Democratic Party primary voters are waking up, and they really do seem as radicalized as we thought. And I hope this...
Yeah, I think that's the see, he just concluded it. That's like the takeaway from this, which is good.
Continues, but we'll see. Don't disappoint me, Democrats, okay?
Yeah,
Vote
they
for
will, but whatever.
I'll say it. Keep voting for progressives, and we'll be in a better spot, hopefully.
So, breaking news. As I said before, Tulsi Gabbard is fucking...
Joining me now, Democratic Representative Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, ranking member of the House Budget Committee. Congressman, good to see you. Happy Memorial Day. So what happens now? Are you confident that lawmakers can put a stop to this so-called anti-weaponization fund?
Well, good to be with you. You know, you have to take a step back for a moment and think about the last almost 18 months that Donald Trump has again been president. And what we have seen is time and time again, most of my Republican colleagues have just loyally obsequiously gone along with whatever President Trump demands of them. And the few who have spoken out or not been with him 100% of the time, President Trump has gone after in Republican primaries and has defeated. So forgive me if I will remain a little bit skeptical that when push comes to shove, Republicans really will finally and permanently stand up to this president when it comes to the outrageous slush fund for the criminals who assaulted 140 police officers, or the separate $1 billion for Trump's big, beautiful ballroom.
Well, we saw House Republicans abruptly canceling that vote to clear that it was going to pass and put an end to the war. What do you think it's going to take for this anti-weaponization fund and some of the other controversial moves the president is making?
It's amazing the power that just 3 House Republicans, or just 3% Republicans could have on not just these matters that we've been discussing, but any other matter of public policy. That is members of Congress that really could make a crucial difference. The problem we have specifically in the House, though, is, of course, as a majority rule body, it is the Speaker and Republican leadership that is in control of the calendar. So unless we have a few brave Republicans willing to join us on a discharge petition, we won't actually get a vote on the bipartisan piece of legislation that you just talked about moments ago in terms of stopping once and for all this ridiculous slush fund.
Congressman Boyle, if you can stand by, we have some breaking news, and I'd like to get your reaction to it on the other side. We have just learned that Tulsi Gabbard is resigning as the Director of National Intelligence. MS Now's Jake Traylor is following this for us from the White House. What can you tell us, Jake?
Yeah, Chris, this is something we learned of moments ago, according to a senior White House official as well as a senior administration official talking to MS Now, telling us that Tulsi Gabbard has resigned from her position as the director of the Director of National Intelligence. That is per a White House official and a senior administration official. One White House official telling MS Now the reasoning for that resignation is coming due to Gabbard's attempt to support her husband as he battles a rare form of bone cancer. We are working to learn the details of that resignation, the timing of that as well. I will note, though, just for a little bit of context there, Chris, is there's been a lot of speculation around Gabbard's involvement in the administration, particularly around President Trump and the White House's involvement in foreign relations in Venezuela, particularly in Iran, as this war has raged on for months now. Gabbard initially was a long-standing critic of any type of regime change wars globally. Her initial candidacy and then initial endorsement of President Trump back in 2024 was centered around her continually saying President Trump will not lead us into new wars. And so there's been a lot of questioning and reporting around Gabbard's involvement in this administration as it has continued and pursued war with Iran over the past couple of months. But as of now, we know that her resignation has been sent to the president's desk, that he has been made aware of it, and these two administration officials are saying that this will come imminently. We're still working to learn some of the details of this resignation, some of the behind-the-scenes matter, which we'll bring to you as soon as we get there, Chris.
I don't think it's that. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think I think it's pretty clear that it's not. This is a bullshit reason.
Chris.
Jake, thanks so much for that. And certainly we wish all the best to Tulsi Gabbard's husband as he fights a battle against, as she put it, an extremely rare form of bone cancer. But Brendan Boyle, if I can come back to you on this, obviously the president's intelligence team has been under fire recently. That includes, I think, first and foremost, Kash Patel and the FBI, the members of the intelligence team we haven't talked about are the CIA director, the NSA director, but I wonder what your reaction is to a member of his intelligence team stepping down.
Yeah, well, first, Chris, I share the sympathies you expressed to Tulsi Gabbard's husband having this apparently very rare form of cancer. So I wish them both the best in terms of this health matter. I served with Tulsi Gabbard in the House of Representatives for several terms. Although the member I served with in the House of Representatives is almost a different person from the person who would ultimately join and endorse President Trump and join his cabinet. The thing that I remember even having personal conversations with her way back in 2016 when she was a co-chair of the Bernie Sanders for President campaign, and she was attempting to get me to support Bernie Sanders. And what I remember from this conversation is she was passionately against Hillary Clinton because, and these were exact words, she was saying, quoting her, "I can't support Hillary Clinton because she will cause a war with Iran. And if there's one thing I'm committed
I forgot that.
to, it's ensuring this country does not go to war with Iran." Those were her exact words to me in the members' cloakroom some years ago. And now here we are. She is.
Everyone remembers that that like sound effect from Mortal Kombat. Looks like Twitch shit the bed, man. I gotta replay your thing. Gray.
Yeah, I know. I replayed it. Or I'm replaying it. 1 second.
Gray Haster reached 160 stream streak 5 minutes ago. It is only on this day, a day when one of the stupidest grifters in American intelligence resigns, that farts are the main topic of conversation on Coomcast. Coomcast leads the pack in bringing tomorrow's news today, so subscribe today. Free t-shirts and panties available upon request.
Damn right. Free t-shirts and panties. What up? Request your free panties and t-shirts. T-shirts and panties. So funny. Oh my god, you're gonna kill me, dog. That's so funny. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. 160-day stream streak. What up? Of Gustex. What's the highest one? Let me check. I think the highest one I have right here is somebody's almost at 190. Wonder who that could be.
Actually serving in the cabinet of the president who did launch a war in Iran, a completely unnecessary war of choice.
Thank you, Gray.
It's unfortunate that she never stood up and actually resigned as a matter of principle. So we shall see who replaces her. Given the track record of this administration, I can't imagine it will be someone who will in any way be willing to stand up to this president on any matter.
Yeah, I was actually covering Bernie Sanders' campaign, and many a time she got in front of the microphone before he came to the podium and said exactly what she told you. I wonder, as we look at these times, and obviously the conversations about the war recently have always centered around the impact that it's had on the economy, and we talked about that poll. Confidence in the economy among Republicans has dropped to its lowest point of Trump's second term, but confidence in Democrats is dropping too. Can either party get back the confidence of the American people?
Well, for the first time, I believe in 15 years, we've seen more Americans now trust Democrats on the economy than Republicans. That said, I'm pretty realistic about the challenge that we as Democrats face as a party. But I think now we have the best opportunity that we've had maybe in a decade and a half to finally talk to and address the economic concerns of the American people. I think in these upcoming elections, we as Democrats need to do what this president is not doing, and that is focus like a laser beam on the poor economic condition facing most American families and present a real agenda on what we will do to address it. While this president's worried about billion-dollar ballrooms and slush funds for criminals, we Democrats are actually talking about high gas prices, high health care premiums, high food costs, and what we can do to finally bring down costs for the American people.
Congressman Brendan Boyle, thank you so much. We appreciate you taking the time and responding to the breaking news with us. Have a happy Memorial Day with you and your family. Appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. You too.
What a clown. All right.
These people sometimes say that I don't pay taxes. That's true. I pay billions of dollars in taxes, and it's a perfect. Again, if people want.
Yeah, right.
To pay more billions, right? Then let's have that debate. But don't pretend, that that's going to solve the problem. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help.
Well, doubling the taxes you pay would still be zero, right?
That teacher in Queens.
Because unlike what's his face, right? Unlike the great and wise, what's his name again? Oh my God. Who said, I'm blanking on his name right now. Terrence Howard, right? Terrence Howard. 0 times anything equals 0. Unlike the wise genius he is, right? He still
I promise you.
And you know what? Even if it is like 1 or 2%, okay, 4%, big deal, dog. These people don't release their tax information for a good reason too, right?
You just watched Jeff Bezos, worth an estimated $280 billion, tell you with a straight face while sitting in front of his rocket ship that raising his taxes isn't going to help working people. Therefore, I guess it doesn't really make sense to raise his taxes. Now, that sounds absurd, but he's not technically wrong because his salary is only a measly $80,000 per year, although...
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. But here's the thing, right? There are several things that are at fault here, right? We used to have a law in the books, right? The tax code used to be something along these lines. If you invested in your workforce, in your company, right? Meaning plant, equipment, machinery, which led to more workers working those kind of jobs, right? You would lower your burden for taxes, right? Why did this work out better than what we have today? Well, the reason this works out better is because if you give your employees a raise, right, you don't end up paying as much. Do you see the incentive there? Right? Now, when that all went bye-bye, right, and the tax rate went down to, what is it, 0% or, right? Like, they pay, some of these corporations pay very little, right? Down to 0. What ended up happening? That incentive went away. Do you notice that when that incentive went away, wages stagnated? I wonder why.
Come with an additional $1.8 million in perks. But in theory, a few of you watching might actually have a higher annual salary than Jeff Bezos. And we couldn't solve all of the country's problems if we doubled your taxes. So it logically follows that we probably couldn't solve many problems if we doubled Jeff Bezos' taxes as well, since he only makes $80,000 per year. Checkmate, peasants. I guess that means there's nothing we can do to improve society. So sad. Now, the problem is that it's only technically true because we tax income, not wealth. See, billionaires
like beyond
deliberately...
tone death. Of course, Eon Lord, right? Beyond tone death.
They take smaller salaries to avoid paying income taxes, and they're compensated primarily with equity and shares, which they then borrow against for liquidity. And since loans aren't classified as income, they're able to skirt income taxes that the rest of us are forced to pay. And that is an oversimplification, but it's referred to as the buy, borrow, die method. And you can look that up if you're more interested in learning about that. But to show you what this looks like in practice, a 2021 analysis published by ProPublica found that the true tax rate Jeff Bezos paid between 2014 and 2018 was 0.98%. That's it. So while it's true he's paid billions of dollars in taxes over the years, he pays a much, much, much lower percentage than the rest of us, which is why we need to tax wealth, not income, because then this little game that him and other billionaires plays wouldn't work. And the revenue that generate could actually be put to good use. As Warren Gunnels put it, Bernie Sanders' 5% wealth tax would raise starting teacher pay to $60,000, give $12,000 to every working family of 4, expand Medicare to include dental, vision, and hearing, guarantee universal child care, and end homelessness. And after doing all of this, Bezos would only see his wealth drop from $279 billion to $265 billion. And if we could do all that with just a 5% wealth tax, then imagine what we'd be able to do with a 10% or 15% or 20% wealth tax. Imagine if we made it so that way wealth couldn't surpass $1 billion. Because if you have $999,900,099, I mean, that's pretty good, right? I think you're going to be okay. So if we taxed every single penny over $1 billion, we would be able to transform society. We'd be living in a different world. Now, the counter argument to that would be that it wouldn't be fair because billionaires earned that money. So it's basically theft for the government to redistribute money that doesn't belong to them. And my response to that would be, one, nobody can work hard enough to earn $1 billion. Billionaires become billionaires through exploitation, not hard work. And two,
Bingo.
The government already allowed wealth to be redistributed in this country. It's just that it went from the bottom to the top. And to show you what I mean, take a look at the gap between productivity and pay between 1948 and 2025. As you can see, even though productivity continued to grow decade after decade, workers weren't proportionally compensated, even though their labor continued to increase the revenue and profits for the companies that they work for. So where did the surplus value that their labor created go? Well, it went to shareholders and C-suite executives, and it went towards stock buybacks.
Bingo.
And that right there, my friends, is the real theft, because their employees' labor is what made these companies valuable in the first place. They would be nothing without their employees' labor. Because think about it. If you want lumber, you're not going to go buy a whole ash tree. You're not going to chop that down yourself. You're going to buy lumber that's already been harvested, seasoned, and sized. And that was all done by a lumberjack. He made the tree economically valuable. It'd be worth nothing without that labor. And that is what employees do for all of these companies. Amazon, Tesla, Walmart, they'd be nothing without the labor of their employees. Yet, their employees are no longer benefiting from the fruits of their labor. And if you add up all of the wealth stolen from American workers since 1975, it amounts to $79 trillion in theft. And the prospect explains, what would America look like if the gap between worker pay and productivity hadn't opened? A Rand Corp.
Yeah, and this is around the time that it started to change, right? The tax rate of 90% that I was talking about, right? Went down. It went down in the early 60s, in the late 60s, right? And it just continued to go down and down and down, right? Until we got to the Reagan era, and now it's the lowest it's been in since the Great Depression, right? Since before the Great Depression, and now look.
Corporation study from earlier this year found that
Gee, I wonder what could be contributing to
bottom
this.
90% of wage earners received about 67% of all taxable income in 1975. In 2019, the last year for which this data was available, they received 46.8%. Had that bottom 90% continued during the past half century to make the same share of the national income they'd had in 1975, Rand calculates that by 2023, they would have made an additional $79 trillion. Just in the year 2023, they would have made an additional $3.9 trillion. As the size of the bottom 90% of the U.S. workforce is roughly 140 million people, that means that the average earner would have made about $28,000 more in 2023 than they actually did. Where have all those missing $28,000 paychecks gone? Well, our nation was home to 1,135 billionaires this year, whose aggregate net worth in 2024 came to a cozy $5.7 trillion. That's $1.8 trillion more than what it would take to cut 140 million $28,000 checks. And when you factor in corporate subsidies, general wage theft, as well as the use of public utilities that they benefit from but don't pay for, and not to mention the tax bill that we have to pick up since they refuse to pay their fair share, theft has already been committed. So it wouldn't be theft for us to redistribute wealth back to us because, quite frankly,
they're already doing it to themselves. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If you think that unless you're making 10 or 15 million dollars a year, right, you don't apply to this at all. Like, you're not even in the top 1% at that point. Or you are, but I mean, what is it? Like what we're trying to talk about with the income distribution here.
That's our money, and it should be used to better society. It shouldn't rot away in some offshore bank account or be used so Jeff Bezos can buy a third mega mansion when my generation can't even afford their first home. And that's not a random number, by the way. Jeff Bezos literally owns 3 mega mansions. 3 mega mansions. He lives in a place called Indian Creek, Florida, aka Billionaire Bunker. And this is a small gated community. There's only about 41 homes there, all occupied by rich dickheads, of course. But they even have their own small police force there. But Jeff Bezos in particular is so egregiously rich that he bought a third mega mansion to live in just temporarily, while his other 2 mega mansions are combined into one mega mansion. That's the gross level of wealth that this man has, yet he has the audacity to tell us with a straight face that we should let him keep the money that he stole from his employees and taxpayers. It's outrageous. Like, he should be thankful that we're...
Yeah, like, the incentive is to just keep the money, right? When before the incentive was to give it to your workers. So all we're talking about here is, even if you want to look at it this way, just a policy difference of going back to that, right? For now.
only calling for his wealth to be taxed, given how income inequality has surpassed Gilded Age levels. And if it continues in this direction, like, I wouldn't be surprised if people start calling for a French-style revolution. So taxing wealth, I think, is honestly a pretty reasonable proposal, given the circumstances.
Wait, so if the total assets of all trillionaires in the U.S. is $6 trillion, wouldn't 5% of that annually be $300 billion? So like 1/4 of our military budget? Yeah. Yeah. At least that would get paid, right? And we as taxpayers wouldn't have to be paying that shit. Right? Because another trick that they do, guys, is they like to pretend that like Social Security and all this stuff are not stuff that we pay into, right? Like me and you all pay, at least all us Americans in chat, right? Like if you're from Australia or something, right? Sorry, Patricia, you don't pay. But like we all Americans pay into the Social Security fund, right? So when they try to bullshit us and say the biggest spending is social spending, it's like, motherfucker, I paid into that. That's something I earned. So fuck off. Excuse me? Right? The military budget is literally like nobody's like contributing to that except through taxes, right? Like it's not like something, a benefit that I get. Huh? They try to make it, oh, but it's protecting freedom and all this stuff, right? Oh, right. Causing wars all over the world that we never asked for. Okay, great. Yeah, fuck off.
Circumstances that we're in. But even if he was...
See, this is what I mean. They will happily shit on programs like that we pay into, right? And then wave the wand when it comes to military spending. That's what they've done this entire time for 50 years. 60 years.
And taxing the rich wouldn't be enough to improve society. He's wrong, but even if he were right, we would still have a moral obligation to tax.
And this is why I said we need to raise the cap, right? Because that would fix the Social Security fund anyway, right? Because there are a lot more older people, right? And the younger crowd are paying for them. And I'm happy to pay for them. It's just clearly the cap needs to be way higher, right? It needs to be as much as you make. Fuck off. What are we talking about here?
His wealth, because that...
And I love how they like they say, oh, that is equivalent to government spending. That's... Motherfucker, it was set up to be self-sustaining. Don't give me that bullshit. This is why, like, you never believe their fucking terrible arguments. They can go fuck themselves for all I care.
That level of wealth is incompatible with democracy. When you have 900 people in this country with more wealth than the GDP of small countries, actually mid-sized countries these days, then you no longer have a democratic system. You have voices that are so large they can drown out everyone else in society. It is antithetical to democracy. But as bad as that clip was from this interview, I can assure you it got so much worse as time went on, because it's clear to me that Jeff Bezos genuinely thinks that he's better than the rest of us. He actually deluded himself into believing that we're going to gobble up whatever bullshit he spews because our peasant brains couldn't possibly know any better. And he just drops little patronizing tidbits of bullshit here and there to demonstrate how little he thinks of us. And I just want to point out what I mean, because this man honestly thinks the world of himself and thinks nothing of the rest of us. Case in point.
Why is rent expensive? Why is rent so expensive? I recently saw somebody blamed it on Airbnb. Okay. Airbnb is not the cause of expensive rent. In fact, it's been almost, let me finish here 1 sec. It's already been outlawed in New York City, and rents are still very high. So we know Airbnb isn't causing high rents. What's really causing high rent is government intervention.
Is that so? Interesting. It's not a supply issue or stagnant wages or widening income inequality thanks to modern-day robber barons like him or consolidation among developers and landlords, as a Rutgers study found. It's not because private equity firms are buying up homes for investment purposes as opposed to, say, housing. It's because big government bad. Big government real bad. Very intelligent analysis from a business genius. I mean, I guess it's better than him blaming immigrants or trans people, but it's still egregious because government intervention could actually mitigate this crisis.
Bruh.
If we repeal the Faircloth Amendment and built public housing, it would force landlords to compete. If we had federal rent controls, it would help millions of families get by. But we don't have public housing or rent controls.
I cannot wait for that gloggy guillotine emote. Damn right, we're getting one.
So I'm guessing that he's referring to government regulation in particular. And if I had to steelman him, he'd probably argue that the cost of housing is high because demand exceeds supply, and to better address the supply side issue, you need to build more housing. Simple as that. But you can't do that quickly thanks to unnecessary red tape. And to the extent that there's unnecessary regulations, sure, you can reevaluate them from time to time, but the reason why regulations, i.e. protections, are necessary in the first place is because we need to make sure that greedy fuckwads like him don't cut corners to save a few bucks and build shitty homes that collapse on our heads after we move in. That's going to delay the process, sure, but I'd argue it's worth it to make sure that people are safe, and I'm sure that he's thankful that the builders of his mega mansion have to follow city codes and have their work inspected, even though it's going to take longer, because safety matters. But rich people bemoan big government because to them, it's a slippery slope. You see, if peasants get the sense that government can fix some problems, they begin to think, well, why can't the government fix all of our problems? And then rich people, they don't want that because they need to be able to...
Yeah, I hate how they took that word, right? Because abundance sounds a lot like you could easily use that word for post-scarcity, but the two are completely different, right? Abundance is just repackaged neoliberalism. Like that's all it is, right? Thank you, Ezra Klein. You ruined like a good concept, all because of your dickwad fucking energy. Ugh.
Profit off of society's problems. And since governance has largely been outsourced to large multinational corporations, thanks to decades of neoliberalism, they all have a vested interest in making sure you never ever expect government to do more, ever, under any circumstances, ever, no matter how bad things get. Like, they actually love big government, though. That's the irony. They're always asking big government for handouts themselves in the form of corporate subsidies, funded by taxpayers, of course. And they also rely on big government to subsidize their employees' wages through food stamps and whatnot.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, Bound, right? Is there's a financial incentive to do those kind of projects as opposed to, like, build smaller homes, right? Or one-family homes or whatever, right? Multifamily homes. And that's the problem, is the incentive is to just build giant... This is why you start to see all these luxury projects, right? I've noticed a lot of luxury projects in my neighborhoods here in Boston, right? And why is that? It's because the incentive for these builders is to do what you just said, right? It's not to adequately provide housing, right? So that's kind of the problem with the system. It was never created to house us. It was created to just whatever the market wants, whatever makes them a quick buck, they're going to respond to that, right?
Because if big government didn't do that, their employees couldn't survive since they refused to pay them a living wage. But yet, big government bad. Actually, it's rugged individualism for us and socialism for the rich. But despite what he claims, Jeff Bezos actually had the nerve to say, oh, he hates corporate subsidies, even though his company has benefited from corporate subsidies. Just, like, get a load of this shit. It's insufferable, but he says it.
We have way too much corporate welfare, way too much corporate subsidies. We have, there's way too much influence in politics from business.
Just repeat fucking talking points, right? Motherfucker, you're like the king of social welfare. You receive like your companies all receive a ton of. Okay, guys, Amazon takes like food stamps. Okay? They take food stamps. Their workers are on food stamps. So they double whammy. They get contracts by the government. They have ASW, okay? Amazon Web Services. They have Blue Origin, okay? It just like the list goes on and on and on and on and on. So fuck, and then all the tax subsidies and all the dick sucking we do for these kind of companies. Oh, fuck off, Jeff Bezos.
In some cases, wealthy people who really focus on that, unions, there's a bunch of people interfering in the political process. And if we can make that better, we should do that too.
He makes this claim.
You have a ton of lobbyists too, motherfucker.
While sitting in front of his rocket ship,
Yeah,
which was
for
built in
real.
part
Thank
thanks
you.
to tens of millions of dollars.
He's
in
like, don't mind the stuff that we paid for as taxpayers right behind you, motherfucker. These people are absolutely ridiculous. This is what I mean. Oh my god. The level. Ugh, it's so annoying.
taxpayer subsidies. He bemoans money in
Says
politics.
welfare queen, yeah.
Yet, his company spends nearly $20 million a year on lobbying, specifically to get those corporate subsidies in the first place and to make sure that there's never any new laws that'll benefit his employees
Bingo.
or make it easier for them to unionize. And I love how he threw in
Bingo.
unions as if they have as big of a say in politics as corporations.
Yeah.
Mind you, he says this after going out of his way to crush unions because, again, he's a greedy prick who refuses to pay his employees what they're worth. And he knows collective bargaining would even the playing field a little bit, but he can't have that. He has to have it all because his class, they benefit greatly from this power imbalance between employers and employees, and any possible scenario where employees have more power is intolerable to him. But I think that Warren Gunnels, again, had the best response to this disingenuous denunciation of corporate welfare from Bezos because he says the real welfare queen in America.
See, this is the thing I've noticed is these people don't care. Like, they don't actually care about a hard day's work, right? They don't believe that you as a person are entitled to live a job or live a comfortable life even though you work hard, right? They just don't. They think it should be set in stone and then you get a gradual increase, right? Especially if you work for them. You're doing the same work. Why would I pay you more? Because the cost of living has gone up. They don't care. Right? They, like, to them, that doesn't even factor, like, that doesn't even enter their train of thought.
Is Jeff Bezos, worth $279 billion, who pays wages so low his workers rely on food stamps and Medicaid while he sailed on his $500 million yacht to his 50.
Exactly what I said, right? This is exactly what I just said. I did not pre-watch this, by the way, so there you go.
$5 million wedding to give his wife a $5 million ring because his tax rate is less than 1%.
Thank you.
Exactly. But imagine spending $55 million on a wedding. Imagine spending $5 million on a ring. $5 million. That could profoundly change someone's life, but it's nothing to these people. It's a mere fashion accessory to his wife.
But they won't pay the equivalent of that for their workers, right? How much would that get their workers, right? Now, obviously, bigger companies have more, but like Jeff Bezos has a lot of money, guys. 55 million. That's a lot of money, right? It doesn't enter into their right? To them, it's like, well, I have mine, you can fuck off, right? And that's what our society has become. I have mine, you can fuck off.
And I would say that I hope it falls down the drain, but it wouldn't be a big deal to them because they could just buy
get
another one that's
yeah.
probably even more expensive.
Thank you.
It's not the same like when one of us lose an AirPod on the bus. $5 million is...
Yeah, like if I lose one of my earrings, right? And my earrings are not expensive, I'm like, oh shit. I'm upset. Why? Because I actually genuinely like my earrings, right? And I try not to I try to take care of them, right? But to them, well, we'll just get a new one, no worries.
Couch cushion change to billionaires.
Yeah, exactly.
But in case it wasn't obvious enough that he was lying through his teeth, he claims that the Melania movie, and this is my favorite part, was actually a great business decision. Just watch.
There is a view among critics that say that part of what you have done or are doing is trying to placate the president with either the sort of shift in the tone of what's happening at the paper or even some of the things at Amazon, the decision to make the documentary around Melania, for example.
Yes, the Melania thing is a falsehood that will not die.
Okay.
So I see reported all the time that that somehow I was involved in this, and we did this at this Mar-a-Lago dinner.
Yeah, everybody thinks that you went to Mar-a-Lago.
Not true.
Not true.
We have denied it. Melania's office has denied it.
Bullshit.
It's not true. I had nothing to do with that. By the way, it appears it was a good business decision. It did very well in theaters. It's done very well on stream.
That's how you know he's lying. I'm not lying. Proceeds to lie, making it clearly a lie.
It was a good business decision. It did very well in theaters. It's done very well on streaming. People are very curious about Melania.
They're very curious about Melania. No, they're not. Nobody gives a fuck about her.
Yeah, what to do with that. By the way, it appears it was a good business decision. It did very well in theaters. It's done very well on streaming. People are very curious about Melania. So even though I had nothing to do with it, it appears that the Amazon team made a very
burned so much
business
money.
decision.
It was a great fire.
But no, this idea that that somehow that is a way of buying influence is just not. It's just not correct.
What a joke.
He is so full of shit, it's coming out of his ears. You could practically smell it from across the country. Mediaite reports, quote, the film's reported $40 million production budget plus another $35 million in marketing.
That's what I'm saying. The numbers don't add up, Jeff. What are you talking about? This would be a bust. Guys, this would be a colossal disaster. Anywhere, in any studio, right? $40 million budget, $35 million in marketing. By the way, they don't always tell you what the marketing is, but it generally is. So it's whatever the budget is, generally around there. Even more sometimes. But it's generally about the same amount as the budget of the film. So basically, this needed to make like $100 million or more for it to be profitable. Because even with, okay, like let me just kind of give you some deets here. Even if it made 75 million, that would still be a disaster. Like it didn't break even. Right? Because there's a lot of other factors that are not taken into account. All right? And it only made 16 million. So really, it's at least, and I'm saying at the very least, a $59 million loss for the company. But $59 million to Jeff Bezos, he wipes his ass with it, apparently. So that's to him. That's why he doesn't even notice. Now, if I lost $59 million, I'd be cooked, right? Anyone in chat would be, right?
Had many scratching their heads as documentaries rarely come attached with such high budgets. The movie grossed just over $16 million worldwide.
Give me the money, okay?
Oh, what up, Josephus?
Woo!
Doubting Josephus just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the community gifted sub. How you been, man? Kiki, how you doing, girl? Welcome back. Canada in the house. How you doing, Josephus? Why's my camera off? Okay. What's up? Testy. Got a gifted sub.
In theaters and is now streaming on Amazon's Prime service. In other words, you lost $59 million on this dumbass movie. So either you're the worst businessman ever, which further
Thank you so much, buddy. How's your day been so far? Did you work today?
Traits that billionaires aren't the geniuses they want us to believe they are, or you actually think we're this fucking stupid.
He thinks that
he
we're that
didn't
fucking
notice,
stupid.
I guess, that the president responds to favors and flattery. It's that he genuinely thought that people would be fascinated by a documentary about Melania fucking Trump. Give
Hilarious.
me a break. If he believes that, I've got a movie to pitch to him about a sentient fart. I think it would literally do better than the Melania movie, and I'm not joking about that. But I mean, this is how little they think of you. We're lesser beings to them. The way that we view insects is the way that he views us. He probably thinks that he could piss on us and convince us it's raining, because if he thinks this low-effort gaslighting is persuasive, then I struggle to find anything he thinks we wouldn't fall for. But if all of this wasn't enough, he also threw in some Trump dick riding for good measure in the interview, because of course.
When I last interviewed you, it was about 2 years ago, President Trump had just won. He was not the president yet. And I'd asked you what you thought of him at the time. And you said that you thought that he had mellowed, that he was calmer.
Yeah.
And I'm curious now, here we are.
Yeah, I still think that.
2 years later, we've had lots of...
Wow, just watch this interview, guys. This will This is we got a hype train.
Chuga, chew. We got a hype train chat, thanks to Doubting Josephus. It ending at 5/22/2026, 7:57:14 p.m. So let's keep it going.
Thank you, Josephus. Appreciate it, buddy. For the starting the hype train. Let's go, guys. Get some emotes. Ooh, there's some new emotes. I want the fish one. Okay, we gotta use that for the fish. Everybody, come on. There's some new emotes. Oh my god. A lot of like oh, are they
Shamrock 100 dicks. Dicks, ducks. Woo woo woo, dicks. Woohoo.
The cookie likes dicks, huh? I had a lot of brandy just now. Hell yeah, girl. Damn right, girl. Kiki. I love it. Yeah, guys, let's get some emotes. There's a bunch of really new ones. I'm gonna use that if we can earn that elder love emote. That's the fishing one. I don't know if you guys can see that, but hold on. Let me show you. I think we only need like 2 more gifted. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Right here, right? Look at that, guys. Look at that one. Elder love. I'm tapped out. No worries, man. You do so much. Thank you, my friend. Okay.
With wars and tariffs and all sorts of things that have happened since then. What do you think?
I think he has. I'm comparing him to his first term.
Yep.
And I think he is a more mature, more disciplined version of himself than he was in his first term. And he's again. I've worked with all the presidents. I will work with all the presidents. And I hope to do that going forward if they'll have me. But we need our business leaders to provide input into the administration, regardless of who the president is. I'm not on the side. Yep. You know what? I'm on the side of America.
Sure. Me too, buddy. And look, I'm well aware of the fact that he was speaking to an audience of one, but regardless, it's still astonishing to see someone who fashions himself as a genius say that shit with a straight face. Trump is more unhinged than he's ever been. He destroyed this fucking country. Okay. He has accelerated the decline of the American empire and caused unfathomable pain and suffering on a global scale. He turned our illiberal semi-democracy into a full-blown competitive authoritarian regime. But to Jeff Bezos, he sees all of this and says,
"Woo, ooh." Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub-bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you, Living Lily. We just got to level 2 or level 1. Looks like we unlocked it. Everyone give some... Oh, my hair's sticking out in the back here. If you give some gifted subs, you get the emote. Elder Love. I like that one. I'm going to use it for the fishing game. I'm going to use it for the fishing game. So you can use that one to fish.
actually, that looks like a sign that Donald Trump has been...
Hopefully, one day we'll get a gloggy fishing emote, right? By the way, speaking of which, before I forget, nobody's responded, but if you could please go into the... We're getting a bunch of new emotes for the stream, and the first batch are about to drop. I had a meeting with Ice Beans a few days ago, and she basically said she just wants some feedback. But if you want a comment on it, I made a Discord channel for all the new emotes for the subscribers. If you subscribe, I love you. So, yeah, we're going to be getting a bunch of new emotes. So please check them out. And she's going to work on them. Like she's doing them right now. Some of them are almost done too, as this one, right? So go into the, it's called the new emotes feedback section on Discord and check it out. Where you,
Sure. I mean, just cut the shit and tell them what you want. Do you want more subsidies, more deregulation, more tax cuts? Because the patronizing bullshit is just insulting at this point. And even though these billionaires all have god complexes and apparently think that we're fucking stupid, the last half decade has made it abundantly clear that they might actually be the biggest dumbasses in the country. Like, seriously. Sure, they managed to turn generational wealth into billions and figured out how to legally steal from their employees and rig the tax code against us, but knowing how to make money doesn't automatically make you intelligent, and it sure as shit doesn't make up for the lack of basic common sense. I mean, just look at Elon Musk. Does anyone still think that this man is a genius? Does anyone think that these billionaires are as savvy as they say they are when they're inadvertently making people want to form pitchfork mobs to come after them? Like, when you see an angry crowd of hungry peasants, is it more wise to convince them that there's nothing that can be done about their situation while you peruse around in your $500 million yacht with your wife who has a $5 million ring? No, the wiser thing to do would be to shut the fuck up, but they just can't help themselves. In leaked audio, Mark Zuckerberg told the employees he's been exploiting that he's been using them to train the AI that'll soon replace them. And a few weeks ago, billionaire Stephen Roth claimed that the tax the rich slogan was as offensive to him as racial slurs. Because yes, the people who have all the money and power in the world, they're the real victims. You might as well tattoo "eat me" on your fucking foreheads at this point, because you're doing our work for us. And I really don't feel like I have to do much to convince people that our system is rotten to the core, when billionaires are basically telling everyone that they have to die poor and shut the fuck up about it so that way they can buy more mansions and yachts. Like, that says more about our system than I ever could. So as insufferable as it is to see rich pricks like him lie through their teeth, I hope that they keep talking, honestly, because at this point, I don't think it's a stretch to say that they really are their own biggest enemies. Billionaires are unwittingly turning more people into socialists than anyone else. So do more interviews, Jeff, because they're going great.
Hell yeah! Share your new emote. Damn right. All right, so I'm gonna copy that one, and you can use that to fish. Where is it? Hell yeah. Did you unlock the emote? Yeah, you didn't unlock the emote, Peter. You had to donate during the time. That's what I was trying to tell you. To unlock the emote. All right, 1 second. Fishing. That's cool. I didn't see that emote. Thank you, Twitch. Making my job interesting here. That should work. Now, done. Oh, gotcha. Next one. Yeah, the next one. I think there's a cooldown for 1 hour. So you can't. Oh, right, I can't do it. So, Josephus, can you do it? Or Ducky? Try it out. Yep. There you go. See? Now you can just do the emote. You don't have to type in fish. There you go. Make your life a little easier. I like that emote a lot, actually. So, okay, good. Good to know. Oh, God. Yeah, so what the hell is this?
So last little segment here that we got before we pitched to Ryan's interview that he recorded yesterday. I'm going full conspiracy theorist on this. I fully bought into the plot. I don't know what the plot is, but I'm going to tee this up and show you guys what came across my
weird,
Twitter
right?
feed yesterday. I ended up posting about it, and it was like my most viral tweet that I've had in probably a couple of years. It got like 200,000 likes on it. But here we have a allegedly retired Vice Admiral Robert Hayward appearing on Fox News. I'm going to play this clip here for you guys. I want you to focus on the bottom here, where you can see what looks to be somewhat of a disconnect, a sharp, jagged line at his
He's a lizard person.
neck that, in my opinion at least, when I'm looking at this slowly, zoomed in here, it looks like it's completely disconnected from whatever's underneath what could be allegedly, hypothetically, a full-on sophisticated face mask that he's wearing on Fox.
Yeah, what the fuck? I'm so confused. I think he's a lizard person, guys. It just shows you how like sophisticated these masks are. Oh
Fox
my
News.
God.
Face and neck.
Face and neck mask.
Whoa,
Mac, I think you're out to lunch on this.
I didn't expect that. What the fuck? Look at this, guys.
I think that's just a shadow.
Oh my God.
Nothing to
That's
see
just
here.
a
I think it's just a shadow. Like, have you ever been in a studio and seen studio lighting? It can change
What?
your face a lot.
What possible justification could you have for owning that?
Yeah.
What? What is going on?
I don't want to know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
This is just my face.
That was smooth, Crystal. That was smooth.
Oh my God. I was on a different screen. I came back, didn't even see that. Ryan, what do you have there? Do you have something, Ryan?
I got
This is cat.
This is my mask.
That's your mask there? That one's hyper realistic there. So anyways, so this set off like a massive firestorm. I had people debating me on this. I had people trying to gaslight me. Here was one of the pictures that somebody drew. They said, "Oh, look, you just don't understand how studio lighting works.
Oh,
There's
I
a
like
light
this diagram.
coming from the top, and then there's a light coming from the side. And this red part down here is allegedly where the mask disconnect is happening." I think that I have a better theory, which is given the content of what he was talking about in
He
that
was like
clip,
pushing for war, right?
praising Donald Trump's handling of Iran, saying patriots are fully in control. We just maybe got to bomb them one more time and everything will be fine. And so my alternative theory to the other ones that people have been trying to explain this with is this: who's underneath that mask? It is Benjamin Netanyahu. This is the only reasonable conclusion that I think we could come to in this moment. I genuinely, I mean, I've tried to look back at it. I tried to zoom in. I did cross comparisons. Maybe I can put this one up, a comparison of him making an appearance on Fox News at a different time. And I just like, I can't get around it. There's nothing in my mind that tells me that this looks the same. Like, okay, maybe to some extent there's a lighting difference, but like, the details on the neck, you know, versus the details on the neck in this one, the way that he was talking, wearing the same outfit. Well, I think it's a little bit different. Maybe it is the same exact outfit, but
It looks
again,
like there's a t-shirt on, a black t-shirt on under
Right.
the masked outfit.
Right.
He's a lot shinier. He's a lot smoother.
Mhm.
The
Yep.
face, the head
The
shape
eyes are
is
set
different.
back.
The
See how
eyes are more set back.
a bit?
that,
Yeah.
right.
I don't
That's
know.
I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. I have no
what
other.
would be the point of wearing a mask to look exactly like yourself?
No,
Well, it would
the
be that somebody
idea,
else's-
Ryan, is
yeah.
that he's been swapped out because maybe he wasn't towing the line they wanted him to tow anymore. So now they have brought in
nice.
this masked
So
impersonator.
they really
I don't
needed
know.
this guy. Like they can't bring on some other guy to.
Well, he also looks. Yeah, is this another dude dressed up as this guy? Because he doesn't even look like him anymore, right? He's too shiny. And he also has like more wrinkles and stuff. Huh?
Just parrot the exact same
Fuck.
talking points.
I don't know.
Give
That's
it-
Weird as hell.
That's where it loses
Yeah.
me.
This is so weird.
I have no explanation as to what would have motivated a fake sophisticated mask to be worn in
Who's
this
this guy,
context. But
by the way?
he's
I
a
don't watch
He's a
allegedly
former military.
allegedly retired former vice admiral. Allegedly, if you believe the mainstream media.
If you believe the
There's-
fake news
there-
media.
To be clear, there is nothing in that video to suggest it is an accident of the lighting. There is something weird going on. I have no idea if it's a mask, but there's something weird going on. And Mac, I applaud your persistence.
I'm doubling, I'm tripling down. I'm not backing down from my
It's
position.
got to be the lighting. There's or it's Netanyahu. I don't know.
Now we know
Ryan's been
Ryan is
co-opted.
CIA.
Ryan's been
One of the
bought
two.
off.
It's
Yeah.
definitely one of those two things. Those are the only explanations.
All right. Well, that's all that I got on this. I got no other explanations.
Well,
or
Mac, you pointed
rabbit
out
holes,
at least they've upgraded from what was it? Their like Antifa super soldier that they
Oh,
used
yeah.
in multiple, and who was also like a
Here we go.
Mexican gang leader in a different segment. You got that
Well,
one.
I don't know how
Oh,
you
you
would
had that
doubt
already.
this, Crystal, but here we have on the bottom Ramon
Lyle.
Mundo Mendoza, Mexican mafia encyclopedia author, and then on the top we have a former Antifa member, and clearly different guys here giving sophisticated testimony on both of these subjects.
Yeah.
Should Lyle come back on?
We may need to get Lyle
We
back
should've
on
gotten
for another
Lyle in
appearance
this-
to
on this
evaluate
segment.
the new masked man allegations.
I preferred
So I'll-
Crystal with the dog mask or whatever that was.
Yeah, I
I'll
don't know.
see
what
if I
that
can
was.
get. See if I can get in touch. This mask. This mask never fails to amuse. It is a great mask.
There you go.
Yeah, and
Is
it's
it a poodle?
really realistic.
It's a poodle.
It's a
Kids
poodle.
Halloween from I don't know, like 4 years ago has really come in handy here.
That's an intense mask.
You know she wears this when she has sex with Kyle. Just saying it. Sorry, Josephus.
It's a lot.
You could be somebody's like sleep paralysis demon with that.
Take it back. Hey! I don't kink
All right,
shame.
well that's all that we got on this one. I don't know. You guys let us know in the comments what the hell's going on here.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment
That's
below.
amazing.
It really helps get the show
my
to more.
God.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free.
Oh, man. Okay. That is so weird. I don't even know what to say to that. Oh, all right. We covered the elections. Yep, we're going to get Kyle's take on Tulsi resigning. And then we're also going to get Kyle's take on this that dropped. The autopsy. That was kind of the big news, right? Not that you should be really aware. Like, we kind of already know. I haven't read it over or know what's in it. But we already know what it is, right? More or less. And then we got Super El Nino. All right, but let's go over the autopsy because this is kind of important. Although nobody should be terribly surprised what's in this thing.
All right, y'all, got some breaking news here for you. So the DNC has now...
If it's accurate, right? Like, assuming they actually did the work that they needed to do, the autopsy should just... It should just basically confirm what we've all said on the stream at this point hundreds of times, right?
Officially released the autopsy of the 2024 race, and it gets into why they think they lost. Now, Ken Martin is the head of the DNC. He had basically been going around in interviews and gaslighting us as to why he's refusing to release the autopsy. Well, now that it is released, allow me to say, I kind of understand why he didn't want to release it.
Of course he probably, you know.
Hey, bro, this thing's a mess, man. This thing is an absolute mess. So let me walk you through it. But right off the jump here, let me just say, 100% this was made with AI. Without a doubt, this was made with AI.
Yeah.
It is an absolute joke. It is pathetic how off-base this is. All right, so right off the jump here, let me just say.
They paid for this?
Some of the reasons that they give for why Kamala lost, they say Trump's they-them attack ads on Kamala were seen as highly effective. That's where Trump was saying, she only cares about trans people, whereas I care about you, the regular folks. To me, I think that's kind of stupid and dumb because Kamala wasn't talking about trans people. She never mentioned trans people. So to try to tar her with that, it rings very hollow, in my opinion. We also have the Biden team was criticized for failing to prepare Kamala properly. They say that the Democrats were neglecting rural voters. And they also say that Democrats relied too much on saying we're not Trump. Hey, we're not this guy. We're anything but this guy. Okay, so that's some of the conclusions. We also have Kamala Harris on the ballot helped down-ballot Democrats more than Biden would have if he was on the ballot. In the report, they urge a shift away from identity politics and toward middle-class and kitchen-table issues like the economy and affordability.
There we go.
They also say that Republicans
legendary.
What up?
All right, joining me today.
Oh my God! Dookie! Dookie! Ducky! Got fished! A legendary one. What up? Congratulations! Wrestled from the destiny of a fireside dragonfish inside the echo of a sunken radio booth. Yeah, I tried to add more like interesting things like this into these stuff. I hope you guys like it. The dock creaks once when the fireside dragonfish hits the boards. The water gets no tip for delivering the dragonfish. Congrats. Dakuki. Congrats. What a legendary. What's a fireside dragonfish? I mean, I don't know. It's some dragonfish thing that I made up.
Today on iHip News is David Hogg.
Whoops. That's going to be next.
All right, y'all.
Hey, Hey, Jersey Texan, welcome
Got some
back.
breaking news here for you.
Where you been, girl?
So the DNC has now officially released the autopsy of the 2020. Without a doubt, this was made with AI. It is an absolute joke. It is pathetic how off base this is. All right, so right off the jump here, let me just say some of the reasons that they give for why Kamala lost. They say Trump's they-them attack ads on Kamala were seen as highly effective. That's where Trump was saying, she only cares about trans people, whereas I care about you, the regular folks. To me, I think that's kind of stupid and dumb because Kamala wasn't talking about trans people. She never mentioned trans people. So to try to tar her with that, it rings very hollow, in my opinion. We also have the Biden team was criticized for failing to prepare Kamala properly. They say that the Democrats were neglecting rural voters. And they also say that Democrats relied too much on saying we're not Trump. Hey, we're not this guy. We're anything but this guy. Okay, so that's some of the conclusions. We also have Kamala Harris on the ballot helped down ballot Democrats more than Biden would have if he was on the ballot. In the report, they urge a shift away from identity politics and toward middle class and kitchen table issues like the economy and affordability. They also say that Republicans were more effective at messaging and data use, and they learned messages from the past better, including from Obama's campaign. Now, having said all that, you ready for this? So, mentions of Gaza, Palestine, or Israel in the 192-page report. Zero.
There you go. So even that was a disaster.
None. Not at all. It didn't bring it up at all. Okay. That is...
Yeah, and what did I say? I said that the biggest issue was the kitchen table stuff.
Astonishing, especially given that we now have some data that has come
As they put it. I hate that term. But...
out that shows it was a very big reason why Kamala wasn't able to juice the turnout among the base as much as she needed it. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's dumb that they didn't put that on. That should easily be one or two, right? I would argue it was the second most important thing. And to the people who are more affluent, it was probably the most important thing.
Okay, we already have polling data that indicates this was a huge issue.
Yep.
Okay, more. In addition to flat out factual inaccuracies that are in the report, and I'm going to give you some of those in just a little bit. But in addition to that, the report also doesn't discuss inflation, perceptions of Biden's age, and immigration. That's all left completely out of the report. Amazing. All right. Now, how do we know that this was written by AI? Well, let me give you this. Here's some of the errors it contains. To Ken Martin's point about this document not being ready for prime time, which is something he said, it contains lots of errors and curious inclusions, even some that are puzzling to have in a draft. For instance, it lists two separate vote percentages for North Carolina for the Republican gubernatorial candidate Mark Robinson. It says at one point he won 45% of the vote. At another point, it says he won 42.7% of the vote. Neither of those are correct. He won 40.1% of the vote. Okay? In one point, it lifts up the Washington governor, Bob Ferguson, as an example of a candidate who did the right things, before later noting that he actually underperformed Kamala Harris. So their example of the ideal is somebody who performed worse than Kamala did. It also misspells the names of politicians, like the Republican former Kentucky governor, Matt Bevin. They put Brevin instead of Bevin. And the Democratic former New Jersey governor, John Corzine. It's spelled John incorrectly. This is amateur hour. This is amateur hour here. One of the things from the report that was a big takeaway is that, hey, Democrats need to run a race like the governor of North Carolina, the Democratic governor of North Carolina. And, of course, the takeaway people are having is bro, he was running against a Republican who was a black Nazi who was obsessed with racist porn.
Right.
He's that guy was the worst candidate maybe in U.S. history, and that's the only reason the Democrat won, is because Mark Robinson is a fucking mess. That was the Republican, Mark Robinson. So, to say that's a dumb conclusion is the understatement of the century. It's obviously true. Every Democrat can't run against somebody who's got that long of a track record of being an atrocious candidate. Duh. So that's ridiculous. also, here's a crazy fact. So the guy who Ken Martin hired to do the report, okay, obviously this was an AI job. It was horrible. It was terrible. It's not ready for prime time, as Ken Martin said. But he still was working for the DNC up until like today. Like he just got let go. Ken Martin announced to the staff today that the guy who wrote it, Rivera, is no longer working with the DNC. But like he was still on a project after doing this bullshit AI report that was completely fake and horrible. I mean, that is so embarrassing, man. It truly is embarrassing. And then also, I'll point this out for you guys. John Favreau said this from PodSave. He said, Step 1, promise to release the autopsy. Step 2, put incompetent friend in charge. Step 3, incompetent friend produces incoherent product. Step 4, announce you're not releasing the autopsy. Step 5, lie about why. Step 6, gaslight people who ask.
Oh, so
saying,
is he essentially saying that this is a fake autopsy? At this point, guys, nothing would surprise me. Right? Nor should it surprise you. What a joke. Wow.
they're the problem. Step 7, face internal revolt. Step 8, release autopsy. Oh, my word. Man, that's crazy, bro.
What a
this shit
disaster.
is crazy. So after all that, everybody now on the timeline is basically like, yeah, I kind of get why he didn't release it. I kind of understand now why he didn't release it. But having said that, he could have just told us the truth about this from the beginning, right? He could have just said, look, the guy I hired didn't do a good job. He used AI. It's a bunch of bullshit in there. And so, like, that's why we're not going to release it. But the most important point, and this is what everybody should be stressing, is this. Why haven't you since commissioned a real expert to do a real report? Because there's a real report to be made about what happened, right? There's a real report that, for example, centers Gaza, centers Biden's failure on foreign policy, which led to a depressed base, which led to reduced turnout, right? There's a lot more to say about this. There's a lot to say about inflation. There's a lot to say about Biden's age. There's a lot to say about doing the switch without actually having a process and, you know, having, you know, an open DNC where you could have actually had something at least relatively more democratic than what we had, where they picked Kamala. There's a lot of stuff to talk about here, right? And nobody's talking about those things. So he should have commissioned a new report, and he should have commissioned an actual expert to do their job right. And then we could be having a real discussion now about what actually went down. But instead, you know, it's too perfect. It shows the incompetence of the people who work at the DNC. It also shows that they're liars who, you know, covered their tracks every step of the way instead of just telling the truth here. Mm-hmm. And it shows this hellscape of...
Like, who are they trying to save? I don't get this shit about saving face. Like, guys, can somebody explain this to me? Can somebody just, like, I'm getting so annoyed that people in our culture just don't take, like, stuff into accountability. Like, they don't take accountability for stuff, I mean, right? Like, okay, you just became chair. You could have easily drummed up a lot of goodwill by being like, hey, I'm really sorry, but the guy who did the autopsy was an idiot. Throw him under the bus. I mean, why? Literally, if the guy has to use AI to do an autopsy report, he's an idiot, in my opinion, right? We're going to do a real one. We're really sorry. It was not our intent. Like, it's under my management now. I've learned, like, we're learning how to deal with this, and we're going to start, like, having, like, AI. Like, we're going to start making sure that this stuff isn't generated through AI, right? Like, have AI detectors or something, right? You can detect if something's AI, right? That would have been like, well, wow, like, that's so honest. Like, okay, as an institutionalist, here he is trying to, like, nope. Literally lie for months and months and months, almost a year and a half now, right? And then all of a sudden drop it, and it's like, well, yeah, Somebody
Say it with
drop
me,
it.
Gus. Say it with me, Gus. Say it with me, Gus. We need a new deal. Some FDR shit, Gloggy. Tell us about FDR.
Of AI.
Thank you, Josephus.
It's
We
taking
really
over,
do.
where work is going to get more and more dreadful, and we stray further and further from the light of God. So crazy stuff here, man. But DNC autopsy has been officially released.
I'm
It's an
so
absolute
done with
mess.
these clowns.
There's, I mean, somebody was saying it appears like it's 192 pages. It appears like there's factual errors almost on every single page. Factual errors, and it's like, come on, man. It's humiliating. This is absolutely humiliating. So do a real report.
That's really bad. Yeah, and this is why I say, guys, anybody, like, I've seen too many streamers and YouTubers rely on AI way too much. It gets the information so wrong half the time, right? It's good sometimes in certain aspects, but you really gotta, like, it's just like not. There's a lot of hallucinations that occur, right?
And do your job properly. But in reality, like, you got to clean house at the DNC. Like, it should just be mass firings. There are a bunch of, like,
Rotten
corporate hacks
Belial,
who run that
welcome
thing.
back,
We
buddy.
need real lefties, especially now that the Democratic Tea Party is in full effect, and you got left flank candidates who are winning all over the place. Like, bring in left flank candidates. Faz Shakir, the person who ran Bernie's campaigns, he should absolutely be the head of the DNC. And he ran for it, and he almost won, but he should be the head of the DNC because he would never be this incompetent, and he would do a much better job. Like, this is crazy. Bring in Faz Shakir, clean house, get rid of these people, and make the DNC something that actual Democratic voters can be proud of instead of whatever the fuck this is.
Yeah. All right, now we're gonna watch a follow-up here with David Hogg, who was co-chair, remember? And then he left. So I'm curious to see what he has to say about this.
All right, joining me today on iHip News is David Hogg, former DNC vice chair and president of
He was only in the position for like 2 months. They literally fired him.
Leaders we deserve. Of course, we are here today to talk about the utter breathtaking incompetence of Ken Martin, the DNC, and the autopsy. David, let it rip.
I mean, Jesus Christ, last election was defined more than anything by the fact of the incompetence of the previous administration, only to then result in us having this whole, Ken's whole thing was running on releasing this autopsy report. It's not like somebody forced him into this position. It was literally the thing that he ran on while he was running to be chair of the DNC, only for him to release a report that is incomplete.
Remember, and they fired him because he didn't want to comply, right? Because they have a co-chair. A lot of Democratic Party like cities and like commissions have this stuff, right? Or like districts, like chapters of the Democratic Party, right? I know in my city that's how it is. There's a co-chair, right? So there's two people in charge of the like party operations.
Incoherent, incompetent, and terrible overall. That doesn't mention Gaza wants. It doesn't mention inflation. It doesn't mention President Biden's age at all. And it is ridiculous that we continue to have people in the Democratic Party that continuously fail upwards. We need to actually hold people accountable and make sure that we have proper leadership. The fact of the matter is, if we have a guy at the DNC that cannot even put together a report in a year and a half, how can we trust him to run the presidential primary?
Yeah,
I completely agree. It is humiliating. Anybody who cannot, in this political climate where you have dipshit, incompetent, dementia-ridden criminals, dirty cops committing crimes, covering up for pedophiles, and our approval rating is at the same with our party as it is with nationally with Republicans. Ken Martin is an abject failure. He is representative of how Democrats wet the bed,
Rotten Belial.
crowdsource what they're supposed.
Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again. How you been? How's life been? Thank you so much. You got an epic dog. Woo woo! Enjoy. I tried to post something about Gaza in my Chinese TikTok account and it didn't get posted. Yeah, I told you. I told you, Kiki. Now, China and the United States are working together to censor Gaza. Nah, fuck that. I don't understand. I do. It's a way of appeasing the people who bought TikTok, right? Makes sense to me. That's why I deleted my TikTok. I'm not gonna partake in a system where they are gonna censor me like that. No, especially, you know, I mostly stream politics and stuff. I'm good, thanks. Fucking bastards. Imagine, guys, and this is the China TikTok, okay? Imagine that. It's disgusting. Yeah, I deleted it. I'm like, I don't care. No, right? Especially when, like, again, if you just like want to look at dance videos or whatever, that's cool, right? All power to you. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. But at the same time, do you really want to be a part of a system where they're just going to censor you for posting stuff on China TikTok, right? What is it? Douyin, right? Douyin? No, I'm good. Thank you. Yeah, and this is my third Chinese account. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm good. Thank you. That's why I got rid of it. That's why you're like, why don't you stream on TikTok? I'd love to. In fact, I had an account and everything until the Larry Ellison thing, who completely ruined it. And now it looks like China is also doing it. So thank you very much, because I didn't think that they were going to do it, because I thought it would actually benefit China to show that Gaza was happening. And now it's like they're just complicit in it. I don't get it. Clearly that's what's going on, right? I mean, I guess the same country, the same counts for QQ. Yeah, exactly, right? That's what I'm saying, guys. None of these countries you should be thinking they're amazing. None of them. I don't care what country it is in the world. They're all crap in terms of, see what I'm saying? We need to start over. Like, we need to have more equality. We need to have accountability for these fucks. I'm so sick and tired of this crap. I thought I handled running for politics, but this stuff is too much for me. I just continue to watch politics. Thank you, Kiki. Yeah. I appreciate you letting us know that, because that's really upsetting, right? Because I would think that you would think that China would like allow that, but it's like, come on, man. In case you're curious, if you want an alternative, sign up for Starlight. Whoops. Sign up for Blue Sky. I don't know if I'm on there myself. And with that, they have videos, and it's a brand new service to go against the censorship on TikTok. So make sure you follow me on there too. I'm trying to build up an audience, and eventually I think they're going to have streaming on there, and I'm going to stream, right? They don't censor you on there or anything. So give that a shot if you want an alternative, right? Besides Telegram and stuff.
Supposed to believe in, and do not put fighters at the top of the ticket. I think Ken Martin needs to resign immediately. I think you should run for DNC chair. I am so sick of these lackluster, milquetoast Democrats. I want to start with one of the most damning lines from the report. The autopsy states that the problem wasn't Democratic policy or party brand. What's your response to that?
It's ridiculous. Our brand is everything. Our candidates are our brand. That is why people go out and vote in the first place. And what really pissed me off about this report more than anything was the fact that it's not because there weren't people in the room when they were creating this, telling them, hey, we need to talk about Gaza. Hey, we need to talk about inflation. Hey, we need to talk about the president's age, right? I was the person in that room. I ran to be vice chair of the DNC to speak for young voters and tell the institution of the DNC what they needed to hear, even if they didn't want to hear it. I remember in our first meeting of the officers in the DNC building, when we were talking about the results of the last election and the preliminary findings of the early autopsy, what we were going to say, what we were going to talk about, and nobody mentioned Gaza when they were talking about young voters. So I said, I know you guys don't want to talk about this, but if you're going to talk about why we lost young voters, you're going to have to talk about what happened in Gaza and the atrocities that were going on there that turned off many young voters. And to my surprise, Everybody's response in the room was, no, David, no. We absolutely do and should need to talk about that. And then clearly they were too scared to put that into the report or anything of substance into the report that actually was the driving result of the election in the first place. And that's what really pissed me off, right? We are in a position right now where this was a opportunity for the DNC to show voters that we are turning a corner as a party, that we are actually holding ourselves accountable, and we're not just going to continue letting people like fucking Mike Donnellan make $4 million off of losing elections, that we're going to keep hiring the same consultants, that we're going to keep hiring the same people over and over and over again, that repeatedly fail over and over and over. And yet that is exactly what this report does. It proves that the establishment is effectively dead.
You're
and
welcome,
that
Kiki.
this is an incumbent protection racket. This entire town is focused not on winning elections for Democrats in DC. It is focused on keeping the same people in power, even if that means it keeps us in the minority. And it is beyond time that we go beyond this and we bring in fresh blood into our party that actually does hold ourselves accountable and doesn't just say, you know what, our entire guiding philosophy as a party is to do whatever pisses off the fewest people within the establishment or whatever pisses off the fewest donors. Because guess what?
David Hogg, yeah, for real, has really marshaled this trauma into something positive. I
Again,
agree.
We're getting
He should be co-chair, right?
the worst of both worlds.
Or he should just be the chair. Fuck off.
Where we are both
co-chair my ass.
pissing people off and not fundraising at the same time. The DNC is $3 million in debt as the RNC has $100 million. What the hell are we doing here? How much longer are we going to let this continue? There is so much more risk in letting Ken Martin stay there as chair of the DNC than there is in finding someone new.
It's literally a layup right now to have the most popular Democratic Party imaginable. Take out the incompetence and the breathtaking, glaring bullshit in this autopsy. Remove that, put that aside for now, which is enough for Ken Martin to be fired, for him to resign this very second. But just go with the fact that you have a culture at the DNC where they want to crowdsource. What should we believe?
Give me the money.
We're nihilists that believe in nothing. Let's crowdsource what we should believe in. Also, we have the exact same pimps that MAGA has. The AIPAC pimp buys Donald Trump. The big tech pimps buy Donald Trump. But they also are buying some of our Democratic leaders.
Yes.
And you cannot have a party of prostitutes that have the same pimps as Donald Trump has. We have to be a full-blown opposition party. And I am so fucking pissed off at Ken Martin. I'm so fucking pissed off at focus groups. I'm so fucking pissed off that I'm even registered as a Democrat because everything they're doing is brand damaging. And I come from a red state. I know what Republican supermajorities do. I know how they are parasitic. They are compulsive liars. They weaponize.
What up? Thank you. Oh my God, thank you, Anonymous. Thank you.
Please clap.
Appreciate the support. I wish I could thank you, but I don't know who you are. Treasure train. We got a treasure train. Let's fucking go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Faith to get these earnest voters to come in and vote for them. And they've been doing it for decades, and it's a race to the bottom. And I believe in the Democratic Party.
Give me the money.
Oh my God.
Give me the money. Okay.
Miss Sparklebottom. I love that name. Doubting Josephus just gave a gifted sub to Miss Sparklebottom. What up?
Ooh. Doubting Josephus just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Damn right. Love it, guys. Thank you. I can't do it without your support. Appreciate it.
Pier82 just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Oh my God, I love it.
But this version of it.
Thank you, Peger. Although you won't be getting the emote because we're doing a treasure train now. It needs to be an emote train, right?
It is
But thank you, I appreciate
the
it.
most pathetic.
I know you wanted that fish emote.
Limp dick version
really is
of
limp
any
dick.
political party I've ever seen in my life.
It's absolutely unbelievable. And what's crazy is I can tell you, I find myself in the interesting position of both working on the outside and shaking up the establishment, supporting challengers like Mai Vang against Doris Matsui, who took a max out check from AIPAC, and so many others, and also being on the inside in DC and having to figure out how do we actually get.
But right now, if you gift subs, they're going to be 35% off. So now's a good time, guys. I'm ahead of the time, but behind in Twitch. No worries, girl. Next time. There's different kinds of trains, right? There's like the treasure train is actually the rarest. But normally the hype trains in general give you emotes, right? So we just got lucky and got a treasure train this time. Thank you so much, guys. I cannot do it without your support. Let's fucking go, guys. Thank you, Josephus, Peter, and Anonymous for gifting 10 gifted subs. I fucking love it. Can't do it without you guys.
Better people elected in the first place and take back the House.
Stronger.
And I can tell you on the inside, what they'll say is, well, we have to take this corporate money because Republicans are taking that money. And I say to them, maybe if you didn't vote for such shitty policies that's in favor of those corporations, you wouldn't have to spend so much goddamn money gaslighting voters into believing that you were for the working class, because you would actually be voting in their favor. And it just doesn't break through to them. It is insane to me. Just last March, when we were challenging Valerie Fouché with NIDA alum, an incredible pro-Palestine candidate that was rejecting the influence of AIPAC, she was on a pathway to victory, defeating an AIPAC-backed candidate, Valerie Fouché. And then at the last second, Hakeem Jeffries, in collaboration with Anthropic Super PAC, came in and spent $2 million 6 days before the election to defeat a grassroots candidate in a safe blue seat, simply to consolidate his own power and protect himself in defense of an incumbent who was heavily backed by AIPAC in her first election. What the hell are we doing here? Right? We came in with within 1,200 votes in that election, and we could have had an amazing new member of Congress. And yet we find ourselves addicted to defending the status quo instead of figuring out how can we actually win.
Right.
Because the American people are sick and tired of being gaslit by our party, saying, oh, we're the party of the working class. We're the party of the working class. As the working class, and not even just the working class, the working and middle classes' lives get worse. Where young people are going out, they're going to college, they're trying to get a job.
I mean, here's the thing though, like, where does that party of the working class come from? It comes from FDR, right? We haven't, like, the Democratic Party, I've never said that about the Democratic Party in my lifetime. I'd like it to be that, but it's not. Objectively so, right? What are we talking about? What a joke.
And they're doing everything we have been told throughout our lives, only to find ourselves in a worse position than our parents, while we're being told by this party, just believe in democracy, just believe in democracy. We actually have to make democracy work for the people.
Yeah,
if
so
people are going...
Democracy is not a spectator sport, right, guys? You can't just vote and then think everything goes away or your problems, right? That's not how this shit works.
And to actually believe in it. And increasingly, young people are losing faith in it. In Harvard's most recent public opinion poll of young people, they found that only 13% of 18 to 29-year-old Americans believe the country is on the right track.
Yeah.
Our country is not on the right track. And it is going in the wrong direction. And the only people with a real chance to be able to turn it around, theoretically, are in the Democratic Party. But right now, they are so clearly failing to do that. It could not be more obvious that the establishment is dead, and it is time to bring in a new cohort of candidates. And that's why I'm so glad I'm not at the DNC anymore, because we're doing the work every day at Leaders We Deserve to back the right candidates, to show young people and people of all ages, while there are Democrats that take corporate money out there, and there shouldn't be any of them, there is a cohort of young, a truly new generation that properly represents you and not special interests like AIPAC or other groups that are responsible.
I didn't know that you get emotes as well for the treasure train. It's just because they're so rare, right?
For whether it's the genocide in Gaza or the evisceration of the American dream that we're seeing every single day.
Okay, a few follow-ups. Number one, this notion within the DNC, we have to take corporate money to be competitive. This last race, Kamala outraised Trump. She outraised him, and he still won. So we had all of the corporate donations, and we still lost against a dementia-ridden, convicted felon that wears a full face of makeup. We fucking lost to that guy who tried to overthrow a free and fair election. So that fundraising thing, especially when you look at how Zoran Mamdani in New York took on billionaires.
I see it now. Look at this one. Oh my God, I love that one. I fucking love that new emote. That's a new one, guys. Is that a lynx? An axolotl? Ocelot? Nope. You get, if you contribute 100 bits or more, I think you get on the hype train to Kooky. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I fucking love that emote. I love collecting the emotes just like you guys. Wait till you see our new ones. By the way, if you haven't already, make sure you comment on the Discord. Go to the channel section there and you'll see them. Make sure you give Ice Bean some feedback. Or give her some love. Divine Misty already did.
Took on a Democrat named Andrew Cuomo with all the backers of all the establishment. He beat his ass twice. So I'm calling bullshit on all of that. I think they enjoy being prostitutes. They enjoy being pimped out by these corporations, because why else would you continue to do it at this point? Number two, the Democratic Party tries to treat us the way MAGA treats their base, which is condescension. In a patronizing way. These are what we think. This is how we're going to win. We have to move to the center, and you guys need to go along. You may remember about a year ago or 8 months ago, I had Cory Booker on my podcast, and I called him out for Benjamin Netanyahu and AIPAC donations. And he said, I don't like this. They don't do this on the right. They don't call each other on the right. And I was like, well, yeah, they actually do. And what happens is your Massey, your Liz Cheney, you get sent out to pasture, Jeff Flake, etc. We have to call out our politicians. We have to say they're the cult. We're not. We hold our own accountable. Hakeem, what the actual fuck are you doing taking money from Palantir? What is going on there? Chuck Schumer resign. And we have to have a DNC or some operation that fights. I think so many people, if they saw Democrats quit being pussies, our popularity would explode. But I also want to say one thing to the people that are doing the work that you're doing, that I think this is really important, because I know that people will dunk on you. If you back a candidate and then she loses, then you have all the centrists, the third way people that come out and want to dunk on you online. It's important that we keep the faith that, look at what Bernie did. He never won president.
Or AOC.
But he made it. Yeah. They are making a difference. And so you got within 1,200 votes. We're going to keep organizing. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to tell the Democratic Party, quit being prostitutes. Quit whoring yourself out to the same pimps that own Donald Trump. It's gross. It's disgusting. Nobody likes it. Grow a pair and fight. Okay, let's get a little bit more into the autopsy. I just had to respond to all of those things really quickly. Let's talk about the omissions. So they left out Gaza entirely. And I think that it would have been helpful, like, actually, no, nobody gave a shit about Gaza. Or actually, yes, it caused a lot of people to sit at home. And then it's my understanding they didn't bring up inflation.
Yep.
Nope.
Okay, go off.
They didn't bring up inflation at all. They didn't talk about any of the real. If you do a Command F, inflation comes up 18 times in the document. And every time that it is mentioned, it is in regards to inflation-adjusted fundraising, comparing different presidential cycles. It's not talking about the skyrocketing cost of living, which, Jesus Christ, right? It doesn't talk about age at all. And it doesn't talk more than anything about what I truly believe we didn't need a 200-page autopsy to tell people, which is that if you spend $3 billion or however many billions of dollars they had to try to gaslight people after you tell them, when they tell you the president is too old, and then you tell them, no, he's not. And then 107 days before the election, yes, he is. And then you tell them when they say that there's atrocities happening in Gaza, no, there aren't. Just shut up and vote harder. Then on top of that, they tell you that their cost of living is too high. And you say, no, it's not. Look at the stock market and look at the GDP. If you tell people not to believe their eyeballs or what they're feeling in their wallets, you're going to lose them, no matter how much money you spend on ads. That more than anything is what decided the election. And the fact that we can't grapple with that. And yet what we focus on is, what color of lipstick should we put on the pig? How much can we spend on the lipstick instead of what are we doing about the actual pig? In the first place is the overall problem here, because the fact of the matter is nobody is ever held accountable in any real sense in our party when it comes to losing these elections in a major way. And they go off and make millions of dollars off of it. I think part of the reason they're happy to take that corporate money is because there's a lot of people getting rich on this. Mike Donnelly made $4 million off of losing the election. And the DNC is currently $3 million in debt. If Mike Donnelly is watching this, which I'm sure he's not because he's too old, he should pay this back. He should pay that money back with fucking interest to the DNC. It is ridiculous, right? Agreed. But the idea that we can continue just
legendary. Whoa! We got a second golden legendary today. Or sorry, legendary. Congrats, Kiki! Wrestled from the destiny of the world-sized minnow. Besides the bait bucket, a green sparkle jumps from the hook of the minnow. The water now gets no tip for delivering the minnow.
And you know what? We're just going to continue to take more of the same money from the same bad sources and prioritize the same bad policies as Republicans and try to just manipulate the American people into voting for us more. It is not going to work. And the question is, what comes after that? Because we have the opportunity as a party to be the party of the little guy, the party that stands up for the working class for real, and not just in our fucking ads, but for real in our policy, and show people how we are fully rejecting the influence of corporations and special interests and standing up for the American people. And I guarantee you, even if we raised less money from that, which we wouldn't, because we would make up for it, and how much more people actually believe in us and what we actually stand for, instead of just saying we're not Donald Trump. If we did that, our policies would be so popular that we wouldn't have to raise as much money overall, because people would actually believe in us. And we could call out every time that Republicans are having corporate funded ads and so much more that they are bought and paid for, especially in the wake of Trump giving $1.7 billion to fucking insurrectionists and
traitors, literally traitors. And where our tax money is giving. Like what?
To our country.
You're
After
exactly
that, right. Like we're supposed to believe in this concept of a country, yet literally people like this are getting paid to insurrect. Right? And this is what I mean. Like it's a bullshit concept anyway. But like if I have to believe in this idea, right? Or if like I'm told, hey, this is the idea, blah, 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 right? Salute and all that shit. This is the kind of person you reward?
We have the opportunity to be the anti-corruption party, Jen, and it makes me so fucking livid that we're in a place where people continue to prioritize their own self-interests over the betterment of this country, over democracy itself, because they're saying, well, at least I can go and make my $4 million off of this, and we can ride off into the sunset because I'll be fine in fucking Geneva as America falls apart. That is not acceptable for a political party. We need to hold ourselves accountable, and that means having the conversations that many people don't want to have about the people that got rich off of last election and the people that continue to get promoted despite epically failing in a way that wouldn't even be allowed for a middle schooler. If you
almost all countries are corrupt. Yeah, exactly, right? When you look at the corruption index, they all have corruption.
Turned in this report to a middle school teacher, you would fail. We cannot continue on this path.
I would argue that corruption is inherent in the system, right? So, I don't know. There are ways to reduce it and to like make it more accountable and stuff, but I think overall you're just kind of covering up a really bad like a blister or wound with the bandage, right?
I agree with you. And you tap into something that I think is such great messaging right now for the Democrats. And it is, do you want to vote for the guy who is funded by these oligarch billionaires who don't pay taxes, who are parasites off the working class, who receive all of the social safety net that you accuse poor people of getting? Mm-hmm. They get loopholes. They get tax breaks. They get subsidies. All of the things you think these poor people are getting, it's actually the billionaires that are getting them. It's corporate welfare. And we need to make it so brand damaging that if you take corporate money, it is that brand damaging. It is that toxic that corporations no longer want to touch it. The Supreme Court isn't going to help us. The DNC sure as fuck isn't going to help us, but we need to make that incredibly brand damaging. And I want to read to you a part of loser Ken Martin's post. And I think this guy is a stage 5 loser, and the hubris that he still stays in that position, doesn't tuck his tail between his legs and get away from the DNC right now, shows how selfish the rot is at the epicenter of the DNC. Pop this up. Here's the last paragraph. For full transparency, I am releasing the report as we received it in its entirety, unedited and unabridged. It does not meet my standards, and it won't meet your standards, but I am doing this because people need to be able to trust the Democratic Party.
Great. You should have done this a year and a half ago.
And trust our word. What the actual fuck?
Yeah.
That makes zero sense.
It makes 0 sense, and it's like, you follow it up with, listen, this is bullshit. This is AI.
Sense. It is the dumbest thing I've ever read, and I feel dumber for having read it.
And it's also to say, you had a year and a half to do this, Ken. And who did you hire? You didn't create something like the NTSB like they have after a plane crash, an impartial committee to really focus in on what cost us the election, to go and interview people in swing states, to go and interview campaign operatives, to go and do...
Well, the RNC did the same thing when it came to... Ooh, congrats. The RNC did that with... when in 2012, when Mitt Romney lost, right? They had the famous autopsy report, and I think it exactly it nailed why he lost, right?
The actual work of what cost us the election and focus on that. Instead, he hired a volunteer that was his friend, who's, from my best knowledge, last political experience was working on Bill Clinton's fucking campaign before I was alive, and expected that person to succeed. And then when you get the dog shit report, it's not to say, hey, this is not where I want it to be. We're going to redo this process, make it much more transparent, and bring in a lot more experts that are not just friends of mine. It's to say, here's a report. That's it. Let's go, folks. Hopefully we win the midterms. It is insane. And let me tell you this much, Jen. The reason why things continue to be this way, I've seen it myself. I saw, after, we were one of the largest supporters of Zoran. We spent $300,000 on him.
Nice. Damn. You're on a spree, girl. What's the fishing board look like now?
In his primary. And it was actually a lot of the money that we raised in the wake of the DNC that I literally took directly after that and cut a check to support Zoran through an independent expenditure. And
Ducky
I saw
is now number 1 or 2.
For how we did that, the same major donors that go to me and say, how do we win back young voters?
And
how do we win back?
Number 3. Holy
voters,
shit.
then came to me after we supported him and said, I'm sorry, I can't give you, X hundreds of thousands of dollars because I don't support your candidates and the fact that they want to tax the rich more or that they don't agree with, U.S. policy on Israel. And the good news is at Leaders We Deserve, 80% of our money comes from people that give less than $1,000 to us. That enables us to have the independence to do this work. But the reality is most people in this town don't have that kind of independence. The only reason I'm able to tell those donors to go and take a hike.
The last election in Singapore didn't get to vote. I didn't get to vote because the government suddenly drew a new line around my estate. Yeah, that's just gerrymandering, right? A way of not getting you to vote, essentially, right?
And prioritize the guy that got 3 times the voter turnout of 18 to 24-year-olds.
We had actually talked about that, Kiki, on the stream.
That Kamala Harris got, which is Zoran. The only reason I'm able to do that is because we have so many small dollar donors at Leaders We Deserve, and a lot of people in this town don't have that. And even if they do, there's too much cowardice to actually do the right thing, even if it is individually punishing, right? I could have stayed at the DNC and just shut my mouth, sat on my hands, and helped them write their strongly worded letters condemning fascism.
For real.
But that is not what's going to actually help move our party forward. If we're going to change our brand, if we're going to change who we are, that starts with changing not just our messaging, but changing who is actually in power. Who are our candidates? And I could not be more proud that we've supported candidates like Zoran and so many others around the country to change the face of this party, because we have the opportunity of a century as a party right now, but we are failing to meet it. Donald Trump is so epically failing on everything that he ran on, from failing to release the Epstein files in their fully unredacted form because he's all fucking over those files. Or the fact that he ran on ending forever wars and then started another one, or the fact that he ran on addressing the cost of living, then made it skyrocket because of a stupid fucking decision he made himself to start another forever war. We have an opportunity to show the American people we are not going to continue that. We will stand up against it, but they don't believe us because we spent the past 5 years telling them the president's not too old, even though you all are saying he is, that your life is going great and that the cost of living is not too high because the stock market is doing well. We have the opportunity to finally turn this ship around. And what did we just do? We turned straight into the goddamn iceberg. It is time.
He's pissed. You could tell.
For us to lay a new foundation for the Democratic
I've been pissed for years at this point, right? I've told you my journey through this shit.
Party and let a new crop of leaders rise. And the good news is, Jen, many of the people that are in power right now in Washington, as we are seeing, are so geriatric, they will not be there forever, including Donald Trump. There will be a day that comes after him. There will be a day that comes after so many of the members of Congress that are there right now. The question is, what are we going to do about it? Because people like Ken Martin, they're not going to answer it, in case that isn't clear enough. So it's up to people like you and I and people around the country to stand up and be the leaders that we've always needed and become the party that we always knew that we could be, but have failed our entire lives to actually be in the first place. The party that stands up for the working class, not special interests, and fully rejects them, so that when voters go into the voting booth and they vote for a Democrat, they know that we're the people that actually stand up and fight for them, and that Republicans are the people that are out there fighting for the guys building the data centers in their backyard. That Republicans are the people that are going out there and lying straight to their faces and saying, we're going to end forever wars while starting them. They are the people that are going out there and giving insurrectionists, not prison sentences, but $1.7 billion for people. It is the opportunity of a lifetime, and we are completely failing to meet it, but we can turn this around because it doesn't have to be this way. And I really hope that people understand that it doesn't have to be this way. I truly believe, and I know that you do too, Jen, a better world, a better party is possible. But that starts with our candidates, and it starts with laying a new foundation of them across the country and showing our generation, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, that the Democratic Party is one that you should vote for, not because we're just not Republicans, but because we're Democrats. And we actually get shit done. We build great communities, and we build a better government that's not beholden to special interests, and more than anything is beholden in the way it should be to voters.
And I would point out, you were talking about what the Republican Party believes in and what they do. And I think a huge Democratic messaging point that we need to take, and I'm dead serious about this, we need to play offense on why are Republicans obsessed with gay sex? Why are Republicans obsessed with genitalia? The Democratic establishment is so, eager to throw groups under the bus. And it's like the people who are obsessed with trans porn, with trans people, with gay sex, are Republicans. Look no further than Lindsey Graham or Moses Mike Johnson. You'll see exactly Big Titty Brian. Exactly. He said he wants to be a trans bimbo slut named Crystal. All of this happens in.
I mean, who doesn't want to be a trans big titty slut named Crystal?
In the MAGA party. Okay, David, this is Rainbow Slut. Exactly all of this happens in the MAGA party. Okay, David, this is really important. I get so many questions in my community because we all share this righteous anger. We all share this desire to right wrongs. Queen. We all share this desire to save what we can of our country, to not let this man be our representative. So let's talk to my audience about a plan of actions. We can ignore the DNC. We can ignore Ken Martin. We don't have to send them a cent. So what Democratic organizations filter in that the DNC manages, and what are better ways for my listeners, for my community, to give money to people who are not beholden to corporations in the Democratic Party, to the real Democrats, the people that are truly for the people? Help my community with a plan of action that they personally can engage in, how to follow you and where they should give, even if it's $5, $10.
Yeah, well, what I'll tell you is at Leaders We Deserve, we have done the work to, we started out with just a couple hundred people on an email list that unfortunately included a few ex-girlfriends of mine that I found out after we sent our first emails. But that is really how we started. And we started because we,
Damn, that's why they call him David Hogg. He gives them the hog. What up? My goat. My goat. Damn right, guys. Damn right, ladies.
Maxwell Frost's campaign manager and I co-founded this organization to find more people like Maxwell Frost and get them elected and across the finish line, because we need that new generation. And I'm not just younger, versions of the people that are currently in power right now that are going to only elongate our problem with a younger face, but the same donors, right? But a truly new generation. And our organization exists to embrace a culture of competition in the Democratic Party. I think part of the reason why we are in this position is because we have assholes like Stephen Lynch, who've been in Congress since 2001, that when they're saying that they're doing things to fight back against Doge.
Yeah, I've talked a lot about Massachusetts Congressman Stephen Lynch. Right, I told you he's a piece of shit, guys. Fuck him.
Cuts, for example, and they're asked to do more to fight back against Donald Trump by one of their Democratic constituents, says, I'm the member of Congress. You're not the member of Congress. I am. If you want to be in Congress, then you run for Congress. We're happy to answer that call for entitled assholes like that by running people like Patrick Roth, a voting rights lawyer, against him, who has a real shot of winning. But if we don't embrace a culture of competition in our party, especially in our safe blue seats, the reason we are here and they feel like all they need to do is write strong.
I agree, right? I agree. Like things need to refresh, right? You need to be able to refresh new people, new ideas. That's like what a healthy society is, or what you should have in a healthy society, right? When you have like the same people like Stephen Lynch, who's terrible, guys. He's like one of the few anti-abortion Democrats from Massachusetts, like an incredibly pro-choice state, right? People here overwhelmingly support. I think it's like 60-70% overwhelmingly pro-choice, right? And you're anti-abortion, motherfucker? What?
Worded letters is because they know that for most members of Congress in a safer seat, which increasingly they're going to be after all the redistricting that's happening, that it's essentially a lifetime appointment because it is so hard to defeat an incumbent. But if we actually do challenge incumbents, even if we don't win every single race, when we do win, it means that it can be somebody like AOC who wins, because it is so hard to overcome all the advantages they have. And when they do win, they're so much better than their opponent. Imagine if we didn't have AOC right now, right? And even in the case of somebody like Neto, who came within 1,200 votes of her opponent then embraced the Green New Deal. Her opponent then signed on to block the bombs. Her opponent then rejected AIPAC, because these politicians are cowards. They are defined by whatever keeps them in power, and that is what defines their decision making more than anything. And that is what we need to do: embrace a culture of competition in our party, and then do the work at the state legislative level. Right now, so little is going to happen in Congress, especially as they get into more gridlock after redistricting. We need to be laser focused on state legislatures where we can actually pass legislation, and Republicans have built up power for the past 50 years. That's how they've really done it. And then Trump came in at the very end to do checkmate on the whole system. But the thing that laid the groundwork for that was the takeover of state legislatures. That's why the vast majority of the candidates that we support at Leaders We Deserve, what we do in Congress is really to make a point and change the culture of our party. But the long-term focus, the real meat and potatoes of what we do, is state legislatures. And just recently, we had the most wins we ever have had in one election night, electing tons of candidates across Georgia, Pennsylvania, and other states around the country. And we got a runoffs coming up. Right now in Texas, there's a candidate named Julio Salinas that we're supporting that's in a runoff against a Democrat who is actively still showing up to Tea Party meetings. And if we lose that seat, even though it's a safer blue seat, his opponent, Sebi, could caucus with the Republicans and cost Democrats a future majority in the Texas state legislature. We're doing the work at the state legislative level to build an incredible bench of great candidates, not just in blue states, not just in purple states, but in red states as well, where we know we are going to have to win for the long term, especially for 2030 after census reapportionment. That's why we invest in Georgia, Texas, Florida, and so many other states. But in order to do that, we need the independents to support the candidates that the party does not fucking like, but we
an Oracle oyster
absolutely do need. And the way we do that is with small dollar contributions. And what the single best way people can help us out, besides obviously voting for our candidates, is donating not just one time. Of course, I'm very grateful for that, but donating monthly to support our work, because Donald Trump is a master of distraction, Jen. Those small dollar donations, they ebb and flow a lot. And when, people are paying attention to state legislatures, it's great. We can bring in a lot of money, but we need to do the work consistently on a monthly basis. And as we go into summer, our donations are about to go down. Starting around Memorial Day weekend, they crater because people obviously don't want to pay attention to the shit show that is the Democratic Party. I hope that you take a break too, Jen, and don't have to do that. But we are going to continue doing that work across the country. This cycle, I have a goal of endorsing twice as many candidates as we did last cycle, and potentially even 3 times as many. But in order for us to do that, we need more financial support. So if people could donate $5 or $10 a month at leaderswedeserve.com, that goes a huge way in giving us the stability to do the work of advising candidates on a daily basis, and also helping to fund their campaigns.
I will, the minute we get off of this stream, I'm going to sign up to donate monthly to Leaders We Deserve, and I'm going to make pumps. My co-host sign up, and I know she enthusiastically will. And for my listeners who think David Hogg looks familiar and you've seen him on, cable or on YouTube, his passion comes from a personal experience that he went to school one day in the United States of America, and his friends were killed by a shooter. And the Democratic Party and the Republican Party do fucking nothing. And so he fights for his generation and her.
Right, I don't agree with everything David Hogg says, but generally speaking, right? I think this is if we had someone like this, it would be a better step than Ken Martin, right? And he at least he's young enough where you understand maybe he could change, right? Ken Martin and these people have proven the opposite, right?
For his friends that can no longer fight. And this is a uniquely American problem. And I'm just so grateful when I see the numbers of the MAGA support in people your age is at 18%. And I think we need to get that down to single digits. I'm going to sign up immediately to donate monthly. David Hogg, thank you for everything you do. I want to throw all chips in supporting you. Fuck the DNC, fuck their incompetence, and fuck the patronizing, condescending way that they treat their educated, critically thinking voters, and fuck them for not fighting fascism.
Yeah, let's go and change it. Thanks, Jen.
All right, bye-bye.
I don't he clearly, right? That's why he got kicked out. He clearly was ruffling too many feathers, and that's why he got kicked out. And I just don't see enough people being like, hey, at least he's trying, guys. Right? Do I agree with him on every fucking aspect? No, of course not. But at least he's fucking trying to. And you know what? As somebody who worked in these kind of circles, I completely agree with him on that. These people care more about upholding the status quo and keeping themselves in power than actually providing any material benefits or any sort of actual, like, staying, right? Like, they themselves want to stay in power, but they don't want to use that power for anything good, right? Nah, fuck that.
Jeff Bezos sat down.
We're gonna watch Breaking Point's reaction to the Jeff Bezos thing. Although we already watched it, right? Like, what a disaster.
With CNBC, which usually gives us some pretty good content. Let's take a look at just a little bit.
And Elizabeth Warren has made this point repeatedly. I think she's made it in reference to you and others. Are able to pay a lower tax rate, even though you're paying an enormous sum in taxes, a lower tax rate than maybe I am.
These people sometimes say that I don't pay taxes. That's not true. I pay billions of dollars in taxes. And it's a perfect, again, if people want me to pay more billions, then let's have that debate. But don't pretend, that that's going to solve the problem. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens. I promise you. So you can't connect those two things, not logically. There are more examples. Why is rent expensive? Why is rent so expensive? I recently saw somebody blamed it on Airbnb. Okay, Airbnb is not the cause of expensive rent. In fact, it's been almost, let me finish here 1 sec. It's already been outlawed in New York City, and rents are still very high.
Jeff.
So we know Airbnb isn't causing high rents. What's really causing high rent is government intervention.
So Mayor Mamdani shot back at that. He said, I know a few teachers in Queens who would beg to differ. But yeah, more to the point, Sagar, and then we can get to some more of his comments. I hate finding out how average these guys
100%.
are. I want them to be brilliant. Because then I live in a slightly fair world.
Yeah.
Still unfair, but at least slightly
They are
fair.
brilliant, but they're brilliant in a way that is not all that interesting, as in optimizing Amazon Prime and delivery service.
Right.
If you want to read the book, you should. The Everything Store. It's quite good. 2013, the actual history of Amazon. But what we often find out is that being extraordinarily good at one thing often doesn't make you particularly good at everything, and may in fact be inverse in terms of your ability to be a good citizen. So let's break this down. Jeff Bezos says raising his taxes will not help anyone. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens. I promise you. Under the current system, he may not be wrong. Under a different system, he may be entirely wrong. And what's really funny about this is that they're all couching this. And I've noticed, Chamath and all these others are celebrating, where their new idea is that the bottom 50% of Americans should pay zero income tax. Because they're like, well, they only make up 3% of total taxes, so they should pay nothing. First of all, that's a terrible idea. But second of all, because it's a terrible idea, and let's just kind of go through why, even though, quote, it only is 3%. Well, we've talked a lot about this. One of the reasons why having property tax or income tax or any of these things is that you actually literally have a stake in the system. Now, I agree that, that the percentage that they're paying is not in any way semi-meaningful, let's say, to federal revenue. But in this case, the problem, and by the way, at the same time, when saying that we should cut those three, he's also like, you shouldn't tax me more. So if we were going to make a trade, I'd be like, all right, fine. But that's not really what he's talking about. What they're really talking about is they're trying to effectively say that paying taxes of any kind for the poor and for the rich is not actually inherently good and or doing anything for society. This is a broad-scale war. And you've seen this now with all of Bezos's individual actions. So since he formed Amazon and exited as the CEO, what has he done? He moved to Miami. Why? Because he's from there? No. Okay? It's because of the Seattle wealth tax. That's the reason. So he's like, well, I gotta cling to this. Also, what has he done in his post-CEO age? He's injecting testosterone. He's marrying this woman, Lauren Sanchez, partying at St. Bart's on yachts, which, okay,
He
like
gave $100
everyone,
million to Van Jones.
right, and also
Yeah.
giving $100 million to Van Jones and like the Obama Foundation or whatever. It's like, dude, you are doing absolutely nothing. And the whole ethos is he just doesn't want to pay any more taxes. Like, it really is that simple. When you look at the Washington Post and their whole, what do they call it, free markets or free expression? It's like, it's bullshit. Like, look at what the stuff that they actually care about and some of their more recent hires. It's like libertarians who are talking about why privatizing Social Security would have been a good thing. I'm not even joking. That's like one of the more recent hit columns that they've had over there. That's all he cares about. He just doesn't want to pay any more taxes. We're some $224 billion. And it's not, it's a cynical move that they're adopting where they're saying they're trying to tie their taxation status to that of the bottom 50% of Americans. Right? That's what this whole thing is actually about. And then notice he talks there about government control. You and I are not NIMBYs. We probably don't even disagree about that Airbnb thing. But look at the sleight of hand where he's like, taxing me will do nothing more for you. And it's like, yeah, maybe under the current system. But that's not really what we're talking about, is it?
Yeah, and I was just checking. It would cost about $200 billion to double every teacher's salary for a year, and he's worth way more than that.
It's worth 224 or something, whatever the Amazon market cap is as of today. No, you're absolutely right in terms of teacher pay or salary. But part of the reason that this really makes me angry is that what they fund. By the way, he just moved to a state which wants to do what? Eliminate property tax.
Right.
Oh, what? What was that? The thing that actually pays for the school?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
right. Oh, yeah. And by the way, how much did his house cost down there? Like $100 million? Some ridiculous sum of money. That's the whole scheme. They just don't want to pay anything. Because if you were to say, all right, Jeff, you don't have to pay any more income tax, we're just going to quadruple your price. Oh, we can't do that.
By the way,
we can't have any of that.
And
I'm just kind of letting Sagar speak here. This is why he's not exactly a traditional conservative, right? Like he's not like easily pigeonholed sometimes, right? On like immigration and stuff, he's very conservative and stuff. But like depending on what issue it is, have you noticed? It depends. And like this is where he sounds a lot like basically even chat, right? Huh? Normally conservatives would never agree with this point of view, right? They'd be very much against it.
The reason they're right that there's an increasing amount of the tax burden that has gone to the very richest
A
by
Starship grade a Starship grade goblin compass.
percentage. The reason for that over the last 40, 50 years is that all of the wealth and income are flowing to the very top. So they're the ones that have it. So it sucks that 3% or whatever of the revenue comes from the bottom half. But why it sucks is that we want the bottom half to have more wealth and income.
Also, it is a sleight of hand in the sense of the bottom 50 making up 3, because what does it ignore? FICA, right? Everybody has to pay FICA, especially at the lower. In fact, FICA is in terms of the percent chunk. Whenever you're bottom 50, it's pretty high,
Right, because you stop paying after
because you stop paying
160 or
because of the
whatever.
cap. So of course everybody ignores all of that one. So in terms of the cap, they're paying percent-wise and even dollar-wise, like a much more meaningfully amount than, let's say, Amazon CEO or somebody else whose W-2 income might be, I don't know, 500, 600,000, not to even mention all the capital gains breaks that they get at the 15 and 20% for where they are. And I think that, look, it's all just so naked and disgustingly cynical when you pair it with this next clip of him just like fawning over Donald Trump. Let's take a listen.
When I last interviewed you, it was about 2 years ago, President Trump had just won. He was not the president yet. And I had asked you what you thought of him at the time. And you said that you thought that he had mellowed, that he was calmer.
Yeah.
And I'm curious now, here we are.
I still think that.
2 years later, we've had lots of we have wars and tariffs and all sorts of things that have happened since then. What do you think?
I think he has. I mean, I'm comparing him to his first term, and I think he is a more mature, more disciplined version of himself than he was in his first term. And so he's again. I've worked with all the presidents. I will work with all the presidents. And I hope to do that going forward if they'll have me. But we need our business leaders to provide input into the administration, regardless of who the president is. I'm not on the side.
Yep.
You know what? I'm on the side of America, and that is so important. Like, and that's where business leaders should be. It's just.
And do you think they're not?
No, I think we are, but we get perceived as being like, partisan or whatever. Like, I was helping Obama every chance I could. I was helping Biden every chance I could. I still call Obama for advice. He's a very smart guy. And, and by the way, people that are, Trump has lots of good ideas, and he's been right about a lot of things. You have to give him credit where credit is due.
First of all, he was closer to Obama because he didn't want to pay more tax. Are you guys seeing there's a through line here. $100 million to the Obama Foundation in 2018. What, a bunch of money to Van Jones. What was it, like the Genius Prize, the Bezos Genius Prize?
Like that, yeah.
Something, it's just so
Whatever happened
ridiculous.
to that $100 million?
Yeah, exactly. It was used to produce Instagram shorts about why Hassan Piker is a threat to the United States.
And you need dialogue with Hassan Piker, and then he refuses to talk to him.
It's so foolish, the whole thing. I don't know, Ryan. It's like you said, just the sheer mediocrity also of their thought process, and then the nakedness of what it's all about. And, he even said, I think we have that line about
too much corporate welfare?
Corporate welfare.
Oh, that's C3.
Okay, let's take a listen. We'll talk about it.
We have way too much corporate welfare, way too much corporate subsidies. We have there's way too much influence in politics from business, in some cases, wealthy people who really focus on that, unions. There's a bunch of people interfering in the political process. And if we can make that better, we should do that too. That would be another root cause. We go back and figure out what is happening there.
There's too much corporate welfare. Yeah. Too much government interference. Yeah. Unions. Oh, what? What was that?
Dang unions.
They're so naked.
How many corporate subsidies does Amazon get?
Dude, here's the other thing too. They're so big that they actually don't. It's like Tesla. Remember with the EV credits? They didn't want them anymore because they're so big that they don't want a thriving industry. So in the beginning, sure, they were happy to take them. But I also was just thinking about this too. Whenever that we talk about taxes and all this, like I'm on pro-America, and more recently, one of the reasons why a lot of these billionaires have taken an explicit, even more libertarian turn is because what they want more than anything is to replace their entire workforce with humanoid robots and with AI. That's it. That's literally the entire project because it will massively enrich them.
And they won't organize.
They don't, that's what unions are a huge problem for them. But beyond even humans, human beings are a huge problem for Amazon.
Yeah.
Like, for real, like they do not want guys in blue vests driving all across America. They want drones and they either want drones or robots. And then in the factory, humanoid pickers are, are very inefficient because they have to go to the bathroom once in a while. And so they want all of it to be automated as much as humanly possible. They don't even hide this stuff. They say it out loud. They celebrate firing people. Like they don't want more humans to actually work for them. And they want all of that wealth to accumulate into their pocket. That's why it's not an accident that he's sitting there in a space factory. Because for them, the Earth is a plaything in and of itself. Going up to space with Katy Perry is it's like the top achievement of their life. It's no longer about what actually happens down here.
And according to More Perfect Union, over the years, Amazon has received about $15 billion in government subsidies. Sure. So maybe
that's exactly what I said, right? When we watched the interview. Yeah, first of all, right, to believe, to just imagine, to just even say that unions have some power or that government has making this stuff more expensive. What a fucking joke. What a fucking joke. Unions have no power in this country. In fact, I would argue unions have very little power anywhere in the world, right? Maybe more in the Scandinavian countries, but even then, it's not as it used to be, right? That's about it. In Asia, unions are no. Right? In Africa, they're very few, right? The U.S., they've been destroyed, right? So it's predominantly in North America, in Europe, and even they have lost a lot of power, right? They could be a lot better. So like, what a joke, right? This is a complete joke. Also, isn't it funny how like Italians who they have a lot of unions, right? A lot of like all the big car manufacturers, right? They're all a part of a union. Yet the products they sell very well, right? Bugatti, all these fucking cars. They're known for like their quality. And it's unions who do that, right? Meanwhile, here in the US, the the auto workers union, right? AWU, right? Weak as fuck, limp dick, and American cars suck, right?
The deal for Bezos could be this. Okay, you become a
right. We even took a look at that Italian shop, right? With the little they make like motorcycles, right? They were all unionized. They all got to like take tons of time off, right? We watched that on hold on, let's watch it, right? Let's rewatch that. Like the whole idea that if you really believe that, I mean, you're just buying Reagan talking points, right? There's no point in even discussing this anymore because like it literally is just a Reagan talking point at this point. All right, 1 second. Yeah, here we go. This was it. Remember this, guys? We watched like we watched more than this, but they basically revealed like what was going on, right? Or like how like these Italian companies that are unionized do really well. So they do really well. They have products people want. The workers are much happier, right? They have much more they're much more equal in the workplace, right? They don't work sweatshop like conditions. And even the bosses there, right? The management are like, why would I do that to my own workers, right? So they have more self-respect for even like the people who work in the system, right? Jesus Christ.
Meet Johnny and Christina Fancelli, two working-class Italians.
We usually plan one week during the winter, and then the first week of June,
right?
Because it's our anniversary.
Okay. Johnny is a cop, and Christina orders clothes for department stores.
And when
they're dressed like fucking. This is like the most Italian couple ever, guys.
you get married, you have 15 days more.
Yeah.
When I'm like 30 years later. Because another thing is like people in the Mediterranean look way younger too. Sometimes, right? Not always, but
15. Wait a minute.
15.
When you get married, you have 15 days paid holiday
To go on honeymoon.
To go on honeymoon.
Yes.
They pay for your honeymoon.
Yes.
They pay for your honeymoon.
Yes. Because every year we usually have like 30, 35 days of...
She went to Boston. Holy shit.
holidays.
Paid holiday.
We are paid.
So wait, that's 5 days a week? That's 7 weeks.
In December, we have an additional salary in Italy. I think everybody.
What's additional mean?
We call 13th because 12 months, so we have the 13th salary in December. Plus we have the national holidays.
Okay, yeah. That's another thing Italy has, right? And again, this is like Italy's not a perfect country, guys, right? It has its problems. I just like sharing this stuff with you because every country deals with problems differently, right? And this is kind of like a window into a specific kind of problem. What does she mean by the 13th month, I'll give you an example. All right. How many months are there in a year? Chat. She is Italy's upper class. 12? Yes, there are 12 months. Okay. What she means is this. All right. She means that there are 12 months, right? In many countries in the Mediterranean, you get a full month of your salary by law at the end of that 12th month, which is, or at the beginning of that 12th month, which is December, right? So in December, you basically get paid double whatever it is. You would be paid in that month. Right? The reason this exists is, well, I've been told there's several reasons, right? It was mostly for kids. And then it became like across the board for everyone else. Essentially, it's socialism for people, right? It's the end of the year gratification. Yes, but it's dictated by law, right? In Italy, she's saying that it's dictated by law. So basically, you're getting 12 months plus an extra month on December. So you're basically getting paid double on December. Whatever it is you would get paid in December, double. Mind blown, right? Mind blown. Yeah, Rigel, I don't know how it is in Italy. I'm just saying by law in many countries, it's... for example, when I went to Costa Rica, they had that built into their law, right? So if it is by law or whatever in Italy, that I don't know. I don't think they ever mentioned that in the fucking... It's called Weinskelt, Weinskirt. Well, in Germany, I imagine is probably becoming rare because it's not a law. But in Costa Rica, by law, you have to do that, right? And I spoke to a few people about this, like when I was there. I asked like a few of the clerks who work just like shops and stuff, and she's like, oh yeah, like you get paid double basically, right? You get paid an extra month's salary in December. And the reason they did it in Costa Rica was supposedly, and I heard this by a lot of people, it's because they didn't want people to like they didn't want kids to go without like a Christmas. So that extra month is to give parents especially more like money to just for like gifts and stuff. I thought that was pretty nice. If that's true, right? That's what they told me at least. I don't know why it was like that in Italy. Probably very similar, right? They're both Christian countries, Catholic countries. So, unfortunately, you're right. But yes, it's just holiday pay. Yeah, Germany doesn't care about that shit. I don't know. I thought Germany never gave a shit about that, but I could be wrong there. Unfortunately, so it's funny because see, this is what I'm saying. Italy does this. A lot of countries in the Mediterranean do this. And I know in some countries it's by law, right? For example, Costa Rica, I know for a fact it's by law, right? They even said it. They're like, yep, by law. Like, I went for a business meeting and the owners of the company, right? It was like a woman's sports company. Here, I'll show it to you guys. Yeah, there was a women's sports company. Hold on, I can't find it on this here because Nimals never. But they told me that they had to by law do that anyway. So it was incredible. Let's see, where is it? Yeah. Here we go. Found it. I misspelled it. That's why. So I met with these owners. Hold on. That's the wrong one because that's the Texas one. Here's about Texas.
Rare.
Okay, yeah. So is this it? Yeah, it is. Oh wow, she's still there. Cool. Yeah, so like again, I'm speaking very anecdotally here, but this is what they told me, right? This company here in Costa Rica that I visited. I did a few like meetings with them because back when I worked in like marketing, I had to find like new clients and stuff, and I thought they were pretty they were like potentially interesting to work with. And one of the shops, one of the people who work there told me that, and then the owners ended up telling me that too. So that's just
How many are there of those?
some anecdotal evidence there, but still, right? I gotta believe it just because enough people told me that, right?
12? 12 days.
So that's another week or two.
Più c'è il santo patrono.
Each city has a saint patron.
Patron saint, yeah.
It's a city holiday.
And you're paid for the stay.
Yes.
Yes.
3 weeks in August.
Okay.
Because in Italy,
They're so tan. Damn. I can get this tan. Italian Giga Chad jeans.
during the month of August is usually like a shutdown.
And are you paid for these weeks?
Yeah, sure.
8 weeks paid vacation.
Damn.
So you get 2 months pay.
Germany,
for
it's like 2 weeks. You're lucky to even get 2.
1 month of
I'm
work.
joking. Isn't it like a month in Germany? Like 3 weeks max?
Yes.
It's not that much better, unfortunately.
Why? Your regular pay is to pay the monthly bills.
Bingo.
What money do you have left over to go on vacation?
Bingo.
That's the way the Italians see it.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. Yeah. Except in Costa Rica, it wasn't for vacation. It was generally for like kids, right? That's what they told me. That was the motivation of the law.
Wait a minute.
Damn socialists.
Wait a minute. You get this 13th month, this imaginary month that you didn't work.
Yes.
And you just get it
And
paid.
then you get
Another salary during the month of December.
like
That
what?
is paid, I
10%
think-
more?
No.
20?
No, a full
100.
salary.
You have 80 days in the bank.
Ma
in
non
the,
li posso,
in the holiday bank.
Sì, ma non li posso fare perché lei lavora. Io vorrei fare di più.
He would like to do more, of course.
Of course.
If you don't use all those days, the following year, you still have the vacation of the previous year.
Wait a minute.
So you don't lose that.
No, that's not true.
It's true.
No, that's not true. How do companies make any money if they pay all this to their employees?
Che come faccio le vacanze le devono fare loro.
Abbiamo bisogno anche di quelle vacanze, a scaricarsi dello stress e poi si rientra a lavorare più sereni, più tranquilli.
Do you mind paying your employees for all this time off?
No, assolutamente no.
No, è un piacere, è giustissimo.
no.
È giusto, è un loro diritto e per noi è un grosso piacere.
So do you get sick very often?
No. Mai.
No, perché d'estate se posso vado al mare. Allora io penso che il mare fa bene.
Lo stress è una
Wow, get to
malattia.
work, peasants. What are you talking about? Jeff Bezos says you need to fucking work and pee in bottles. Jesus. Sun? Ocean? That ain't for you guys.
There's a lot of sickness.
Yes, it's lunchtime at
Italian too.
Lardini. But they're not getting in their cars to drive to the vending machine or the takeout window. They're going home like they do every day
2 hours off,
for a nice, relaxing 2-hour lunch.
Fucking
Italians have one of the highest life expectancies in the world.
It's true.
They live 4 years longer than the average American. All the fine benefits these workers have.
And that's including Sicily, that's including southern Italy, which, like Rigel said, right? That is the poorest region of Italy. Like, Italy is really like several countries all together, right? Kind of like Germany, to be honest, right? You have East Germany, which is significantly poorer, right? Than West Germany. Well, the South is a lot poorer than the North. Right? There you go.
Vacation, wonderful lunch. How did this come about?
È stato aspre battaglie. I nostri avi sono stati perseguitati, sono stati incarcerati, hanno subito delle condanne, fino ad arrivare alle grandi esplosioni a normativa di legge.
We really feel that we are being rewarded by this because the people are very committed.
Right.
There is no clash between the profit of the company and the well-being of the people.
There is no clash between the profit of the company and the well-being of the people.
Yes.
He explained that by paying a good wage with good benefits, the company still made a healthy profit. Is this still a struggle?
Lo è sia in termini fiscali, lo è in termini di lotte, lo è in termini di negoziato, lo è sempre comunque così, mai è regalato. È così che si realizza i benefici dei dipendenti.
The CEO explained to me that his workers have numerous weeks of paid vacation, including other benefits, as well as a strong union.
Yeah. So a lot of, like, Italy is known for a lot of these motorcycles, cars, right? All these industries, all the really big ones are unionized. I wonder why they do so well, right? But the companies do well, right? They make profit and stuff, but people also get paid well, right? They get paid like these are good jobs over in Italy, right? Now, if more Italians could have this, I'd be even more, right? Like, especially like we said down in the South, it's a huge problem, right? Because people don't leave like farms, and there's a bunch of problems in the South of Italy. But generally speaking, in that like northern part, you're going to see a lot more unionized jobs.
No problem with any of this. You, the boss, CEO, if you did it the American way, you could make more money and have more for yourselves.
Yeah, why don't you want to make more money?
Cioè, a cosa serve essere più ricchi? È giusto lavorare insieme a persone che hanno il sorriso, che c'è il rapporto umano.
Let's see what's going on here. First comes 8 weeks of vacation sex. And then comes...
You have 5 months of maternity leave.
5 months. Are you paid for this?
Yes, sure. So
What do you mean, yes, sure? Like you act as a fine?
It's something that for us is very natural.
0. Paid weeks guaranteed,
No,
0.
non ci credo. Mi sembra quasi assurdo, anche perché noi, oltre ad avere le vacanze, anche quando una donna aspetta un bimbo, quindi diventa mamma, le aziende a noi ci danno tanto tempo per poter crescere nostro figlio.
The law does not mandate a paid vacation for
So if
anybody.
you decide to go on holiday, you're not paid for that days. So if
That is correct. Now, if you have a good union, you may have a contract that says you get 2 weeks paid vacation.
in a year,
In a year, that would be good. 2 weeks
so
would be
2
a good,
weeks is a
good job.
Wow.
3 would be awesome if you have that kind of job.
They're like blown
I don't
away.
know anybody with 4 weeks paid vacation, frankly. I don't know.
Se non sei vicino a tuo figlio i primi mesi che è venuto al mondo, una cosa così bella, cioè per me è fondamentale, per noi donne è fondamentale, ma penso un po' in tutto il mondo, non solo qui in Italia.
It's true. The whole world does have paid maternity leave, except for the 2 countries too poor to afford it. Papua New Guinea, and this place. Even with the long vacations
Oh my God! Fuck
and
my
extended
life.
lunch breaks, the U.S. and Italy are amongst the top 15 most productive countries in the world.
We work many more hours than Italians, but we are not that much more productive than you.
Perché non fanno le vacanze, dovete fare più vacanze.
It's because they're having sex all the time. All these people look like they just got laid.
To take the best ideas I can
This
find
guy
here,
definitely got
bring them
laid.
back to America, and convince my fellow Americans to do some of the things that the Italians do.
I believe that's true. I believe
guy in the
that
jacket.
you are having more sex here, and because of that,
Exactly.
you are happier, and you do better at work.
It's an ex-German colony. How dare you Germans export your terrible ideas?
Fare il latte con la musica fa più latte.
And one of the things I'm going to take from you is this concept of giving workers 8 weeks paid vacation. Certo, quello è un piacere da parte nostra, sì. Cheers.
Salute.
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 Wow,
Sure,
why aren't
Italy
you
has
guys
its
working? Get back to work. Stop drinking your wine and dressing in your fancy Italian
problems, like all countries. But my mission is to pick the flowers,
Oh my God.
not the weeds.
We
My God.
have just one life.
Right. Yeah.
That's the only one
We're not
we
coming
have.
back.
And we have to enjoy.
Yeah, you can tell this is in the north, guys. This is in the north, right? You can tell by just like the way it looks.
Deep into the blue.
All right, let's go.
Multi-deca or centa billionaire. At that point, you got to pay back.
Yeah, Spain has that too, right, Patricia? The 13th month, they create like another month for your work. I don't know how it works over there. Every country it works differently, but a lot of countries around the world do this. So it tends to be like the Mediterranean countries and the ones in Latin America that do this.
The billions that you got in subsidies. You're worth 225 billion. You got 15 billion in subsidies to help you get to becoming worth more than 200 billion. Just give us the 15 billion back. Right. There you go. And then we'll give it to teachers, and we'll see if the teachers.
Yeah, but just seeing fully paid by the government for 12 months parental leave. Holy crap. 12 months? I do know that like a friend of mine who lives in Spain, he's a Spanish citizen, and he said like he was out of work for a year and a half and he just got unemployment that entire time. And they were like, haven't found a job yet? Nope. They're like, okay, you can go. Could never be us. Let them drink, man. No, I want them to be miserable like Americans and those Germans. That's all Germans are, always miserable.
actually appreciate having more money or not. He thinks
Ask
they won't.
Michael.
I think they will. Let's find out.
Right. And yeah, I just want to give a little shout out there to all my friends in Florida who are still, all basically advocating for this boomer tax break of no property tax. This is who you're working for, okay? So this is the reality about what you're actually trying to give a break to. Are people who are only using your state as a tax address in South Beach and making it impossible for any normal family or any of that who would ever, or even a young college spring breaker. I hope your dad has $5,000 because otherwise it's not happening for right now because of this. Not that they will care because they'll be scammed by Ron DeSantis into thinking it's somehow a good thing for them. It also, let's pair this with this Meta story, put this up here on the screen.
He's just visiting the rich to leech. Yeah.
Meta, as I was talking about, human beings are very inconvenient for all of them. Meta lays off 8,000 employees as AI casualties mount.
And then you try to get help on Meta's site, and you can't even find a real person. You got to jump through hoops and stuff. So fuck them. This is what I mean, guys. Ugh. Like, I use that Facebook Marketplace, And I kind of don't recommend it, to be honest, unless you're going to go there directly and pick it up. Don't like go through the website and purchase anything. It can be a scam, because I almost got scammed by somebody selling, I think it was, what was it? Oh, right. It was like a Pokemon game I was going to add to my collection. And he scammed me out of it, right? So I reported it, and they were like, we cannot do anything about it. And I said, oh, fuck yeah, you are, right? So I tried again, but the whole process took like over an hour. No, sorry, like 2 or 3 hours to get that money back, right? And it took like 3 or 4 times contacting their service, their customer service. Meanwhile, they're laying off 8,000 people. Fuck them.
Employees have signed petitions.
They can suck my... Seriously, guys, like, these companies are so greedy. They don't give a shit.
Tracked by
right? And
AI.
they're charging a fee for these, like, services, right? So, like, huh? What?
And we're trying to figure out who had let them go on Wednesday as the Silicon Valley giant tries to transform into an AI-first company. So they said 8,000 of them, 10...
I was on EI for over a year during COVID, employment insurance. It's something I paid into, but my boss laid me off, and I was able to hide it with the family to avoid getting sick. People trashed Trudeau, but he saved our asses during COVID. Us poors. Yeah, no, I that's why I think like that's the stuff that he did that was decent. The problem is like that was already built into the Spanish system that I'm talking about, right? Like if I were to probably get unemployment in Canada, I'm almost willing to bet you that it's set for a set amount of weeks. It ends, and then if you don't find a job, well, you get this, right? Meanwhile, in Spain, it's like, don't worry about it. We got you. You haven't found a job? No worries, right? And he said he eventually found one after like a year and a half, but it took a year and a half, guys. So, of course, right? Gus, your money isn't working hard enough. God damn it.
of the entire workforce would be laid off.
I knew it. Maybe I should put it in Robinhood.
By May 20th, as Meta remade itself in the AI era. They learned that 7,000 employees that got to stay will be reassigned, Ryan, to new AI initiatives. And it seems that the emails were automated and just kind of went out willy-nilly. And all of the others were sitting there trying to like update their own, their like internal software or whatever, just to find out whether they've been canned or not.
And so this new internal AI team, they're saying, it's so crazy. Internally, they're calling it a draft.
Mm-hmm.
So you get drafted to, and it's not up to you,
right?
To go into this AI unit, which is in charge of basically getting rid of all of the employees. The dystopian deal that they're making with the people who get drafted into this AI unit to execute all of their colleagues is that they will not be laid off.
Yes,
of course, they doesn't mean permanently, but they won't be the first to be laid off. Meanwhile, Zuckerberg told his employees that he's very lucky to have such high IQ people there so that he can train his AI on their brains before getting rid of them. Let's roll this leaked audio. I think it was More Perfect Union that got this.
High IQ.
Credit to those guys. They're killing it.
Yeah, they're really good.
So let's listen to Zuckerberg talking to his employees, or soon to be former employees.
We're in a phase where basically
Mark Zuckerberg,
the AI models learn from watching really smart people do things. And if you're trying to get it to be able to do certain capabilities, having it be able to observe really smart people doing those things is very important. So there are a few examples of where we're trying to do this across the company, because one basic insight and hypothesis that we have is that a lot of data generation across the field is done by these like contract companies. And Alex knows a bunch about this because you ran one before coming here. But
wow, in general, so translation, peasant, you're now going to train AI at a 100,000, 80,000, 120, 40, 50. maybe even $200,000 salary. So then we can eventually replace your ass. How do you like them apples? And I don't mean boobs.
People who are at these like contract companies. And Alex knows a bunch about this because you ran one before coming here. But in general,
literally,
the average intelligence of the people who are at this company is significantly higher than the average set of people that you can get to do tasks.
And guess what, guys? If AI gives us a post-scarcity society, I don't think that's the end-all be-all to it, right? I just don't think it's possible, right? Because then how would you create like resources? How would you create food and all that shit? Right? AI can't develop food. You need something that actually makes food, right?
If you're working through the contract, through these contractors. So if we're trying to teach the models coding, for example, then having people internally build tools that or solve tasks that help teach the model how to code, we think is going to dramatically increase our model's coding ability faster than what others in the industry have the capability to do, who don't have thousands and thousands of extremely strong engineers at their company.
All right.
Meanwhile, there's an internal petition employees are circulating against this.
What are you going to do? This is who you work for now, you know? And I'm not saying I don't support any of that, but like, guys, this is what you're trying to help. Like, it's coming. He says it out loud. I'm going to keep my best employees so the AI can learn from them. And then eventually, why do we even need you anymore? So if you stay there, that's basically what you're working for. I hope the interim dollars are worth it. Genuinely, I do, because you're going to need the money, because I hope it continues to compound forever, because you're not going to have a job anymore. But
they said one person had been there for less than a month that got laid off and then got 16 weeks of severance. So at least,
all right.
Okay.
I mean, it's not horrible.
2 weeks of work?
Yeah.
Get paid anyway.
2 weeks of work to get laid off. Or how long is 16 weeks? I'm trying to do that.
4 months almost.
4 months. Okay. It's not horrible.
No.
It's not horrible at all. The problem, though, is that every other type of job they were going to get is also probably going to be laid off and or
that person is not doing well.
Learn to code. Actually, no. Crystal's is learn to nurse. Learn to nurse.
There you go.
There you go. All right, Israel, let's get to it. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
All right. So Kiki posted this one here. 1 second.
I'm right now at 99% in Israel. I could run for prime minister, so maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister. I had a poll this morning. I'm 99%, so that's good.
What did you say?
Yeah, why would... 99%, guys.
To Prime Minister
If that's true.
Netanyahu about Iran and how long to hold off on strike.
He's fine. He'll do whatever I want him to do. Very, very good man. He'll do whatever I want him to do, and he's a great guy. To me, he's a great guy. Don't forget, he was a wartime prime minister.
Wartime prime minister. What a joke. All right, let's see here. Thank you, Kiki, for that one. That got censored? To all the Jews around the world, consider learning Cantonese or Mandarin and keep your fingers crossed that China allows you in. This might become the next new safe place for Jews in 20 years. Tragic but true. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. I mean, there we go, guys. That's all we can say, right? If that's true, then We are so cooked.
Something big happened in Virginia last month that you probably missed. On April 13th, Governor Abigail Spanberger signed a bill making Virginia the 18th state to join the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. That's an agreement among states to elect the president by the popular vote rather than the Electoral College. The compact goes into effect when enough states sign on to it to reach 270 electoral votes, the number needed to elect the president. With Virginia's support, states in the compact now have 222 electoral votes, and the results of the midterms could push the popular vote effort over the top. If Democrats take control of state governments in some combination of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada, and legislatures in those states adopt the compact, that could push the effort over 270 electoral votes. That means there's actually a chance the president could be elected by the popular vote in 2028. Here's why that matters. The Electoral College is fundamentally undemocratic. Why? It violates basic notions of one person, one vote by allowing the loser of the popular vote to win the presidency. It disenfranchises 80% of Americans by allowing a small number of swing states to decide the presidency. It dates back to a time when slave states wanted to preserve their power over free states. And it incentivizes election rigging. Joe Biden won the popular vote by 7 million votes in 2020.
All for slavery, guys. You see why I talk about the North and South so much? Like, have you noticed that? It's because this stuff is still around to this fucking day, right? Maybe not as much like culturally, but in terms of like the systems in place, right?
But Donald Trump lost the 3 closest states in the Electoral College by just 44,000 combined votes. Donald Trump never could have attempted to overturn the election, and there would have been no insurrection if the US had a system in which every vote counted equally in presidential elections. That's why you should pay attention to the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact.
I mean, it wouldn't have helped in the last election, but you could argue that that last election was suppressed for many other reasons, right?
And it's another reason why this year's midterm elections will be so consequential. For more reporting on voting rights in the midterms, go to motherjones.com.
Cool. All right. Thank you very much, ladies, for that one. All right, I have to leave for a few minutes. Unfortunately, I need to feed my addiction to go to smoke. I hope I don't miss too much. God damn it, man. Alco! Stop smoking, dog. All right, let's hear Kyle has a bunch of breaking news and Tulsi resigning, of course.
What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. I hope all of you out there are having a great day. We got some big breaking news, man. We got some big news that just came in. So apparently, Tulsi Gabbard has just resigned as Trump's director of national intelligence, according to Fox News. Now, in her resignation letter, she points out that her husband, Abraham, was recently diagnosed with an extremely rare form of bone cancer, and so she's stepping away from public service to support him through the battle. Her resignation takes effect as of June 30th, so she's got a little over a month left. The resignation comes just months after Joe Kent resigned, and Joe Kent, of course, resigned in protest of Trump's illegal war against Iran. And he said that, of course, Iran posed no imminent threat whatsoever, and Trump still went to war with them. And Tulsi Gabbard is known for not only being against foreign wars, she sort of branded herself that way. She literally sold No War with Iran shirts. She gave speeches for Trump when he was campaigning, saying he's going to keep us out of all these foreign wars, and that's why you should support him. So it's a little bit awkward, because when I saw the headline that Tulsi Gabbard is resigning, my first thought was, wait, I don't think she's resigning. I think she's probably been fired, because, the Trump regime is planning on, waging 4, 5, 6, 7 more wars. And so they don't want to have to deal with even the thought that maybe she would come out against it, right? But it's not the case that she's fired. It is the case that she's resigning. She says it's because her husband's sick. Now, that's very possible that at least plays a role in why she made this decision. But at the same time, I'll ask you guys this. How long do you think it's going to be until she ends up on Joe Rogan's podcast And she's saying, I was always against all of these wars. I was against the war in Venezuela and stealing their oil and their natural resources and their gold. I was against the bombing of Ecuador and Nigeria and Yemen. I was against the illegal war against Iran. So my guess is, in due time, she'll show up on the Brosphere podcast circuit. Hear me now, quote me later. Probably Rogan's show, but maybe some others too. And she's going to act like, oh, I was always against this. And one of the real reasons I resigned wasn't just the bone cancer thing. It was also because I was protesting what Donald Trump was going to do. That's my guess. Because she torched all of her credibility, all of her relevance. She destroyed her whole brand as being like an anti-war politician in one fell swoop by coddling Trump's nuts. And so here we are. Now she's resigning. And what you should take away from this is that none of these people, literally none of them, have any dignity, any values, any integrity whatsoever. They're all charlatans. They're all con men. I mean, J.D. Vance also brands himself as, I'm an anti-war guy. And then, of course, he's out there doing the hard sell on all these illegal wars that Trump is doing. So we have that.
What up, Brogue
We also have Donald Trump basically adding insult to injury and rubbing salt in the wound for Stephen Colbert, because Stephen Colbert was, of course, I think he just had his last show for CBS. And Trump came out and posted, Stephen Colbert's firing from CBS was the beginning of the end for untalented, nasty, highly overpaid, not funny, and very poorly rated late-night television hosts. Others of even less talent to soon follow. May they all rest in peace. So basically what he's hinting at there is, bro, I'm not done yet. I'm going to also continue to try to get Jimmy Kimmel fired. I'm going to continue to try to get anybody else who utters a peep of dissent and disagreement against my criminal regime. I'm going to try to get them fired too. And he's basically like bragging that there was a hostile takeover of CBS by the Ellisons and by Barry Weiss. He put them in that position so they can be pro-Israel, even though Israel's doing a genocide, and be pro-MAGA, even though Trump's the worst president we've ever had. And then now he's like, you know, bragging about destroying his competition by cheating and rigging the game. Well, congratulations. By the way, would you like to know where Stephen Colbert fell in the ratings for the late night shows? Number one, and he got fired. Just absolutely disturbing and disgusting. And this is what the president is doing these days. The president, in the midst of the economy imploding, inflation being out of control, multiple illegal wars, his corruption being put on blast, in the midst of
here's
all
the
of that,
thing is Stephen Colbert, I think, could go independent and people would watch him even more. Right? Because the reason I don't watch him is because of the corporate like media aspect of him, right? But if he became more like off the cuff and he was just kept the same thing, I think he'd be even more popular, right?
He's bragging about getting Stephen Colbert fired from CBS. It really shows you what kind of a person that we're dealing with here.
Yeah, vindictive
All right, we
as
also
fuck.
have this. This is in the Bulwark. They say that the total value of Trump's transactions in the first 3 months of this year, it's actually not the low number of 220 million that some people were reporting, including me. It's the high number of 750 million. So get this, his volume of trades is bigger than all 535 members of the House and Senate combined in an average year. That is insane. In other words, he is more corrupt than all of Congress combined, which, by the way, I didn't even know that was possible. But apparently it is possible, and he did it. You guys see Stinky here? Look, hold on. Stinky! Stinky Goo! Hello, Stinky Goo. Hello, hello, hello. What do you want, Stinky? What do you want? I'm doing something here. I'm recording something here, Stinky Goo.
Oh, doggies, doggos. I love doggos.
I guess I'm just going to have to pet her as I do the rest of this.
Stinky.
So we also have, do you guys remember when the DoorDash driver showed up to the White House?
One of his guests last night even told him he was going to be better. Yeah, exactly, Reno, right? Like, I agree. I agree entirely.
Everybody thought, myself,
like Stephen Colbert is being held back by being at CBS and all these other fucking stations, right? Like, he just needs to go completely independent and people would watch him. I mean, fuck, I probably would watch him on here, right? As long as he doesn't copyright strike the channels and stuff, like, let him just, like, right? This is why we watch a lot of these people that we watch, is because they're very good at this stuff, right? They, like Kyle's even said, like, I don't give a shit. I want my message out there, right? People have watched my streams, and am I on their ass for it? No, of course not. And if I made videos, good. They should be watching my videos, right? Like I already told you, I think one of the ideas that I have, like I'm working on an outline for a template on post-scarcity, right? And how post-scarcity economics would work. Like all this stuff, just to make it easier for people to transition to a stream that talks a lot about this, at least philosophically, right? Like in the future. It'd probably be multiple videos long or whatever, but I want to do it. Because I just, if I am going to make videos, I'd do it for that, right? I'd have to like clip certain things from various like books or like TV shows and stuff to get it all up in there, but yeah, like that's my idea. I want people to watch it, right? Like I don't want people to fucking, I'm not trying to penny pinch every fucking video, every fucking like ad, because most people like, I just care about the message, right guys?
Included that what they were doing was trying to promote that goofy no tax on tips thing that Trump did, which by the way wasn't even in the bill. Like it wasn't even in the bill. And in its original conception, the whole point of it was to allow like, hedge fund people to pay no tax.
Thank you, Kenny Payne.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining, Kenny J. Payne. Appreciate the follow. How was your afternoon so far? Evening now. Damn, time flies.
Taxes to like redefine their income as taxes and then let them pay no taxes. Like that was the actual idea.
By the way, guys, how do you like this new angle? I got a different camera mount, and it looks like I think I'm gonna be changing the chat so I can watch it here instead of always seeing it here. So like the camera's now directly in my face.
But anyway, it turns out that that's actually not the reason why they did that silly thing where the DoorDash driver showed up. So that's a Republican operative who was pretending to be a DoorDash driver. But the whole point of this was Trump had just bought a whole bunch of DoorDash stock. And so he was trying to juice the stock. He was trying to pump it up. So what you need to understand is literally everything this man does, you have to look at through the prism of insider trading and corruption. Like there's nothing that he does that's actually like, you know, that actually makes sense. That's actually for like the good of the country or the good of the people. There's absolutely nothing that he does that falls into that category. Every single thing has an ulterior motive. All right. We also have Mitch McConnell, to my surprise, barely alive, by the way, but he shocked everybody and came out and went after Trump for his slush fund to pay off all of his allies and his cronies and his criminal insurrectionists. So he said the following, quote, "So the nation's top law enforcement official is asking for a slush fund to pay people who assault."
Yeah, that's kind of the problem I have is the glare, right? Like this room is just not very good for lighting because if I turn off the lighting, right, I'd get there's no glare, right? Except the light up there. It's like the way it's all set up. It's really annoying. Lighting is one of the hardest things to do when you're filming and stuff. Along with audio, right? That's all you can really do, but just giving you shit, Gus. Yeah, I know you are. Barely in here and you're giving me shit.
Cops, utterly stupid, morally wrong. Take your pick. That's what Mitch McConnell said. So, you know, it's kind of crazy. This is
what we need to do, turn the lights off.
These people, like, never find the balls to ever criticize Trump. And now the one time Mitch McConnell does, he's like 3.5 minutes from death.
If you showed Booba, no one would care.
You know, Trump is already like more than a year into the biggest crime spree we've ever seen in this history. But it really does say something that even at this point, a lot of Republicans can't even pretend that what we're witnessing isn't exactly what it is, right? Many of them they'll just shamelessly lie. But if you even have a single shred of integrity or dignity,
I like these newer houses. Like Kyle clearly has like a newer house. It makes it so much easier to do this shit.
Left in you. You can't gaslight people over this. It is way too obvious what's actually happening. So McConnell breaks with Trump. Then Trump comes out and he doubles down and defends his massive $1.7 billion slush fund, of which he robbed the American taxpayers to create it. And now he's giving it to his friends, his family, and insurrectionists and terrorists and people like that stormed the Capitol on January 6th. He says, I gave up a lot of money in allowing the just-announced anti-weaponization fund to go forward. I could have settled my case, including the illegal release of my tax returns and the equally illegal break-in of Mar-a-Lago, for an absolute fortune. Instead, I am helping others who were so badly abused by an evil, corrupt, and weaponized Biden administration receive, at last, justice. So basically what he's saying there is, bro, I could have tried to get the full $100 billion. Like, I could have went to court. I could have got the full $100 billion, but instead I was kind to you guys by only taking $1.7 billion. And why wouldn't you support this? All I'm doing is helping people who were illegally and unfairly targeted. That's what he's saying. Utterly absurd, spitting in the eye of every American, insulting our fucking intelligence. And by the way, if the Biden administration was so weaponized, why did they routinely go after Democrats? Why was Bob Menendez taken down under Joe Biden?
Yeah, none of this makes
any
sense.
Why were there even charges that they were looking into Hunter fucking Biden under Joe Biden?
I agree. I agree, Raina, 100%. It's Mitch McConnell, and he can't even walk anymore. He looks like a fucking turtle. He can't even walk anymore, and he's a fucking, he looks like one of those goofy turtles. Which cartoon is this? Well, yeah, literally this. Right, I've seen this before. There it is. There it is, guys. A fucking twoidle. Not even the attractive ones. The derpy looking ones. Back from smoking. Because I guess some turtles are cute, I guess, right? Wait, you mean he's not a turtle? Yeah, far out. Like, guys, you can't make this shit up. There's so many turtle memes on Mitch McConnell, right? Oh my god.
That sound like it's weaponized? No, the reason they came after you, Trump, and your allies is because you're actual criminals. Trump was charged with 91 crimes. He's a 34-time convicted felon. Like, he keeps conflating legitimate investigations and charges with weaponization. He says, by definition, if you come after me at all, it's weaponization. When everybody with a functioning brain can see you're a criminal and you're on a crime spree. So just utterly disturbing. But the fact that he feels the need to come out and defend this, I think that says something. I think that says something. Because it shows that he's not comfortable. Like, he sees that there's some break in the ranks, and he sees that the media retelling of this is so clear. Like, everybody's saying the exact same thing. Nobody's believing his bullshit and his deranged rants. And so he feels the need to keep coming out and doubling down and explaining himself. All right. We also have, let me give you some specifics of who is filing to try to get some money from the $1.7 billion slush fund. Do you guys remember Patricia and Mark McCloskey? They went viral because they're this, like, high-income white couple who were holding guns and, went out to threaten, like, BLM protesters or something like that. And the picture of them went viral because they just look like the most hateful, disgusting, little elitist, privileged pricks you've ever seen in your life. And so they're trying to get some of the $1.8 billion from the slush fund. They're probably asking for, I don't know, 10 million thereabouts, somewhere in there, right? Others are asking for up to 30 million, etc. But they're asking for it. Meanwhile, as everybody immediately pointed out, they didn't even face federal charges. If anything, I believe it was some sort of, state charges. I believe it was in Missouri. But now they're even filing like, hey, give us some money. We also have the far-right news network. I use that term loosely. One America News. They're seeking money from that same fund. And you have people like Mike Lindell. He's looking to get paid off. He claims he lost $400 million by being on Trump's side and arguing that the 2020 election was rigged and all that stuff. They're also trying to pay off fake electors and some convicted January 6ers. So, in fact, let me give you this one. Andrew Takey, I believe is how you pronounce it. He's a registered sex offender.
Give birth. A cat give birth while listening to this horror show. He loves a girl. I do love it. Living Lily's white. All right, I'll remember that for next time.
Who attacked police officers on January 6th with bear spray on camera, and he's applying for some of the $1.8 billion as well.
Yeah,
you also have Enrique
off.
Tarrio. You have the head of the Proud Boys, the head of the Oath Keepers. Basically what this is Trump is paying off all of the worst people in the country. The biggest insurrectionists, the biggest terrorists, the biggest idiots, the people who are likely to do violence again on Trump's behalf. But that's the point, is he wants these people to do violence on his behalf, which is why he's doing this whole thing, right? Pay off him and his cronies, but then also get the people who will commit crimes for you.
That's exactly
That's
it.
the point. And so everybody should see this very clearly for what it is. None of this is an accident. None of this is an oopsie. This is all like very coordinated and very purposeful. Now, I should also point out, though, and I get a kick out of this. Shout out to this guy. Jim Acosta, former CNN host, current, new media host. He's out there and he's arguing, well, I'm actually going to file to get some of this anti-weaponization fund money. Because he says, look, Trump revoked my press pass in the first term. That actually was weaponization of the government, restricting my free speech rights as a journalist, coming after a free press. So he says, quote, as a result of this sustained government effort to destroy my career, I hereby submit my claim. So he wrote a Substack article on it.
Motherfucker, the claim ain't for you. It's for his cronies.
Now, the fact of the matter is,
yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Of course, this, Trump's going to tell him to fuck off. But it's just going to show, it highlights the absurd nature of this fucking scheme that Trump is running.
It's just a scheme, yeah.
He's actually entitled to it. Right? At this point, for sure, James Comey would be entitled to that. They're actually weaponizing the government against him. Letitia James, same thing. Like, they're actually weaponizing the government to go after these innocent people who did nothing wrong, who were just doing their jobs. And so it's just ironic that he flips everything on its head and makes it so that, no, the criminals are actually the victims and the people who did nothing wrong are criminals in his mind. Just disgusting, man. Just disgusting. Okay, we also got to talk about this. This is a big deal. I don't know if you guys saw this article. There's this article in New York Magazine, and boy, is it a doozy. So they talk about John Fetterman, and they basically show how John Fetterman has a literal Israeli handler named David or Dovi Safieh. And this guy is from the illegally occupied territories, and he randomly showed up one day, and then everywhere Fetterman goes, he's with this guy. So the brain-damaged senator, who's made a hard right turn, has a literal Israeli handler. And they ask people around Fetterman about him. They're like, oh, yeah, I didn't even know he just, sort of showed up one day, and now he's been anywhere and everywhere with Fetterman, and, he goes on business trips with him, and he's involved in, high-level meetings with him and shit. People going, what the fuck? So from the illegally occupied territories, a literal Israeli handler. Also, they funded multiple trips for him to go to Israel. He said those trips changed his life. He secretly met with the pro-Israel, pro-Trump megadonor Miriam Adelson in Israel. Okay? We also learned in this piece that he privately said Epstein is a nothing burger. He mocked the idea of universal health care. And he also very recently floated the idea of being vice president on the Democratic ticket in 2028. To which his other staffers, his sane staffers, said to him, are you out of your fucking mind? Literally everybody in your party hates you. There's a 0% chance you would be VP on a Democratic ticket. They think he's gone. He's actually gone mentally. So
facts.
Not only is he deeply brain damaged, and that's quite literal. I'm not just saying that as a put down. He's actually brain damaged from the stroke. Okay. But now we know he's also completely compromised. He's completely compromised. A literal Israeli handler. You couldn't make this stuff up. Just the fact that I say that it sounds like something that would be anti-Semitic. But like,
yeah. And that's where I don't really get the Graham Platinum references, right? Because at least he would not be like this, right? I mean, potentially he could change, right? But Fetterman never ran on like Gaza or like giving, right? He was always a standard Democratic politician who sucked off Israel, right?
there's a tremendous amount of detailed evidence that shows this is indeed exactly
And
what's
now
happening.
he just sucks him off more.
What a sick joke.
Yeah,
so these
what a
diet
joke.
MAGA Democrats, man, they have to go. They have to go. This guy has to go.
Eject
There's no
them
way around
immediately.
it. So let's talk a little bit about the Iran war because we have quite a few updates for you here. So listen to this. In the Atlantic magazine, which is a very like neoliberal centrist type magazine, right?
Yep.
There's this neocon by the name of Robert Kagan, and he wrote a piece there, and he says this. Listen to this. He says, on the present trajectory, Iran will emerge from the conflict many times stronger and more influential than it was before the war.
Jesus.
It will exercise leverage with dozens of the richest nations in the world. And the title of the piece is, Trump's endgame is surrender. So here you have a dyed-in-the-wool neocon. And this dyed-in-the-wool neocon is saying in no uncertain terms, yeah, bro, this was a historic blunder. This was like the worst strategy I've ever seen in my life. This is tanking the American empire. And basically, you've already lost, and there's no possible way for you to win. Like, that's what this is. That's what dude is saying. This is a neocon. Somebody who would support war against Iran, but he sees how this one is going, and he's like, oh my God, what have you done? You ruined everything. And it's true. Like, he's ruined. I mean, the war, it doesn't matter how you do the war. It should have never been done in the first place because it's illegal and it's aggressive. But here's somebody who actually supports the war in principle going, oh my God, you fucked everything up, and now the USA is cooked. It's incredible, man. We also have the New York Times reporting that Iran and Oman are in talks over a payment system for ships crossing the Strait of Hormuz, despite warnings from the Trump regime not to do that. So, in other words, everybody's moving on without the U.S. Iran's saying, hey, man, we're open for business. If you want to pay a small tax, a small fee, you can use the Strait of Hormuz, and we'll make an individual deal with you. So, in other words, going around the back of the U.S. saying, we're going to make an individual deal. We'll pay a little tax in order to use it.
Yep.
Whereas Trump is saying, no, they need to totally open it, and there's no questions about it. And Iran's going, we're not going to relinquish
Totally open it. That sounds like socialism.
control.
What? Free and unfettered access. What?
Why would we? Why
Yeah.
would we? Now we're making more money than we were before the war. We have another income stream that we didn't have before. We have another revenue stream we didn't have before.
Whoopsies.
And we need the money because you guys have sanctioned us forever. So finally, our coffers are beginning to be full. And so now other countries are going, yeah, I'll make a deal with you. I don't give a shit. So the U.S. coalition, there is no U.S. coalition. It's falling apart. It's nothing. It's non-existent. In the same way that we told our allies to kick rocks and fuck off when we were tariffing them. Now, when it comes to foreign policy,
What a joke.
they're also going right around us because we created a problem for them, and they're not waiting for us to solve it. They're like, we'll solve it on our own. We don't give a shit. We'll work with Iran. We'll have separate dealings with Iran. So now Iran is becoming a genuine center of world power. They've ascended since the beginning of this war. There's no doubt about it. This is something, this is something Robert Pape has talked about a lot. He's an expert on this. And here we are. So again, monumental fuck up from Trump. We also have this. It's been confirmed now that the U.S. was testing experimental weapons, one called a PRISM missile. They used this on an Iranian sports hall where a bunch of kids were having soccer practice. They used it in a number of different civilian areas. And this PRISM missile is basically packed with 180,000 tungsten pellets. And so when you drop it in a civilian area, those pellets shoot out in every which direction, and they massacre everybody in sight. And so there was like a girls' volleyball team that got taken out, a boys' soccer team. It was literally used on a sports hall and some other areas, and they massacred 21 civilians. And the U.S.'s response to this is, oh, that's made up. We didn't do that. That's made up. And now there's been reporting that comes out that says, no, they actually did do that. So in other words, in the same way that Israel was testing thermobaric vacuum bombs, which instantly vaporize people. They did that in Gaza. Now the U.S. is doing something similar with our PRISM bombs or PRISM missiles that shoot 180,000 tungsten pellets in every which direction and kill civilians at a massive clip. So tell me again that we're not the axis of Epstein. Tell me again that Trump and Netanyahu are not the new version of Adolf Hitler. Because I got news for you. That's exactly what the fuck they are. Doesn't matter if that hurts your feelings. It's true. It's factual. That's why we say it. And stuff like this is all the evidence you need. I mean, it's deeply inhuman the way that we treat these innocent people in other countries. Even the way they treat people in this country is disgusting. But, I mean, mass murder and death for other countries when they didn't do anything to us. I mean, that says it all. That says it all. Listen to this. Mike Johnson just canceled the vote to end Trump's war in Iran after it became clear that the measure would pass. So look at that, man. That's astonishing. So that's how far we've come. We're now, the pressure is beginning to become overwhelming. Like I told you guys in the Senate, Bill Cassidy, who Trump just ousted, he's going to be there for a little while longer. He now voted to end the illegal war against Iran.
Yep.
And so Mike Johnson put in a corner. What does he do? Yet again, cucks himself to Trump, cucks himself to the Mad King, and cancels the vote because it's not going to go the way he wants it to go. We also have this, man. This is terrifying, of course, but the Southcom commander, General Francis Donovan, is meeting with the Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreth, at the Pentagon today, and or yesterday, I should say it was. And you also have, they've requested the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier to go to the Caribbean this week because of Cuba. And so, as many people are pointing out, this is an urgent red alert moment because now all the signs are suggesting that the Trump regime is preparing an imminent invasion of Cuba. I warned you about this for a long time. All of the signs were there. Trump has been mentioning this as a throwaway line in a lot of the speeches he gives. That we're going to have to go after Cuba. We'll make a little excursion on the way back. After the Iran war, make a little excursion. And I can do whatever I want with Cuba. I can take Cuba. I can take it. Like the logic of a rapist he would use over and over. I can just take it if I wanted. I could take it. Yep. Insane, but that's what he said. And now it looks like they're actually maneuvering in order to do this. You also have Marco Rubio. So he was interviewed by the media, and he said, quote, Cuba not only has weapons they've acquired from Russia and China, but they also host Russian and Chinese intelligence presence in their country. So Cuba has always posed a national security threat to the U.S. They're a leading state sponsor of terror. You see what they're doing here? Do you see what they're doing here? What they're doing here
I see what they're doing.
I'm going to lay the groundwork to do the war. Hold on, let me let Stinky out.
Stinky! W Stinky. Twice in one stream, guys.
So this is the same thing that they did with Venezuela, for example, right? This is the same thing that they've done. And they also did this, I should point out, with Raul Castro. Remember the 94-year-old who
How you doing,
was
buddy?
formerly leading Cuba? Well, they're saying, oh, you killed somebody 30 years ago or whatever. You attacked planes 30 years ago. And
Cuba hasn't been called a terrorist
in the same way that they used the U.S. court system to go after Maduro to then give themselves some sort of veneer of respectability to go and kidnap Maduro and then steal Venezuela's oil and their gold and their natural resources. So now all those same arguments are being applied to Cuba. This is clearly their new model, is like indict somebody in U.S. courts, even if they're not subject to U.S. courts, indict them in U.S. courts for some bullshit, and then go and kidnap them and start a war and steal their natural resources. So that's what's happening, bro. And it's happening right now, right in front of our eyes. It's terrifying. Now, I couldn't wait to talk about this because this one is just mind-boggling, y'all. Absolutely fucking mind-boggling. And I know you guys have seen this by now. I'm a little late to this. I'm like a day or two late to this. But there was an interview that happened on Fox News with a former deputy commander of U.S. Central Command, okay, retired. His name is Robert Harwood. And this guy, he just did an interview with like 60 Minutes the other day, I believe, and I watched the clip of him talking there. And the point of this interview on Fox News was to advocate for continued war. I believe it was with Iran. And this went mega viral online because it is very, very clear he's wearing a mask. And when I say wearing a mask, I don't mean like a COVID-19 mask, a medical mask.
Right.
I mean like a very high level, Hollywood level type mask that actually can make somebody look like somebody they're not. Okay? And it sounds crazy. It sounds like a conspiracy. It sounds like bullshit.
But you see it.
Bro, it's not. I've watched this video roughly
Why
a
is there a
dozen
giant
times.
hole in his
I've tried
neck?
1,000 ways to Sunday to come up with a different explanation
Yeah,
that makes
for
sense.
real.
Nothing else makes sense. Nothing else makes sense. Some people said, oh, it's a
Scanner
shadow.
darkly
You go
mask.
watch the video yourself, you'll be able to tell very quickly that's not a fucking shadow. Somebody said, oh, it was like a medical
Yeah,
procedure.
it's literally
that they
like
had
a
to cut
Scooby-Doo mask. Like you can, it looks really realistic, but it's coming off from like the bottom neck part, and there's a giant hole in it. And it's like, there shouldn't be a giant hole in your neck. Tommy Quinoa Club. And we took a look at that video and we were like, huh? I hope he shows it. But if not, I'll show it off again. It's insane how crazy that was. I was like, that has to be a mask.
There, and that's the way he breathes. It's 100% not that either. I can tell it's not that either.
It's not that.
Every single sort of justification that I've seen for it just falls flat, and it's easy to call bullshit on. So what the fuck is going on here? Who?
It's like when Will Ferrell did the penguin. It looks so good, right? It doesn't look like Will Ferrell at all. Like, he could literally be like, wow, this is a completely different person. But no, he's the penguin, right? Like, if you have good makeup and you can do all sorts of stuff like that, right? Let me give you an example. Or not Will Ferrell, sorry. Colin Farrell. Yeah, so this is Colin Farrell, guys, right? So he went from looking like to the left to the right. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Tommy Quinoa Club. Look. That's a mask. It has to be, right? Because then they showed it next to him. Hold on. How he looks like. He's not even moving. His face isn't even moving, guys. Yeah, look. That's a mask. It's like flabbing and everything, right? And then if you look at a picture of the guy in real life, yeah, look, that's not how he looks. Right? This was only a few days ago. He looks completely different. Look at that. First of all, like, obvious, right? No fucking hole. He has like more like he has more facial movements. His neck looks completely like more wrinkled too, right? He's doing nussy care, don't shame.
Who the fuck is pretending to be this retired military figure, this retired deputy commander of U.S. Central Command? And why is it that whoever the fuck is pretending to be this guy is out there arguing for more war? Like, I'm sorry, but this is one of those ones where you go, holy shit, am I losing my mind?
Yeah.
Or like, are the conspiracy theories getting crazier and crazier, but somehow more accurate and more accurate as time goes by? Yeah. Look, I'm telling you, don't take my word for it. I know this sounds crazy, but you guys can go see it. You guys can go check. This has gone viral on social media. You'll see it. He's wearing a mask.
It's crazy.
This guy's wearing a mask. I don't have a theory as to why they would do this and what the fuck's going on here, but I find it very curious that the segment is literally calling for more war. Like, that's what's happening. The segment is calling for more war as a guy in a mask makes the case. Like what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm at a loss for words.
Whoa, legendary! Whoa, that's 3 legendaries this stream alone. Congrats, Blue Room! Holy shit! You just hit 1,000 points with that. Landed a Deb's Dream Whale under the portal lit lily pad. The dock creaks once, but when the Deb Dream Whale hits the boards. Gloggy's eyes, the Deb Dream Whale. What the? Where do I think of this shit? Proudly greedily and slightly alarmed. There we go. What a... Thank you, thank you.
I don't even know where to take it from here, bro. Like, I'm still in shock. I'm trying to get to the next point I have, but I can't. I'm like, what the fuck? There's people in masks are arguing for more war, and like, it's like some wag the dog type shit. Have you ever seen the movie Wag the Dog? If you haven't, go check it out. It's kind of interesting when you look at politics today and you look at that movie. All right. This is also terrifying. So we're just learning that from Reuters, they're reporting that Trump's election security czar, a guy by the name of Kurt Olson, sought to ban voting machines used in more than half of the states by asking whether the Commerce Department could declare their components national security risks. So a member of the administration's election integrity team took apart machines taken from Puerto Rico, the Dominion company, to see whether their components came from adversary countries. And this guy Olson pushed the plan to target Dominion voting systems, okay? The idea emerged, and Olson and other officials brainstormed about how the federal government could take control over elections from the U.S. states. So this is the federal government saying, how do we nationalize or federalize these elections, which in our country are run by the states, okay? The plan to exclude the machines, reported by Reuters, got far enough that in September, the Commerce Department officials began exploring what grounds could be invoked to execute it.
Unfortunately,
3 additional
that's
sources
true.
said that, and eventually this collapsed. But Olson and other administration staffers working with him failed to provide evidence to justify such a move, which never stopped these guys previously. So I'm surprised they didn't just continue. But this is
when you hear the little sound effect, make sure you vote because it gives you points.
Validation here that from within the Trump regime, they were trying to come up with a highfalutin plan.
I actually have a few new things I'm working on, so there's a bunch of stuff coming as well as the emotes, right? I did like almost like a 3-hour meeting with Ice Beans. We're working on a bunch of new emotes together. She apologized for the delay. Not on me, guys.
To seize the voting machines and to make it so that the states are
Please clap.
the federal government is going to run the election. Therefore, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to fucking steal it, of course, because that's what they do. We tried to steal it in 2020. So as I always told you guys, there's like 7 or 8 different ways in which they're laying the groundwork to try to steal the election. This was one of their plans that fell through. This one fell through, but how many others are cooking right now that have not fallen through? There's a lot of irons on the fire for them to do a lot of fucking damage. It's absolutely fucking terrifying, man. And again, Reuters is reporting this. Just astonishing and terrifying.
In Germany, they say don't point your finger at strangers. Well, you're not strangers.
Terrifying stuff. Now, how about this for Bizarro World, y'all? Alex Jones dropped a bombshell. You ready? He confirmed that Trump is floating the idea of canceling the 2028 elections to illegally stay in power.
Yep.
So he had Marjorie Taylor Greene on his show, and they were warning that there's a calculated operation to normalize Trump becoming a dictator. And MTG is saying Trump is violating the Constitution. That's what she's saying. So now you have people who in the past, he defended Trump in 2020. He said the election was stolen. These people were like all in. MTG voted to decertify Georgia. Okay? These people are election conspiracy theorists around 2020, and they were wrong about all that, but now both of them are coming out, previously from within MAGA, and now they're outside of MAGA, and they're confirming Trump is internally floating the idea of canceling the 2028 election to stay in power. And this shouldn't surprise any of you, because what's Trump doing just the other day? He was showing off the ballroom where he wants the ballroom to go, but it was blocked by the parliamentarian. It was blocked by courts, but he's still building it, and he's over there going.
Also, breaking news. A federal judge has dismissed human smuggling case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Why is this important? This is why he's being held. So now they have to let him go, right? But they violated a lot of court opinions, so they may try to find a way around it. But this is a good sign, right? Because when you get your case dismissed like this, it's like they have to find something else, right? They don't really have anything on this guy, so
Have it go 6 stories.
Breaking news, good news, I guess.
Deep. We're gonna have a hospital in there. We're gonna have all these different things. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be incredible. It's gonna be beautiful. So he's out there talking about the ballroom, talking about all this stuff. Meanwhile, why would he talk about that?
He's still being tortured in prison. Oh yeah, still, and being extorted, right? Like we talked about how he got extorted, how they used like asylum against him, and like they tried to get him to sign a plea to admit that he's a criminal, and he rightfully so didn't say anything. He said, no, fuck you, I'm not a criminal, right? Let's see. Woo! Congrats, everyone. Loving it. I'm glad you guys love the fishing game. Over 3,000 items. I think we're at 3,300 items.
Unless he has intent on using it, and it's going to take more than 4 years to build that shit.
It's addictive.
So he's not talking like a guy who's going to leave. He's not talking like that.
And now, because of Twitch and the hype train that you guys were all in, thank you so much. You can now use the little fish emote to fish.
Golden common.
Nice. A golden button bright roach. A roach is a kind of fish. So through a pocket-sized tear in history, a cattail near bends like it recognizes the roach. Jack gets a shiny roach version, which is obviously more dangerous.
At all. He's talking like a guy who wants to stay in power, and he's going to come up with any sort of rationalization or justification to do exactly that. Okay? And this coincides with Ashley St. Clair talking about how, yeah, I think Elon actually stole the election for Trump. Right? Like, we just discussed that the other day. Okay. Just wild
Can you
stuff.
get a fishing rod in real life?
I mean, reality is stranger than fiction now.
I wish. That'd be cool.
Okay, we also have the Republican Representative Norman. He said that January 6th was an issue that was made up in the first place. And a reporter responded, made up? And Norman says, yeah, that was a staged thing from day one. The reporter responds, the riot was staged? Your Republican colleagues barricaded themselves in their chamber. You think they were acting? And the guy's like, yeah. Yeah. So, I can't keep up with their line of bullshit on January 6th. At first it was like, oh, the left is doing it, and Antifa is doing it, and it sucks, and it's horrible. And then it became, no, that was us doing it, and actually it's awesome, and we were right to do it. And now you have, oh, that thing was just totally made up in the first place. What?
Fucking hell.
I mean...
Yeah, Living Lily, your taxes got fucked up. What did they say? They're going to take responsibility? Because if you have a tax person, right, guys, and you do your taxes, the reason you do it through someone else is they're like, they have the they have like the certification for that. So they're responsible if there's some sort of audit that they fucked up.
We're at the point now where there is a genuine like IQ gap between the two parties, where the Republicans are just failing miserably. They're actually the dumbest people in the country. It's like, I've said this before, but we live in basically an anti-meritocracy or a reverse meritocracy. The people who become the billionaires are in many ways the least impressive, right? And the people who become major figures in the Republican Party are the dumbest among us. Like, you have to be the dumbest in order to make it in that party. All right.
Yeah. So if you're good, right? And as long as it's within the last couple of years, you're good. I would call that person up immediately, be like, fuck, what's going on? Right?
This is a terrifying sign. We have consumer sentiment just fell to an all-time low. Lower than 2008 with the subprime mortgage crisis and the Great Recession. Lower than anything from 1952 and onward. That's when they started tracking this, was 1952. It's lowest, lower than then, from 1952 until today. That is horrifying. And that tells me that we're on the brink of a massive, massive downturn, the likes of which we've probably never seen before, at least in our lifetime. It's terrifying. I mean, it's safe to say 80 to 90% of the country is already in a recession, but the market is totally decoupled from how regular people are doing. And so it looks like, oh, everything's roughly okay because GDP is up and the stock market's through the roof. That's not a good indicator. But at some point, even that shit is going to tank. Okay? At some point, there's going to be no way to hide the devastation of what's happening. Okay, like we discussed the other day, you have the DNC autopsy, and the DNC autopsy was a fucking mess. It was AI generated.
No, they didn't move to Florida. They live in Virginia.
It literally didn't mention Gaza at all. It didn't mention inflation at all, which is just a sick joke. There were factual errors on almost every single page.
It was like an AI report.
It wasn't even really an autopsy. It was just like an AI diarrhea fest. That's what it was. It's like page after page of utter nonsense with basic factual errors. Well, you're not going to be surprised to learn that after this thing was released, within like an hour or two, every corporate Democrat hack organization, every Diet MAGA Democrat organization was out there saying, this report validates everything we say and everything we believe. And what happened was, like Third Way, for example, the corporate assholes at Third Way, they released something that said that. They got dogpiled so thoroughly, they had to delete the post. Because everybody was like, hey, bro, this is not even really a report. It's just a bunch of AI bullshit, and it's wrong on every level, and it's embarrassing. Why would you use this as validation for your ideology? It's because they were going to do that anyway. No matter what the fuck the report said, they were going to say, oh, this totally validates us in every single way, shape, and form. So just humiliating yet again. And these organizations, their power and their sway is getting less and less over time. Now Abdul El-Sayed has a 63% chance of winning in his race. Virtually.
Wow. That's good.
Every left-wing candidate is cleaning house. Chris Rabb.
Yeah, there's a bunch of left-wing candidates who have won. We covered them earlier.
Rabb just won the other day.
Yep,
these guys are terrified. They're terrified that they're losing power and they're losing sway because they are losing power and they are losing sway. And they should, because they don't represent the will of the Democratic voters, the will of the people. Okay.
Well, and who is it? Like Destiny and I'm Really Important saying, fuck them. Who needs the left wing? Hey, buddy.
Okay. This is incredibly disturbing and frankly disgusting, but Jasmine Crockett, she decided to endorse against Cori Bush. She's supporting
There you go. There you go. There you go. I knew I didn't like her.
Wesley Bell, who's taken over $13 million from the pro-Israel lobby.
See what I mean? And we were all supposed to clap like seals because, you know, identity politics. Oh, fuck off.
So, Jasmine Crockett.
You know, see, this is why I was like, he was the better candidate. Mm-hmm. Right, and it's still Texas, so it's going to be more conservative. But there you go. When literally, right, she's endorsing like Cori Bush's opponent, right? And we talked a lot about Cori Bush on the stream, right?
So
you guys know, you know, a good deal about her and how she lost to AIPAC, essentially, right?
This is just shameful and disgusting. And it's a real shame because the political talent that she has is she's always been a fighter. And she's always been great at taking down the Republicans. And I've loved it, and I've given her a lot of credit for that. But your politics has to be about more than just fuck the other side. You also have to be in favor of Medicare for all, in favor of free college, and in favor of a living wage, and in favor of ending the wars, and in favor of ending genocide, and against the Israel lobby. And for her to line up like this for one of the biggest puppets and sellouts in Congress is just completely and utterly unforgivable. Everybody go support Cori Bush. She's the real deal, and she's the one who deserves our support. Okay. Now, I don't know if you guys saw this, but this is kind of crazy. So AOC endorsed a corporate Democrat. Now, she did this because she's trying to endorse against Maureen Galindo. Now, Maureen Galindo was in the news recently because she said that I want to put American Zionists into labor camps or something to that effect. Very spicy, over-the-top comment, led to widespread condemnation. That was kind of a big deal. Now, there's speculation that this Maureen Galindo is actually almost like a Republican-funded op to infiltrate the Democratic Party to make Democrats look bad kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And so AOC was the first one out there condemning what she said on that. But AOC went further than just condemning it, okay? AOC endorsed this police officer, okay, where if he gets to Congress, as Dave Weigel points out, he's going to vote like Henry Cuellar.
Does everyone know that I'm Really Important is the new white guy, is the white guy in the music video for, yep! Chat told me about him. Yeah, I didn't know that. Thanks to you guys, I know.
This is a guy, this police officer, okay, where if he gets to Congress, as Dave Weigel points out, he's going to vote like Henry Cuellar. This is a guy who's pro-Israel. This is a guy who's pro-ICE. Okay, so this is kind of like AOC endorsing a Joe Manchin type of candidate or a Kyrsten Sinema type of candidate. And so Hassan Piker came out and he was like, look, man, this is a fucking swing and a miss, AOC. I don't know what the fuck you think you're doing, but this is unacceptable. You could have just stayed out. You could have just stayed out. You don't have to endorse in that race. So you're telling me you're going to endorse this fucking right-wing Democrat, but you're not going to endorse Shoykot? Come on, man. Come on. That's just not smart. That not only is that not smart, that's not principled. That's like you're overly political in how you're acting, and you're worried about how to appease the worst fucking people in the country. These corporate douchebag Democrats.
Well, and she should be, like, they fucked her, right? With the Joe Crowley thing. Remember? Was it Joe Crowley? No, that's who she ran against. But the guy who literally got cancer 2 months later after winning a committee hearing, like for her leadership in that committee, he literally died. Like he had to resign Congress because he got like cancer 2 weeks later, and he was like 80 something years old, right? What a joke.
Who are diet MAGA. Like, what are you doing? So not a good sign, y'all. Not a good sign. Okay. I also wanted to point this out. So there's this clip of Dave Smith that's floating around where Dave Smith basically in the past, this is before the Massey race, he said that, hey, Michael Knowles is wrong when Michael Knowles says that Trump has an iron grip on the Republican Party. And Dave Smith went on to predict that Thomas Massey would win his primary. And he goes on to say, I wonder what Michael Knowles' reaction would be when Thomas Massey wins the primary. Okay? So Dave Smith said all that. And then Michael Knowles comes out and says, I guess we'll never know what my reaction would have been had I been wrong. In other words, hey, bitch, I'm right. Trump has an iron grip on the party. Now, I chimed in, and the point that I made is, well, congratulations on bragging that you're in a fucking death cult and the entire GOP is a death cult. Like, you are owning yourself, you dumb fuck. Like, if anything, Dave Smith was being more optimistic about the Republicans than you. He was saying, hey, I have more hope in their intelligence that they actually meant it when they said they were anti-war, right? That they actually meant it when they said America first and not Israel first. That's Dave Smith being like...
And this is why I support this community that we've built together so much, guys. Because Patricia is Australian. She cares more about our politics than the average American. Shout out. W. And, you know, it affects her too, right? Unfortunately, we've talked about how, like, again, I feel genuinely terrible that the rest of the world doesn't get a say on our elections when they have an impact on them as well, right? In different ways, right? Like, our shitty elections and our fucking terrible system has an impact on Australia, whether we like it or not, right? It's just, it clearly does, right? It has an impact, obviously, in Iran, Gaza, all these things. And that's why I advocate for this, like, internationalist approach to politics and not just, like, using fucking nation states to always, like, we've been blinded by our... oh, nice. We've been blinded by our blinders, essentially, that everything just affects nation states, the ones you're living in, right? And in reality, as you've come to see throughout the stream, that's not the case. This stuff affects people all over the world. Germany, right? Singapore, all these places. And yeah, like I'm so thankful for my international watchers and lurkers, if you lurk. Appreciate it so much. Thank you, guys.
Hey, I kind of believe...
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
these things for real, so I'm assuming other Republican voters believe these things for real, and they understand that Thomas
We don't
Massie
even have a say. Well, but what I'm saying is they really don't have a say, right? Like, if we don't have a say, of course I agree with you, right? We don't get a say, but they really don't. They get nothing, right? Like, if you're living in Australia or any other country around the world, you don't get shit, right? Unless you donate money to a campaign or something like that, right?
good on this stuff, so they'll probably vote for him. And basically what happened was a fucking boomer death cult was bombarded with AI slop propaganda saying that Thomas Massie was having threesomes with AOC and Ilhan Omar. Like the most deranged shit you've ever seen.
America first.
These people didn't know anything. They just
what a joke.
Dragged their sorry ass into the polls and voted for whichever idiot Trump told them to vote for. So it just proves that the Republicans are the dumb party, are the cult party. Congratulations. And now you're bragging about that fact. As if, like, you know, that's something positive. But Dave Smith was wrong. But, you know, at the same time, it's quite a thing to brag about when... Like, it's embarrassing that this guy lost for your party. Because what did he do? Again, let's be clear. All Thomas Massie did was disagree and want to release the Epstein files, and he was against the illegal war against Iran. That's it. And that led to billionaire spending against him, and that led to the Israel lobby spending against him, and that led to Trump's crusade against him. Because Trump, last thing he wants to do is release more shit about Epstein, because he was Epstein's best friend. So just humiliating stuff there. Michael Knowles, the cuck boy, will forever be the cuck boy to Donald Trump. Okay. Got some good news for you guys. So do you remember that guy who was jailed in Tennessee for more than a month because he had a Facebook post about Charlie Kirk's assassination where he was posting Trump saying, we have to get over it. We have to get over it. He got arrested in Tennessee for that. Okay. This was a huge deal at the time. His First Amendment rights were violated so overwhelmingly and so disgustingly. I remember screaming on air about this. So this guy's name is Larry Bushart. And, well, turns out there's a happy ending to the story because he just won an $835,000 settlement. So he went to court over it, won an $835,000 settlement. Shout out to you, Larry, man. You deserve all that money. It is just beyond egregious. You were locked up for over a month because you made a joke online and posted a Trump meme about Charlie Kirk's death. Thank you for being here, Thelonious. This guy was like a former officer, too, and he was locked up for over a month. So Trump and MAGA are 100% trying to kill free speech in this country, trying to kill your constitutional rights. And thankfully, at least on some fronts, we're able to push back and win. Okay, this is disturbing, but there's been 6,000 refugees who entered the U.S. since October, and all but 3 of them are from South Africa. So don't ever let anybody tell you that these motherfuckers are not white nationalists. They are actively trying to build a white nationalist country. And this is evidence of that. Allowing 3,000 people in, all but 3 are white. Amazing. That is fucking amazing. You're exactly what the fuck your harshest critics on the left say you are, you disgusting pricks. Okay. So the Trump regime is closing the nation's primary bee research laboratory. And that alone is horrible because there's a lot of like medical research and scientific research and stuff that's done through there, right? But the most disturbing part about this is happening just after there's been some preliminary evidence that the bee venom, I believe it is, actually helps cure certain forms of cancer. Now, to be fair, we're very early on in the process. All they're saying is that, like, in a petri dish, in preclinical trials, the venom can like make the cancer cells basically vanish or explode. Okay, so we're far from having it like actually proven to cure in people, etc. But it's so crazy that like we just see those headlines and then like instantly Trump's like, yeah, well, how about we just shut down the nation's primary bee research laboratory? It's too perfect because it just shows how genuinely evil this guy is. Like he is, of course, evil personified.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should be as collective humanity, right? Funding these kind of research facilities, right? As long as they're not like for profit or any of this stuff, they're actually conducting this research. That's how I told you we're gonna get unlimited power, right? We're gonna get hopefully matter replication, cures like this, right? Cancer and stuff. Like these are really important things that we as a society have to work on. The fission thing I think is closer, right? That makes sense. Like creating a mini sun that we can then like locally have the power to distribute equally and, you know, hopefully be so cheap that it's almost impossible or pointless to even charge for, right? All these things are really important.
More Perfect Union has a crazy story that there's a woman in Tennessee who was arrested after she made a Facebook post sounding the alarm about the water quality in her town.
Yeah.
So the water, she lives in Trinidad, Texas.
Well, I think it was in Britain as well, right? Didn't they just find essentially a cure for type 1 diabetes? Right? It looks like it's a cure, right? I think it was in the UK. Yeah, here we go. The first ever stem cell therapy restores insulin dependency in type 1 diabetes, a medical milestone, right? And it's because stem cell research, right? I remember during the Bush administration, Bush was against this stuff. And I believe he tried to ban it, or he got a lot of Republicans to ban this. And stem cell research, guys, is going to be very beneficial in making us all like live more more healthy, productive lives, right? Because essentially with the stem cell, you can essentially grow just about any body part, right? You can turn stem cells into just about anything that you're missing, right? Now, what's stopping us from doing that even more? Clearly, like research funding and our technology, right? We're always like that's always like the problem, right? Is that we just don't have the technology to do more and more and more of this stuff, right? That's why axolotl like research is important, right? All these things. And like how you fund them is really important, right? Does the funding benefit humanity, or does it benefit like the private corporations, right? And I would argue it needs to benefit as many people as possible, right? Make this stuff free, fair, and anybody can pick up and easily replicate, right? That's how we solve these problems, not through like corporatization and making all these products that are then sold to us, right? Even though we help pay for a lot of them half the time.
And the water there, depending on where you are, it can run brown and disgusting and obviously like polluted.
Thank you. I love
and
views.
So she posted about that, and then the cops came, knocked on her door,
Kenny.
took her to jail, saying
Appreciate
like,
it.
"Oh, she's spreading false
Glad
panic
you
or
found
something
us
like
here.
that." Meanwhile, there's evidence that she's right, that the water in some places at some times is brown and smells bad and is fucked up, right? But this is what this country has become now. When you look at Trump destroying free speech rights, when you look at now at the state level, Republican states destroying free speech rights, they go after, if you are against the genocide in Gaza and you protest, good luck, they'll probably come after you. God forbid you're an immigrant or you have a green card, they'll strip that shit in a second. God forbid you made a joke about Charlie Kirk, they'll come after you. These people don't give a fuck. Trump's suing the media for saying things he doesn't like. And now, if you just tell the truth about your water being poisoned, that could be a crime to these disgusting fucks. Violating First Amendment rights all over this country, the Republicans are. Okay, this is also crazy, but for decades, people who were skeptical of climate change, they would say that, hey, the reason we're right and there is no climate change is because the melting of the ice in Antarctica isn't happening. And they said, look, there's the proof. Like, yeah, in the Arctic, you might have some ice loss, but in Antarctica, we've actually gained ice. And so there's a lot of doom and gloom about the future of the country and about carbon emissions, but everything's going to be all right. Don't worry about it. Well, guess what? What just happened within the past decade is the melting of the ice in Antarctica has massively sped up. And it's sped up beyond what any experts thought it would do. Okay? So they've seen a, quote, shocking decline in Antarctic ice. And listen to this. Since 2015, Antarctic sea ice has declined sharply. In 2023, winter sea ice extent fell to record lows so far below the long-term average that scientists considered it an event with roughly a 1 in 3.5 million probability of occurring by chance.
Yep.
So in other words, it is fucking climate change. It
It's
is
caused by
man-made.
us, yeah.
And we are on a worse than worst case scenario track
Yeah,
right now.
those numbers.
So yet again, another thing.
See, this is what I mean. Those numbers, 1 in what, like millionth of a chance or whatever, right? That's so low that it's random. And here they are saying, like, it happens because climate changes. It's not our fault. Bullshit.
Which is absolutely devastating. Just absolutely devastating. Let me also give you this. More Perfect Union again here says, the Senate is nearing a vote on this bill called the Clarity Act, and the bill would make it easier for criminals to use crypto to launder money, and it would not restrict Trump and his family from making billions. So the act would also deregulate the crypto industry and let banks put your savings into crypto. So yet again, the hyper-financialization of our economy, leading to mass scams with no accountability whatsoever, leading to regular people getting hosed over and over again. The bill's going to come due for all this, bro, and it's going to be a catastrophe when it does. That basically everything in this country is a scam. We also have this crazy story about this Republican minister guy, okay? And he ran a gay cure ministry where he promised, like, oh yeah, I can make you not gay. His name is Alan Chambers. He's 54 years old. For decades, he ran this gay cure ministry. And turns out he was just busted for trying to meet a 14-year-old boy. He was sending him dick pics. He was talking about, forbidden love with him. Just absolutely disgusting. By the way, he was arrested. He's out on bond. He paid $15,000. Now he's out. Now he's got to, they're like, you're not allowed to talk to any minors in the meantime. It's like, bro, why is you let this guy roam the fucking streets?
Yeah,
you got him dead to rights. Trying to diddle little boys. What the fuck, bro? But of course, there's always the hypocrisy angle of like all these, I can solve your gayness. I can cure you. This is not holy. I'm a family values man. Meanwhile, every free second he's got, he's cruising for some underage dick. Absolutely disturbing, man.
Jesus.
Ben Shapiro.
Oh my God.
I don't know if you've seen this, but Ben Shapiro is now placing his entire show as an ad on YouTube. His entire show as an ad.
Wow.
Okay. And obviously the reason he's doing that is to try to juice the numbers because the Daily Wire has lost up to 80% of their viewership over the past couple of years. That's humiliating. That's embarrassing. You know, Ben Shapiro had a hilarious meltdown the other day, which came across as pathetic and whiny when he thought it was like badass. At the same time that's going on, the new CEO of the Daily Wire, not Jeremy Boring, who already is gone, but the new CEO just resigned. Just resigned. So this guy took one look at the situation there and said, oh yeah, we can't do this. We're not doing this. This place is beyond recovery. This place is beyond saving. We're done here. I'm done. I'm out. So not looking good for old Benny Boy.
Damn right, Park Horse.
That's for sure. Turns out people don't like it when your whole network is based off of downplaying the Epstein files and cheerleading illegal wars of aggression where we carpet bomb schools and hospitals. Okay. All right. And then finally, I got just a couple more here for you. So Trump, the most relatable thing about Trump is how much he hates his kids because he I also hate his kids. And Don Jr. and Eric are the worst of the worst. So apparently Don Jr. is getting married again. I don't know which number marriage he's on. 3, 4, 5. No idea. Don't care, really.
Christian values, damn right.
Anyway, him and Kim Guilfoyle broke up a while ago, as I'm sure people know. But he's got some new person who he's dating and is his fiance, and they're going to get married. So they're going to have this event, this marriage in the Bahamas. They're going to have the ceremony in the Bahamas. Trump was asked if he was going, and he was like, well, you know, I'm a little busy here as president. I'm handling things like Iran and things of that nature. Meanwhile, cut to literally the next day, he's out on the golf course in New Jersey, right? Like he's going to Mar-a-Lago every other fucking weekend. And so he literally goes out there. He's basically like, I'm not going to go to my son's wedding. I'm not going to go to my son. And it's like, bro, you actually fucking hate your kids. You actually fucking hate your kids.
Yeah, he does.
So that's this is the only positive thing you'll ever hear me say about Trump is that I also hate his kids and they're not worthy of love. And so he shouldn't give it any to them. So go ahead, bro. You go ahead and miss that winning. Miss that winning all day, every day. We don't give a shit. I'm sure his son is like, why doesn't daddy love me? Because you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit just like he's a piece of shit. You're both pieces of shit, but you definitely are a piece of shit. And if I was your dad, I'd also hate you. You should be hated. That's the correct reaction to somebody like you, if I'm being honest. That's right. That's the truth. It's the truth. All right, and then finally, this is insane, bro. But there's a missing Republican congressperson. Bro, his name is Tom Keene Jr. He's a Republican, New Jersey Republican. He's been missing for 75 days. Well, come to find out, his staff is still pretending like he's there, and they're like tweeting shit as if he's there. Crazy. Now we also learned his wife has been missing that whole time, too.
What the fuck?
He's 57 years old. Just disappeared one day. Don't know where he is. Don't know what's going on. Don't know where his wife is.
Nobody gives a shit.
And nobody's even, like, this is barely being talked about. It's barely being talked about. So I don't know what the fuck is going on here. But whatever it is, it's not good. And you genuinely don't hate Congress enough. Between all the corruption, all the insider trading, all the listening to lobbyists and not listening to the American people.
A member of Congress. Like, we should know where they are pretty much at all times, right? Not like, yo, you're in the bed sleeping or jerking off, right? I don't want to know that, but like, you generally should be like, oh yeah, they're voting today, right? Oh, cool. All right, let's see what they just voted. Oh yeah, looks like they voted for this. Nope, this guy hasn't even shown up for 75 days, and nobody bats an eye, including his own staff.
People selling everybody out, but also being so selfish and so piggy and so greedy and so self-absorbed. Like, I don't know what happened. This guy could have done a murder-suicide for all we fucking know. This guy could just, like, literally.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll find out.
Faked his
but there
death.
you go, guys.
That's
your updates for today. I love y'all very much. You guys have a great rest of your day. Let me also say, everybody sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. We have a great episode dropping later today. I'll give you a couple teaser clips as well. But we have Young Don coming on the channel from Young Don Reacts. I'm a big fan of his channel. Everybody go check that channel out. But definitely go sub. You'll want to hear the entire conversation. You won't want to miss it. It's awesome. We get into a bunch of stuff, give you guys a bunch of updates. And yeah, that's all I got for you. I love you guys, and I'll see you soon. Peace.
Oh, fuck off. All right.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Denver. Republican leaders in the House of Representatives called off a vote Thursday on a war powers resolution seeking to end President Trump's ability to strike Iran. Its abrupt cancellation came as Republicans were on the verge of losing the vote as several members were absent from the House floor. This follows Tuesday's 50-47 vote by the Senate to advance a war powers resolution. Any vote in the House will have to wait until at least June 1st, when Congress returns from its Memorial Day recess. This comes as the U.S. and Iran continue to exchange proposals for peace.
That was before you started joining, Reina, right? We had covered that. Just like, she was in a nursing home for like 90 days, guys. And like her family was taking care of her. There you go.
Peace agreement through Pakistan.
And then they forced her to resign because it was like she was taking a salary even though she wasn't working. Can you imagine if anyone else did that? You'd be fired immediately, right? Sued, all that stuff. And yet this lady is literally being taken care of in a retirement home. I think it was for 6 months, if I remember correctly. And she just, no. She's entitled to it. She wasn't stealing.
Mediators. Earlier today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said indirect negotiations over a deal with Iran had seen, quote, a little bit of movement, and that's good, he said. Russia and China have condemned the Trump administration's indictment of 94-year-old former Cuban President Raul Castro on murder charges. Russia's foreign ministry accused the White House of, quote, unquote, attempts to tighten the sanctions noose and promised to provide active support to Cuba. China's foreign ministry said it always opposes unilateral sanctions that have no basis in international law. It added, quote, the United States should stop brandishing sanctions or judicial proceedings at Cuba and stop resorting to the threat of force at every turn, unquote. On Thursday, President Trump said it was likely he would order military strikes on Cuba.
Other presidents have looked at this for 50, 60 years doing something, and it looks like I'll be the one that does it, so would be happy to do.
Lebanon's national news agency reports an Israeli strike in southern Lebanon's Tyre district has killed 6 people, including 2 paramedics and a Syrian child. The medics were reportedly killed in a double-tap strike after an initial strike on a motorcycle. The latest violence came despite a U.S. brokered ceasefire that Israel's violated on a near-daily basis. Lebanon's health ministry reports Israeli attacks have killed nearly 3,100 people. Meanwhile, Lebanon's finance minister told Reuters the war could shrink the economy by at least 7% this year. Israel's deported more than 400 activists it abducted from a Gaza-bound humanitarian aid flotilla in international waters. On Thursday, members of the global Samud flotilla were flown from southern Israel to Istanbul, Turkey, aboard 3 chartered flights. They arrived with stories of physical and psychological abuse at the hands of their Israeli captors. This is U.S. activist Alex Colston.
In one of the prison boats, 35 people suffered fractures to their ribs. People said there was at least 12 sexual assaults that took place. People were tased. Me personally, I was kept in cuffs where I can't feel my hands anymore. I was kicked in the ribs multiple times.
The release of the Gaza flotilla members comes amidst global condemnation of Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who published video of himself taunting dozens of handcuffed activists. In Greenland, hundreds of protesters gathered at the opening of a new U.S. consulate building in the capital, Nuuk, on Thursday to denounce President Trump's threats to annex the island. The protests came after Trump's special envoy to Greenland, Republican Governor Jeff Landry of Louisiana, made his first trip to the semi-autonomous Danish territory. Landry reportedly spoke on Saturday with President Trump, who told him to, quote, go there and make a bunch of friends, unquote. This is Nuuk resident Aron Bang Isaacson.
It's just a really unpleasant reminder of people as commodities or as a product, as something that can be bought and sold. It's very unpleasant to witness, and I think this ruthless rhetoric, where military actions are not taken off the table, is completely wild and ruthless towards the people who live here.
Senate Republicans abruptly left Washington, D.C. Thursday for the Memorial Day recess without casting a vote for a $72 billion budget reconciliation bill to fund ICE and Border Patrol for 3 years. That's on top of the $170 billion provided to those agencies by Congress last year. This comes as President Trump faces a growing revolt among Republicans over his plans to use public funds to build a $1 billion ballroom at the White House, and the Justice Department's creation of a nearly $1.8 billion slush fund to compensate MAGA allies prosecuted by the Justice Department. Already, several prominent January 6 rioters have said publicly they'll seek a share of the fund, as have disgraced politicians George Santos and Rod Blagojevich. On Thursday, Senate Republican
Rod Blagojevich, that guy? Oh my God, I thought that's the last I've ever heard of him.
Met with Attorney General Todd Blanche behind closed
What the
doors.
hell?
The Hill reports the meeting became a screaming fest after Blanche refused to limit who would be eligible to get paid by the fund. North Carolina Republican Senator Tom Tillis called the plan stupid on stilts.
Yep.
It will invariably put us in a position where your taxpayer dollars and my taxpayer dollars could potentially compensate someone who assaulted a police officer, admitted their guilt, got convicted, got pardoned, and now we're going to pay them for that? That's absurd. The American people are going to reject this out of hand.
For real.
Meanwhile, congressional Democrats have introduced legislation to block the Trump's Justice Department's new slush fund. A bill authored by Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin would bar the use of any federal funds to back the settlement and would limit payouts. Other legislation proposes a 100% tax on future beneficiaries. To see our interview with Congressmember Jamie Raskin, go to...
That would be a good way of going around this, right? Putting that in a budget bill. You will be charged a 100% tax if you ever get that money. Which would basically mean you get no money, right? Because, yeah, even if you got the money, congrats. Now you owe the IRS, whatever it is, they just paid you out. Right? Smart.
democracynow.org. In Arizona,
and that's pretty easy. I don't think that you could probably do that in a budget reconciliation bill, right? Which means you don't need like an overwhelming majority of senators. Well, you just need a simple majority. So, yeah. If they go through with it, right? Because these people talk a big game, then half the time don't even do it.
Son advocates are demanding the release of activist DACA recipient Carla Toledo, who was violently detained at her home earlier this week. Federal immigration agents forced their way into Toledo's house to arrest her without reportedly showing a warrant. Toledo has lived in the U.S. since she was a year old and obtained deferred action for childhood arrivals, or DACA, which protects immigrants who came to the U.S. as children from deportation. But under Trump's second term, DACA recipients have been increasingly targeted. In Oregon, body camera footage obtained by the group Innovation Law Lab shows federal immigration agents pulling over a van of farm workers, then smashing the windows and using a facial recognition app to identify and arrest the workers without a warrant. The footage was disclosed as part of a class action lawsuit filed against the agents' violent tactics and racial profiling following the farm workers' detention in October. In related news, activists say at least 20 immigrants jailed at the Desert View Annex ICE detention facility in Adelanto, California, have started a hunger strike to protest inhumane conditions, including medical neglect and unsafe drinking water. Immigrants also say food portions have been reduced, forcing them to have to purchase items sold in the commissary.
Yeah, they're pretty exactly, Raina. Jesus.
At exorbitant prices. The Adelanto ICE jail is operated by the private prison company Geo Group. At least 4 immigrants have died there since September. In Chicago, all charges against 4 activists who were arrested last year during mass protests against immigration raids outside the Broadview ICE facility have been dismissed. During a court hearing Thursday, the U.S. Attorney's Office admitted federal prosecutors committed misconduct during the grand jury proceedings that resulted in the indictments, including having conversations with grand jurors outside the courtroom. This was one of the most high-profile prosecutions against activists following Trump's so-called Operation Midway Blitz crackdown, when hundreds of mass federal immigration agents flooded the streets of Chicago. The defendants came to be known as the Broadview Six. Ultimately, 4 activists faced the remaining charges, including former candidate for the U.S. House, Kat Abu-Ghazala. Here in Colorado, Democrats have censured their party's highest elected official, Governor Jared
Yeah, this guy deserves to be censured. What a piece of shit.
Polis for
I mean, he should be in jail, but
clemency to an election denier who is convicted of tampering with voting systems.
So what, you just get away with this shit now? Dude, this guy's a Democrat.
Last Friday,
Fuck
Governor
Colorado.
Polis announced he was commuting the 9-year prison sentence of former Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters, who was convicted of conspiring with allies of President Trump to breach voting systems in 2021 in an effort to prove Trump's claims of a rigged 2020 election. On Wednesday, the Colorado Democratic Party State Central Committee voted to rebuke Governor Polis, writing, quote, "Reducing her sentence now under pressure from Donald Trump is not justice. It sends a message to future bad actors that election tampering has consequences unless you're friends with the president."
Thank you.
That's a dangerous and disappointing precedent to set, unquote. The
Weakest fucking response still.
Democratic National Committee has released a post-election autopsy criticizing the failed
That's not enough, right?
2024 presidential
Strongly worded
campaign.
letter.
The release of the long-awaited 192-page document follows a months-long pressure campaign by party activists who protested DNC Chair Ken Martin's decision to keep the report secret. Martin had said he hoped to prevent a distraction ahead of the midterm elections. On Thursday, critics slammed the report as woefully incomplete and unsubstantiated, makes no mention of President Biden's decision to seek re-election, nor how Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee without having to compete in primaries. It also makes no reference to the Biden administration's support for Israel. Graham Plattner, the frontrunner among Democrats seeking to challenge Maine Republican Senator Susan Collins in November, wrote, quote, "The words Gaza and genocide appear precisely 0 times
Bingo.
in the DNC autopsy."
When in reality, we know it was easily 1 or 2, right? Depending on who you are. It's certainly, like, I would put it in the top 2. But probably second, and the economy, right? Just traditionally, because Americans vote on economic issues. But the Gaza thing was...
Turning a blind eye to crimes against humanity.
The genocide, guys, that's going to make a lot of people's list as well, right? And I don't blame you.
Injustice and a terrible election strategy, unquote. In San Diego, more than 2,000 people gathered Thursday to mourn Amin Abdullah, Mansour Kaziha, and Nader Awad, who were killed in a shooting at the city's largest mosque. The 3 victims were remembered as heroes as they attempted to stop 2 attackers when they opened fire at the Islamic Center of San Diego Monday. The center's imam, Taha Hussein, addressed the crowd during Thursday's Janazah Islamic funeral prayer service.
Let's work together to stop this hatred, stop this racism, stop dehumanizing the Muslim community. So we can live together in this very diverse society, very diverse nation. We can live together as brothers and sisters, loving one another and working together for the betterment of our community and our society.
This comes as more details have emerged about one of the suspects, Caleb Vasquez, who came to police attention more than a year before the mosque attack over his disturbing behavior, idolizing Nazis and mass shooters. Last year, police obtained a court order to confiscate dozens of his father's weapons from the family home. Vasquez had also been previously confined in an involuntary psychiatric hold. The new revelations came as part of documents filed in a San Diego court raising questions about the authorities' inability to prevent the mosque shooting. And Tennessee has called off the execution of Tony Carruthers after prison officials were unable to find a vein to administer lethal injection drugs. On Thursday, Republican Governor Bill Lee issued a 1-year reprieve to Carruthers over the botched execution, which came despite his claims of innocence and demands for a new trial. Laura Porter, the executive director of the U.S. campaign to end the death penalty, told the New York Times, quote, Tennessee has effectively made the case against the death penalty, unquote. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Denver with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more...
All right. And up next, we got Zoran.
You know, one of the things that's been driving me absolutely crazy, that just, it just feels like, it's just so cruel. It's just so cruel when you sit on this fact and you dwell on it and you think about it, you let it marinate and swirl around your head a little bit. But Zoran Mamdani wasn't born in this country, so he's not going to be able to ever run for president.
Yep.
When I tell you that breaks my fucking heart, I mean, it breaks my fucking heart, because he's one of those people where you look at him and you go, yeah, there's no doubt. Like, not only would he win, it would be a fucking landslide. It would be a cakewalk. I have full faith and confidence in his
facts,
his strategic ability, in his chops when it comes to policy substance. Like, he's got it. He's got whatever that is, whatever the thing is, whatever the X factor is, he is oozing with that X factor. And it's not just me saying this. I'm sure a lot of you guys feel the same way. You take one look at him and you go, oh, he's the one. He's the one. If he could run for president, and he did run for president, it'd be 400 fucking electoral college votes. The Republicans would be crying in the corner, and he would, day one, he'd already start moving us towards a utopia. Now, why can I say that with such certitude? Well, because we've seen what he's done, right? First of all, they always hit him with fake scandals, right? Like, one of the scandals they tried to gin up against him is he ate at an expensive restaurant. Like, really? That's how low you have to go? Like, that's how desperate you are, that he ate at an expensive restaurant? Like, what is that? Do you think that's going to make people... Oh, I could never vote for him. They also pointed out that his dad correctly said that Hitler admired the U.S. because that's a fact. They made it seem like, hey, can you believe his dad said that thing that's actually true? Yes, I can, and frankly, I don't care. Another one they did is he took a picture with an imam who may have been a bad guy. Like, who the fuck cares? Who cares? They try to say he's a Nepo baby. What? Like, yeah, that prominent family that he comes from. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Who are we kidding? Who are we kidding? And then when you get to the policy chops, as I've told you guys, he cracked down on shitty landlords virtually immediately as soon as he got power. He ordered a deep cleaning of the subway, which is pretty badass because everybody knows how dirty those subways are. He handled the winter storm that they got so well that even Republicans were giving him credit. As I always tell you guys, he played the game behind the scenes so well. Like, I was skeptical. Many people were skeptical at certain points. We were like, I don't know about this, but it turned out he was right. He was able to get Hochul on board for universal child care. That's amazing. He knew how to work her behind the scenes and shake the right hands and make the right decisions. He knows how to play politics. Like, he's an ideological leftist, but he's also practical in the sense that he'll actually get the shit done that we want him to get done. He's freezing the rent because he was able to pack the board to do that, taxing the rich. Like, this guy, I mean, it's just win after win after win. It's astonishing. You look at it, you're like, oh my God, it's the Trump quote of like, I'm going to win so much, it'll make your head spin. You'll say, please, sir, no more winning. I'm looking at this going, Zoran, please, sir, no more winning. My head is spinning. Can you please stop? I'm getting dizzy over here. So I tell you all of that to show you this. Why did I have to wait? I'm 38 fucking years old. Why did it take this long for some Democrat with some power to actually say some dope-based ass shit against Ronald Reagan? My whole life, Democrats either said nothing about Reagan or they sucked Reagan off. Right? Think of Bill Clinton. His whole thing was like, I agree with Reagan. The era of big government is over. Like, I'm on the side of small.
I've never heard a Democrat speak good or terrible about Ronald Reagan. Even I don't even think Bernie to a certain degree, right?
Government. He's the king neoliberal. Now we have a resurgence of the New Deal Democrat.
He doesn't talk that much. I haven't heard too much about. I may be misforgetting, or I may not be remembering what he said. But It's not something he talks a lot about, right?
Democratic socialist, of the person who's like, no, our government actually...
Which is not... Like, he's just... It's different, right? Like, Bernie just is... There's various reasons for that. Like, if those videos we saw of him, like, interviewing the goth kids in the mall... Yeah, that wouldn't have been effective, right? So...
Can be used for good, and I'm...
Remember that? That was pretty funny.
Going to make government be...
I'm going to become goth now. Can someone get me their eyeliner makeup? Black eyeliner, preferably.
Used for good to help you. I know that crazy idea. That you pay taxes and you just actually get good shit for those taxes. I know, wild. So Zoran is giving a speech here. Love this. I love this so much. And, bro, shots fired at Ronald Reagan. And that very famous quote that Reagan has, he fucking rips it apart casually, smoothly, seemingly without even trying. Watch this. This is glorious.
And standing here this morning, I cannot help but think of the words of our 40th president, Ronald Reagan. He famously said, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are I'm from the government and I'm here to help." It's a good quote, but I disagree. I think 9 more terrifying words are actually, I worked all day and can't feed my family.
Thank you.
We are going to use the power of government
to
lower prices and make it easier for New Yorkers to put food on the table.
God damn, son. See this? This is the mic, right? Ready? That's a mic drop moment, dog. What the fuck? Why did it take this long? Like I said, I'm 38 years old, bro. Why did it take this long for a Democrat to actually respond to and drop a rebuttal for that
Reaganism.
fucking Ronald Reagan quote, which unfortunately dominated the mindset and the philosophy of both political parties my entire life.
Exactly.
The scariest words in the English language are I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And he flipped that shit right back on him and said, no, actually, the scariest words in the English language are I worked all day and can't feed my family. That's scarier. Yes, he's finally making the point that every person left of center believes in, whether you're a liberal or a leftist or left of that, right? The thing that we all agree on, very simply, is if you have a government, which every civilized functioning society does, the question is, what do you want that government to do? Do we want to pay taxes to a government that covers for child sex trafficking rings? That, you know, takes up for pedophiles, that enriches the military-industrial complex, that starts multiple illegal wars, that's a grab bag of corruption, that serves the Epstein class and the billionaires only? Do we want to pay taxes to the government and then say, like, hey, take my money and just, like, leave me alone? No! That's the Republican idea. You pay some taxes, but, you know, then the government's just, like, not going to do much for you when you pay. No, we want something for that money. We are demanding something. If we pay taxes to you, give us health care. Give us education. Give us paid vacation time by law. Give us free school breakfast and free school lunch.
Hell yeah.
Right? Give us all of these good things that make up the basics of a civilized society, of a functioning society. Right? Like, this should be obvious. If you're not born into wealth and privilege, like, a lot of these things, you need to have a society in place that can actually fund the basics, the necessities, the things that give you even a shot, a chance to live the American dream and make a decent amount of money and raise a family. And right now we've had this totally backwards ideology for the longest time of like, everything's a meritocracy, but you're on your own, basically. And the fact of the matter is, we never had a meritocracy. If anything, we live in an anti-meritocracy. Look, fucking Donald Trump is a billionaire. Do you think that system makes sense? Did he work that much harder than everybody else? No, he didn't. He's an asshole whose dad was a fucking multi-hundred millionaire. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's an obnoxious asshole. He failed up his entire life. I mean, literally 60% of people who are billionaires were born into extreme wealth. This is not the harder you work, the further you go. I know so many people who work full-time job, multiple jobs, 2 jobs, 3 jobs in some cases, and they still live below the poverty line. Some of the hardest working people I know live at or below the poverty line. So it's got nothing to do with how hard you work, okay? It's got nothing to do with how smart you are. We have a lot of intelligence that's totally wasted because it's not harnessed properly. Because our system is geared towards profit. Capitalism is about profit. Capitalism is about enriching the billionaire class, the Epstein class, okay? And unfortunately, oftentimes now we have a race to the bottom with capitalism. Socialism needs to be there to check capitalism's ass, okay, to get it in line, to regulate it, to make sure that the quest for profit doesn't happen at the expense of every other fucking thing that we value. I've said this a million times, but your economic value is not the same as your human value, right? Elon Musk is going to be a fucking trillionaire. Is that his human value? Did he just work that much harder than everybody else? Fuck no. No. We need to start valuing people at a human level more than an economic level now. Like that, we have a crisis under capitalism where all anybody cares about is the size of your wallet, and your life is dictated by the size of your wallet, the size of your bank account.
Yeah, it's a money cult.
That mindset is changing. That mindset is changing. People are waking up to the fact that it's all fucking bullshit. That it's all bullshit. We can craft a society however we want.
Yeah, like I get what Kyle's saying, right? But I will disagree with him in the long term that I think capitalism is worth defending or worth like keeping in place or whatever, right? For what we have now, right? Like you obviously need socialism to fix a lot of these problems, right? But I'm just saying in the long term, right? It's not gonna, like, it's not worth keeping around. I think it's gonna become like using an abacus or a compass, right? Like nobody uses a compass, they just look on their phone. Or, you know, to sail and, right? Like there's other ways to do stuff now, guys. There are better ways, right? And we already know what those better ways are. Put it in chat. You already know.
To craft a society. And what we should do is tax the shit out of the wealthy, take that money, redistribute it to give people a chance at a decent life. Give people social housing, universal health care, free college, no medical debt, a living wage. Like, this is obvious. This is duh stuff. Even if we just taxed the rich and didn't do those things, it would still be better because extreme wealth corrupts democracy, and we don't want to corrupt democracy. So even if it was just taxing them for the sake of taxing them, that would still be better. But no, we could actually tax them and use that money to fix stuff, right? I know, crazy. Crazy, the idea that we can actually try to make things better. And by the way, that idea is just dead to most people in this country. The idea we can try to make things better, try to improve things, try to actually look towards a bright future. We're also nihilistic because...
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're less so, right? I'm just even more. Like, I'll take it even further. But I understand, like, realistically, I know what he's saying, right? I'm very pragmatic, guys. Like, I know, like, if we couldn't do any of this stuff, if we just did it right tomorrow, right? So, I get what he means. Yeah.
Everything's been erased to the bottom under capitalism in this country. Yeah. Well, when you look at a guy like Zoran, you go, oh, finally a guy who gets it. A guy who's willing to say, how about I use the
no worries, man.
Power of government for good.
Stop your smoking, chimney.
Good. How about I use the power of government to help out working people? How about I try to, yes, spread the wealth around a little bit. Do wealth redistribution, that dirty word. Wealth redistribution used to be called common sense. That's what it is. Because everybody used to understand, hey, having a trillionaire, but also like 600,000 homeless Americans, that seems fucked up. That seems bad. That seems not right. Got like 60,000 homeless veterans too, but you got a trillionaire, soon to be trillionaire in Elon Musk. Like, I don't know, man. We don't need to accept that. That's not just a law of nature or a fact of reality. Like, you could change that fact. Like, there are things you can do through policy to fix that. So, God bless him, man. I just love it. Ronald Reagan. I can think of Ronald Reagan. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Is the scariest words in the English language. That's what Reagan said. Zoran says, no, the actual scariest words are, I worked all day and can't feed my family. And you know what? That's exactly where we're at now. With the Epstein class in control, with the billionaires in control, with the fascist, terrorist, imperialist MAGA regime in control, that's where we are. $5 a gallon gas. You have inflation out of control, unemployment out of control, people struggling, 18 million people losing their health care, health insurance premiums doubling and tripling. If every Democrat talked like Zoran Mamdani, we would be looking at a blue wave, the likes of which we've never seen before.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
I guess we're not moving on to retirement. No. They're gonna fuck us anyway. Who's ready for retirement? I know I am. No, wait, never mind.
I've been knocking on the door here at the Social Security office, but no one's answering. What you're looking at is a Social Security office in Iowa, in one of the most rapidly aging states in the country. The office has been closed for months now, and no one knows if or when it will reopen.
It's kind of neglecting the older people.
It's kind of distressing, like, okay,
They all voted
now
Trump,
where do
so-
I go?
This is just one office, but it's part of a crisis that most people aren't even aware of. And how did you find out that it closed?
From you.
Social Security has existed for 90 years, but right now it's at a breaking point. So we went to Iowa to find out, why is it breaking and who's responsible?
The backlog has just gotten worse and worse. They call in the 800 number, they're on hold for 5 hours, and then the calls dropped.
And for people who paid into this system for their entire lives, it feels like a betrayal.
I'm angry. It's almost like you're being punished for being on Social Security.
And what are the consequences for the 70 million people who receive Social Security checks every month?
Everybody has parents that reach a certain age.
What does it mean if all of them don't get their checks all at the same time?
That's primarily my income.
I worry for my children, is who I worry for. That's who I worry for. The next generation is in trouble.
Is it possible to talk to a representative?
Would you like me to text you a link so you can do it now? Text and data rates may apply.
Susan Ludeking is a retiree we met in Decorah, Iowa.
Is it possible to talk to a person?
Sorry, did you want me to text you a link? Text and data rates may apply depending on your plan and your carrier.
This is crazy. Now she's 74 and she works part-time.
I work for a couple Dollar Generals. I go over and service the cards. Just took down Easter, put up Mother's Day.
Susan is one of at least 40% of elderly Americans who rely on Social Security for at least half of their income every month.
I did sign up for Social Security when I was 63 because I was considered fully disabled because of the arthritis.
What do you use that $1,500 for?
Well, that pays my rent and my utilities. My utilities are high here because it's an older building.
And since she's signed up for Social Security, Susan has had an office to go to nearby to get her questions answered. Like recently, when she got a letter in the mail about a refund and wasn't sure if it was legitimate. How could someone at the office help you determine if it's a scam or not?
Because they can look up your account and tell you exactly. They have access to all that information. And I went in there and it's an office temporarily closed.
When it first opened, it had about 5 people in the office.
Last time I think I was in there was only one guy in there.
Lorraine Borowski is the city's former mayor.
She knows everything about Decorah.
There was a person that had been there for
girl.
a long time that was ready to retire. He
Pigs
was an
or it didn't
extremely
happen.
dedicated person.
When the employee retired, Lorraine fought to keep the office open, but the Decorah office has been closed since last fall. The closest offices now are in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Rochester, Minnesota, and Waterloo, Iowa. Call the Waterloo office. Waterloo is an hour-and-a-half drive from here.
I mean, I can't exactly hop in the car and drive to a city that I'm not familiar with and drive around for another 15 minutes or better trying to find an office. That would be very difficult.
I think you're looking at how that progresses from local to regional, state, and national.
Thousands of Social Security employees left the agency in 2025, leaving it the most understaffed it's ever been. And this was no accident.
Since Reagan, we've been faced with an environment that says
government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
Treating Social Security as a problem.
During the campaign, I called attention to the fact that Social Security had both a short and a long-range fiscal problem.
Social Security benefits themselves can't be cut like other social programs, but the agency that runs it can be defunded. Jessica LaPointe worked as a claims specialist for Social Security for 14 years. Now she's the president of AFGE Council 220, which represents Social Security workers in field offices and call centers.
Congress failed to meet the demands of the baby boomer by staffing up the administration.
In 1995, there were 43 million people on Social Security. Today, more than 70 million people are. But over the same time period, the number of people working for the agency actually declined.
Coming into 2025, we were an agency in crisis. We weren't getting hires to meet the demand of the public.
Demand just goes up and up and up.
My uncle, who's worked all his whole career for the SSA, is rolling in his grave. I mean, it's sad. Aeon Lord. Aeon Wagoneer, sorry. You guys have very similar pronunciations. Eon. Not that your names are... Thanks for doing that for us, Gustex. Oh, of course. You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. I thought it was a cool idea, so... Because we may get a phishing emote, but why? Why, when you can just use the one?
Already had the lowest staffing levels in the history of Social Security before Trump took office. But retirees are some of the most reliable voters. So on the campaign trail, President Trump made a show of keeping Social Security safe.
We're not touching Social Security, other than we make it more efficient.
But efficiency is just another word for the fiscal problem Reagan harped on decades ago, one that led to hiking the retirement age. And when he took office last year, Trump unleashed Elon Musk and Doge to finally solve it.
We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program.
But Doge couldn't just axe Social Security. It's too popular. So instead, they took it out back and let it bleed dry. Since Trump took office, Social Security has lost more than 8,000 workers, including at many field offices. They lied, they pretended, there's all this waste and abuse.
Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time.
They're trying to destroy it through the side door.
They created a buyout program. Over 50% of our field workers do not make a living wage. You got low morale, denigration. Of course, you're gonna think the buyout is attractive.
At least 9% of field office workers are gone.
We were at a 50-year staffing low, high attrition rates, and 7,000 more workers left the Social Security Administration.
And all of this means disaster for the people who need those services.
Long wait times, delays in getting an appointment. When you're faced with a disability, you don't have the luxury of waiting several months to get through.
A ghost office is an office that doesn't function anymore. You can't get the services that you need because there's not enough people.
I'm angry. I'm almost 80 years old. I've paid into that system since I was 15 years old, and it's my money.
As more workers leave the agency, many are worried that getting help in person from Social Security could eventually become a thing of the past. It seems like they're really trying to push people to go online here.
Everything go online. Well, a lot of people don't want to go online. You don't know.
Fuck you. Go online. I know they tell my dad that. I do all his Social Security stuff, and I feel bad. My dad is like pretty tech savvy for his age, right? Like he goes on YouTube, he watches a lot of YouTube videos, he watches, like he's able to look stuff up, he's able to look how to like fix stuff on YouTube and stuff, right? He knows how to like search for stuff on eBay. So that's like the extent of his like tech literacy for the most part. But like using a smartphone, yeah, no, right? Like he just thought he had never needed one. And then I like told him a few months ago, I was like, look, Dad, like I can't do much for you anymore because unfortunately, like if you don't have a cell phone, you don't get anywhere in life anymore. And like you all know that's true, right? Like you need a cell phone to do basically everything, include take a shit in the toilet now, right? To verify like password, to get a link, right? To get like verification pins, etc., etc., etc. And I think what a lot of people don't realize is Like, if your parents didn't grow up with smartphones and they don't care about this stuff, like, my dad's not a very consumeristic person, right? Like, he doesn't buy, like, he doesn't care about tech and stuff, right? He just, like, has his computer and he wants it to work and he uses it to, like, maybe, like, upgrade a few things and that's it, right? That's all he cares about. He doesn't care about phones and, like, oh, look, there's an app that lets you, like, look at this all day, right? No, he doesn't care about that. He cares about, like, the practical things like that. So I see why he doesn't care about having a cell phone anymore, right? But I told him, I'm like, you have to get one or else, like, I can't do any of this stuff for you. And he finally listened to me, right? And now we can do all the stuff that he wasn't able to do. And this is another problem, right? Like, people either grew up with cell phones or they think it's a waste of money or they think it's stupid, right? But it's funny because it's like he doesn't have a smartphone, but he has a smart TV and he loves that shit too because he watches YouTube on that. So again, it's just like so many weird things like that, right? That they just find their little niches and they go off of that, right? Like, I don't know.
100%.
See, I've always been into tech and stuff, so to me, this is kind of like not a big deal, but could be new. Now I need a course to ACU.
If you've got a secure website.
The Trump administration set a goal this year of reducing in-person traffic at these offices by 50%.
But for some people, technology and modernization haven't been an improvement.
Alice has been locked out of the agency's website for years. She's still not totally sure why.
For me, it would be so easy to use the electronic, but I can't do it anymore.
Alice tried calling, going to Iowa City, going to Coralville.
It was 20 hours of phoning and going and dealing, and it's not acceptable. Just not.
No.
What would I do if I had to change where my payment went?
They don't give a shit, girl.
Or if my husband passed away, I won't do it now. I mean, there's no point. It's too stressful.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Just to update my dad's phone number, right? Because he got like a new phone number. That took, and a new email address and all the stuff that, right, setting him up on the new account, that took fucking forever. That took like 3 or 4 hours in itself, right? I'm just like, who has time for this shit? And, you know, luckily the office is right next to where he lives, so it's like, there we go. But if you live, imagine having to drive that many hours away. Oh, fuck that.
In December, an audit claimed that Social Security phone wait times were down to 7 minutes. But the same report showed that 25 million calls to Social Security ended without a caller receiving service. And those wait times don't include callbacks.
The estimated hold time is 40 minutes. To avoid waiting on the phone, we can call you back when it's your spot in line.
And so if there was an issue with your payment, if you need to talk to anybody, what do?
I'd have to make an appointment in one of these cities, and that would be a couple of weeks, or for all I know, it could be a month out, and drive there and take the appointment.
It is absolutely a cascading failure situation. If this office in Decorah, Iowa, is no longer accessible to people, it's not that the people are going to stop needing the services.
Is this what you thought life would be like as a retired person?
No. No.
There's legislation in Congress now that would restore Social Security staffing levels to what they were at the end of the Biden administration. But that would just be a start to undoing 40 years
of disinvestment from Washington and meeting the demand of millions of more retirees in the coming years.
We need about 30,000 more workers. We just need the will of the leaders of not only the Social Security Administration, but this country to fix this problem in real time.
We called some of Iowa's leaders in Washington with questions about the Decorah office and when it might reopen.
You have reached the office of Senator Joni Ernst. Please leave a message.
But we're still waiting to hear back.
The magnitude of what you're talking about is going to become immediately apparent when you have 70 million people's benefits all of a sudden in question whether they're coming or not.
I see a dismantling of so many things. It breaks your heart, really.
What's your message to politicians?
You know, grow some balls. And please, why don't you take care of the people that elected you to do just that?
Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe. If you rely on Social Security benefits and have had trouble accessing your local office, or if you're a Social Security worker, we want to hear from you. Our email is stories@perfectunion.us.
This is what I wanted to watch.
Yesterday, I interviewed
This is hilarious, guys.
Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, who's a kind of community organizer in Harlem.
The point is to discourage people from applying. Exactly. They're just ways of it's a way, just like means testing, right? We've talked about that, Raina. Means testing is the same thing. You means test it, so then people are like, oh, damn, okay, never mind then. Okay, then you get less people applying for it, right? That's all this is. It's just clever ways of doing that. Even though you pay for it. You pay for Social Security your whole life, right? They did. We're doing it as we speak. Fuck off.
Esbayat, kind of longtime Harlem Machine politician who replaced Charlie Rangel. And she does not yet have the backing of Mayor Zoran Mamdani. She's hoping to get it. But apparently, Hassan Piker is going to head out there. So the Piker bump is headed to her campaign pretty soon. And if she has any luck, Third Way will come in and condemn him and her, and that she'll get the same result then that El Sayed and Chris Rabb got when Third Way came after him and them.
Hassan really is the Dem Tea Party's Glenn Beck.
That's right.
He needs a
turning
chalkboard.
into that for sure.
He needs a chalkboard. All right, joining us today to discuss her congressional race in a Harlem district against incumbent Adrian Esbayat is Daria Lisa Chevalier, a community organizer, union member, and challenging an incumbent in New York City. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, so I wanted to actually start by getting you to respond to some pretty interesting comments from Fran Lebowitz about the kind of tax policy and tax conversation that is rocking New York City, I think in actually a good way, because I think they need to be a little bit uncomfortable over there. Some of the folks there do. So let me play Lebowitz and then get your take here.
Every time someone suggests this, they say, I'm moving. Go. You know, they add nothing to New York. You know, in the olden days, in the 19th century, those robber barons, they employed people at least.
Yep.
Okay?
Agreed.
They employed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. All this money magic employs no one. It is no product. It has no, goodbye, go. We're moving to Florida, go. You know, we don't need you. You know, I mean, I know that guy. I mean, I don't know him, but I think you're talking about a guy named Ken Griffin, right? He has a $103 million apartment. First of all, what does that even mean? How can an apartment be $103 million? And when you have apartments that cost that much, it makes every apartment more expensive. So the $103 million apartment on 57th Street makes the studio apartment in the Bronx more expensive than it should be. So no, I think it's a very good idea.
Yeah, so Mayor Mamdani.
100%. Right. But a rising tide rises all. Yeah, it rises us all so much that we can't afford shit anymore. Remember that fucking cope we got from the Reaganites, the neoliberals, the centrists, God, I've heard that my entire life. A rising tide rises all, right? No, motherfucker. What rises the standard of the human condition is technology, is human ingenuity, is other people helping each other, is cooperation, right? Those are the commonalities in history, not fucking apartments costing $103 million, and therefore your apartment now costs more money because, duh. Right? And that's kind of what you notice is that throughout, like, what has, so 500-600 years ago, right? Back in the 1500s, the fact that I can literally put on a cell phone in a couple taps, order some food and get it directly shipped to my house in 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes or less. That, like, to somebody in the 1500s would be like, what the fuck? You can do that? Okay, my dad used to tell me, right? I remember this story. He used to be like, his grandfather, right, was like, soon you'll be able to like watch television on your wrist. Like you'll be able to like go like this and there'll be a screen on your wrist and watch whatever it is you are watching. He's not too far off. It's called an Apple Watch, a smartwatch. It's called a smartphone. Right? And that guy lived over like what? 100 and something years ago? Okay? So that's what raises the human condition, not fucking this shit that they're talking about, right? This rising tide rises. I'm like, fuck off, man.
Famously put Ken Griffin in his ad about this pied-à-terre tax, where if you don't live in your apartment, it's
witchcraft.
worth
yeah,
X
no, for
amount
real.
of dollars.
They used to like, luckily it sounds like people in my family were pretty open-minded, but like there were people who literally laughed at him. Right? He said that. My dad told me that. He's like, yeah, your great-grandfather said that people laughed at their asses off. They're like, that could never happen. Boy, look who's talking now, huh? That aged incredibly well. Right? And this is what I want you guys to start thinking. I want you to start thinking like, back then, these kind of things would be like, whoa, to somebody, right? Would be seen like, what the hell? You can do that? Imagine in 100 years, 200 years, what that's going to look like. I say fucking beam me up right now, motherfuckers. I want to get out of this dystopia.
Like you're going to have to pay a little tiny portion extra.
Emergency beam out.
Curious for, how it's playing in Harlem and, what did you think of kind of Fran's analysis there?
Yeah, I mean, I think she's right. My dad always says New York is New York. And to mean that, folks don't stay in New York because they, pay lower taxes. They come to New York because they love the city. And so people, I think it's a bluff, right? They're asking us to call them on their bluff, and we should tax them. We should, show that, when folks who make this amount of wealth are taxed, we can actually use those resources to reinvest in our community and make our communities thrive. And it's going to benefit everybody. The fact that we are, defunding our schools, that we're defunding our public sector, that has an impact on every single person in this community. And we are not giving our communities the opportunities for small businesses to thrive, right? When we have these corporations
There's too much interference. We can't beam you out. Fuck. Why is it always that fucking...
Fran's point, aren't actually even employing the New Yorkers that live here and who need, who need jobs to be able to pay the rents that continues to rise, to be able to pay the groceries that costs are rising for. And so, I think so many of my friends, so many of my family and my neighbors are moving away because these costs are just unbearable. And the fact that our public sector on top of that is being stripped of the resources that it needs to be able to function, it is a recipe for disaster.
And so, Harlem has a kind of history of having members of Congress who are who are there forever. There was the legendary 20th century Congressman Adam Clayton Powell Jr. You had Charlie Rangel, who I had the privilege to cover when he was in Congress, and I say privilege because he was larger than.
It's not the interference. We don't want to risk having Trump find out Europe can beam people into space, and he might not use it to colonize that too. We already gave them the moon. Mars is ours for the taking. LMAO. Oh, strategy member.
Life
So
kind of
funny.
character. Adrian Esbiat he seems more in line with life, not exactly a larger than life figure. But I'm curious kind of how the kind of Harlem establishment has evolved over the years, and whether
If there are any single aliens, call me for real.
you think that it has kind of weakened to a position where a challenge like this, which in the past would have kind of been unthinkable, is actually possible.
Hey, Trump is trying to get us to focus on aliens, right? Even though that's like the biggest distraction, guys, right? Even he admits it. He's like, you idiots love aliens and dumb shit like that. He literally said that, right? You fucking morons. I'm going to feed you more of that slop, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I would, well, first of all, I think the fact that we are dealing with a different machine right now in the seat, we're dealing with what Adriano Espaillat calls his squadriano. It's one that is much weaker than folks assume. I think there is a lot of momentum on the ground, a lot of hunger for something very different. And to be clear, this district covers Harlem, Washington Heights, Inwood, parts of the West Bronx, including Kingsbridge and Bedford Park. And so, this is a community that has been represented over the last 9 years by someone who...
The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Woo, woo. Ooh, ooh. And Lainey just got a 3-day stream streak. www. What?
Thank you so much. I don't know why he keeps doing that lazy dog thing. It's weird.
Has not shown up for various parts of this community, including Harlem, including East Harlem and Barrio, including parts of the Bronx, and other parts of the district. And so, for me, as somebody who has been organizing here for my entire adult life, who has tried to reach out to his office to support on the issues that matter to people here, I've felt that absence. I've felt the lack of leadership on the issues that really matter to folks here. And that's why I'm running, because, when folks say, oh, okay, well, he's the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus on these things, my experience has been that the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus has been absent in our community. My experience has been that he has repeatedly funded ICE, repeatedly voted to send arms to Israel, and not invested in our communities. My experience is that when my friend was kidnapped off the streets of this district by ICE, he turned our friends and his family away. And so what this district deserves and needs is someone who understands the issues that are affecting every single one of our neighbors, and is actually willing to fight. This is an issue of a lack of leadership, a lack of vision for what our district needs and deserves, and a willingness to fight for that vision.
And so you've been endorsed by Justice Democrats, which is fresh off their victory in Philadelphia with the election of Democratic Socialist Chris Rabb. Have you sensed that producing any momentum since then? Are you hearing from more groups who are like, you know what, maybe this is like a ripe moment here?
Yeah, I mean, I've made the argument from the moment we launched this campaign that this is an opportunity for the left to build the coalition necessary to take on right-wing corporations and PACs, right, that have been having an outsized influence on our politics. This is an opportunity for the left to really push back on a politic that has really done a number on our democracy. and to actually take our democracy back for the working people of this country. We know that this is a race that we can win if we get voters out. And so that's been our goal, is to make sure that we are telling folks that there is a primary on June 23rd and getting them to come out to the polls, because for too long we've had leadership that is more than happy to allow people to stay home on election day. Instead of engaging people to come out and be part of the electoral process and part of their government, we have decided that we're going to run a completely different campaign and make sure that we are building the coalition necessary so that we can actually engage voters and the people of this district in their government, not just on election day, but beyond that. So that we can have those relationships, that coalition, once in office, to actually make sure that we're governing for and with our community.
And Democratic Socialists of America, of course, has also endorsed your campaign and was, behind the campaign of Mayor Mamdani. He famously dissuaded a primary challenge against Hakeem Jeffries. Has he dissuaded you at all from running? And do you think that it's possible that he may actually kind of intervene and endorse here against an incumbent? Because they're very difficult kind of coalitional and delegation politics at play here. On the other hand, he's trying to build power for a DSA-based kind of working class movement. What are you hearing from the kind of Mamdani orbit?
Yeah, I mean, the mayor is a very busy man. He hasn't dissuaded me from running. I think a lot of what we've built our campaign around is actually the momentum that we built last year. I started canvassing in February for him and his campaign, and I spent almost a year hearing at the doors about how hungry people were for a different type of politics, making sure that we are actually delivering for working class people here in this city. And I'm running for Congress because I understand that it's going to take leadership at all levels of government to be able to actually deliver for all of the working people of New York City. And I'm just deeply grateful to all the members of our coalition, to every volunteer, every person that has come out to support our campaign, because it's because of them that we've been able to build the momentum that we have. I'm really excited about what we're building, because I think that for so many people, this is an opportunity to show that last year wasn't a fluke, that these politics not only are popular, but that they work, and that we can build government for working class people.
And for a lot of people watching, they'd be like, well, maybe not this program, but most programs, they'd say, what's the difference? It's a Democratic district. You're going to vote on most bills similarly to how Adriano Espaillat might vote. Maybe there's be some differences on the edges, but it's not that big of a deal. So what would be the fundamental difference if the district sent you to Washington rather than Espaillat?
Yeah, I think we're in a really critical point in our country's history. And it matters in November, not only that we send Democrats to Congress, but the type of Democrats that we send to Congress. Do we have Democrats who say they're progressive, but then vote to send about $8 billion to ICE? Do we have Democrats who are voting to send more arms to Israel as it engages in a genocide? Do we have Democrats who are supporting the privatization of our public schools and expanding charter schools, while many of our public schools lack air conditioner in their gymnasiums? Do we want a representative who, when constituents go to their office, are told that they can't support them on some of the hardest days of their lives? And I'm an organizer. That has been what I've been doing my entire adult life, is being with people on some of the hardest days of their lives, whether it was helping to get them out of ICE detention, or supporting them through an instance of police brutality, or whatever the case, right? Those are the contexts that I have been showing up in for my community. And those are also skills that you developed over the course of organizing that we hope to bring to Congress, to halls of power, to make sure that we're organizing inside and outside to actually deliver for our people here. And so, I think if we're serious about winning in November and making sure that we're taking back the House, it matters what kind of Democrats we're electing in the primaries. It matters that we're making sure that they are people who are fighting for working class people across the country.
And if you were elected, and Hakeem Jeffries runs for leader, as he said he would you support him?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we have to take it one step at a time because I'm very focused on my primary right now. And in order for that to even be a question we get to, I have to first win this primary, and then also we have to win in November. And again, I think we can get to those questions with as a community, right? But we can't do that if we don't come out on June 23rd.
And so you started door knocking, last February. So that means, for the last year and a half almost, you've been talking directly to voters about their political concerns. And I'm curious if you've seen any evolution in what rises to the surface over that time, because obviously a lot has
Yeah, she should have said no. I agree. That's kind of lame.
changed since the Trump administration has been in power that entire time, but they've really, executed on their agenda.
She should have just been like, no, fuck no, right?
In a much,
This is what I mean. At least, there are some people who are just willing to speak their mind now, right? But with this stuff, it's like, why don't you just say no? Yeah.
in a very aggressive way.
Completely agree, living life.
But I'm curious what you've heard about that from people, but just in general, what are you hearing from regular people about?
Yeah, she doesn't want to say it before she's won. That's why I don't I was gonna say something, but I was like, I don't know. We've watched a few videos of her on the stream, and she seems all right. So I'm gonna cut her some slack, right? It's like when they say this and that about Zoran or something, right? At least he's actually delivered on his promises, right?
How they're feeling,
and he's actually, why he's saying certain things this way, right? So, but this is a bit on the egregiously bad, right? But again, I understand it. She hasn't won yet.
About the state of the city and the country.
Yeah, no, I think what we've heard at the doors is more or less consistent with what I was hearing at the doors in February of last year. And that's because, we've had leadership in this position, but across the country that is the very same establishment politics that has gotten us to this moment, right? Where our rents keep rising, where our children are hungry. We have over 100,000 New York City public school kids who are homeless, right? And we continue to disinvest from our public infrastructure, making the lives of New Yorkers so much harder every single day. And again, it can't just be elect one person and hope for the best. It needs to be a new wave of representatives on all levels of government that can actually bring forth the vision of New York City that works for working class people. What we're seeing at the doors is that people care about housing. That's why we're running for Housing for All, to make sure that it is affordable and affordable housing is a fixture of the city and this country, to make sure that we are abolishing ICE and creating pathways to citizenship. Because in a district with so many immigrant families, we need to be making sure that we're protecting our communities. And overall, we're fighting to invest in our babies, not bombs, because all the things that our children need are the things that make our communities thrive. And one of the things that breaks my heart most is the way that a lot of my friends have moved out of the city because they want kids, and they can't afford to have them in the city because our schools are so defunded, because our libraries are struggling. And so making sure that we're actually investing in our kids and expanding the child tax credit and funding schools, public schools from cradle to college, all of those things are the things that will really push us to make sure that we have a community here in New York City, not just people who are isolated workers, to the benefit of corporations instead of the benefit of our communities here.
And the playgrounds. I'm a big pro playground guy. How are the playgrounds in your district? Because sometimes you got a playground, but if it's not usable or safe for kids, the equipment's not kept up, there's garbage, whatever. How are what's the situation in the district playground wise? As a parent, that's my overarching concern sometimes.
In some of the public parks, my read on them is that, there are many that are maintained well, but there are not that many parks per se, right? And so a lot of the playgrounds that exist in this district are actually in NYCHA communities. And NYCHA has been so deeply disinvested from that, many of these buildings are in complete disrepair and just really undignified conditions. And so many of the children in our community, those are the conditions that they have to live in, and the conditions of their playground reflect that. We need to invest in NYCHA, not only because we owe it to the over 500,000 New Yorkers who live there to actually make their homes dignified homes, but also because it is one of the largest, this district has one of the largest concentration of public housing units in the country. And that's an opportunity for us to introduce a Green New Deal for public housing, to make sure that we are creating good union jobs for people and preserving the legacy of what NYCHA was supposed to be, which was supposed to be a pathway to the middle class, not a stepping stone into market rate housing, but a fixture of the city's affordable housing programs. And so, there are so many ways that we could be investing in our kids here in the city. But right now, as it stands, we have representatives who would rather send our tax dollars towards war and ICE instead of reinvesting back in our communities to make sure that we have the resources to lead dignified lives.
Right. Well, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, I think learn more at darialisaforcongress.com. Thank you so much for joining us again. The primary is June 23rd. Really appreciate you being here.
Thanks so much for having me. Take care.
You got it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
I'm not gloggy. God damn it, Alco. How can you not be gloggy? I thought all Germans were like gloggy. And then we're gonna laugh at this one next too. Oh my god, this is hilarious.
All right, y'all. So Ted Cruz, I'm Ted Cruz. I'm Ted Cruz.
Fuck you,
Ted Cruz. He was walking in the Capitol seemingly here, and you have a TMZ reporter asked him a very fucking good question. Asked him a very good question. The question is about Trump basically robbing American taxpayers and using that money to not only pay off himself and his family and his friends, but also pay insurrectionists and terrorists from January 6th, people who assaulted cops and whatnot. And, it's a very good question because it literally is like Hitler did something very similar. Hitler set up a slush fund to pay the stormtroopers to do his dirty work. So what Trump is doing is like, hey, if you do crimes for me, you will be rewarded for that. So remember that next time I need you to do crimes for me. Very clearly setting up stealing the election in 2026 and 2028.
That's exactly what it is.
That's what's happening here. On top of just looting the treasury and robbing the American people. So this is something that literally nobody can defend. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you do. I don't care what your ideology is or what party you belong to. It is impossible to defend this in good faith. It's not possible. And so that's why the TMZ, who I told you they were going to do a good job, and they're already doing a good job over on Capitol Hill. I knew TMZ would immediately start lapping like CNN and all the mainstream outlets. And this guy just asks him and won't let Ted off the hook here. And Ted Cruz basically twists himself into a pretzel and shits his pants as he tries to explain away and rationalize and justify this very obvious crime spree that his fat pedophile rapist president is currently engaged in. Let's listen.
I'm a little concerned that January 6 rioters, violent January 6 rioters who were convicted, and then
yeah. And what about Burisma? Remember that? They gave up that fucking ghost, right? Ghost.
And pardoned.
By the way, look
fucking
at Ted's smug ass face.
Yeah, for
There's
real.
never been a smugger man on earth.
He's so smug.
I mean, Bill Maher is up there too, but I'm Ted Cruz. Me. Ted at this point should just live.
And we get called massholes. Have anybody ever seen Texans? There you go. This guy's from Texas.
Literally tattoo on
allegedly
on his forehead. Punch me in the face. Because he has a face that just, I mean, if somebody actually punched Ted Cruz in the face, there's a chance a judge would be like, I'm sorry, I got to let him go. because Ted basically was like, just Ted's existence is like begging for being punched in the face. Like,
Candace Owens
like that's just what it,
she did. Oh my god. Oh my god. Channel 5 making splashes. I think that's the reason why she's doing it now. That and she's kind of falling out with Trump. Hold on. Oh my god, you're right. We'll have to watch this tomorrow. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna have to watch this, guys. This is gonna be epic content.
Hunter Biden.
Let me know if you guys want to watch it. It's kind of long, but holy shit. Yeah, let me know. Press 1 if you want to watch it. I do. Okay. Save it for me then. Because that's what we're going to do. Crack the internet. Yeah, this is amazing. Oh my god. I wonder if Burisma is going to be brought up. Thank you, Ducky. Anyone else? 111? Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is going to be amazing. Show it to us. Oh yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. It's kind of long, that's why. And I've already been streaming 7 hours, so I'm going to go eat dinner soon.
Biden.
But this is going to be incredible, guys. I wonder if Burisma's going to show up. Remember Burisma? Guys, Burisma, like that scandal, supposedly, makes fucking everything else in the Trump administration look like lollipops, guys. Like, it's such a joke.
Nobody should actually punch anybody in the face. I'm not advocating that. I'm not advocating violence by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying.
All right, we're doing it.
If you're ranking punchable
we're doing
faces,
it. We'll be here tomorrow on the stream, and we'll watch the full interview, and you'll get my reaction, my breakdown. We'll do it. I'm actually working on a new stream where you guys can vote on like what to do next. Right? So we'll have like different stuff available, and through like bits and tiers and stuff, you'll be able to like influence the stream. Stay tuned, because I'm working on it. That's what I've been working on the last couple of days.
like, bro he is off the charts, dog. He is the fucking Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, fucking the creme de la creme, LeBron James of punch me in the face type shit. So I'm Ted Cruz. Go ahead, ask me a question so I can dodge it and lie and bob and weave and be a smug little weasel. Me.
I'm a little worried that they're going to be entitled to taxpayer money. That money's going to come out of my pocket and go into their pockets.
Be there or be square.
Do you
damn
think
right.
Violent,
just like DS9 night, so many people miss it.
Convicted and then pardoned January 6 rioters, do you think they should be eligible for this sort of slush fund?
By the way, all he has to say is, no, if they committed violence, I don't support that. That's it. He could say that, and that would be a fine answer. And honestly, I don't think, with all the shit going on, I don't even think Trump would.
Yeah, it's going to be like a feature, kind of like the polling. Right? Alco? I thought it would be a cool idea. And then you guys can all kind of vote and stuff.
See that and then like be mad about it.
I generally have like everything up and running. Like, I'm somebody who gets all the videos up and running and ready, right? Like, I have an idea of where I'm going with it. If you haven't noticed, like, I tend to like string along topics throughout the day, and they all seem to kind of like weave into like something that I'm talking about, right? So I try to do that, but sometimes I'm just like, like it's kind of light, so might as well just like watch stuff like that, right?
And start tweeting against Ted Cruz. That's all he would have to do. Say, no. He could even say,
but thank you,
you
man.
know, I think the ones who committed violence, no, they shouldn't get the money. But most of those people didn't commit violence, and should they potentially be compensated? Well, yeah, because maybe they were treated unfairly by the government. He could even say something like that, which is still like a very pro-MAGA, pro-Trump thing. He can't fucking help himself because he's a smarmy little smug-ass weasel. And listen to what he says.
You know, I'm not surprised you're worried about that, but I'm curious, were you worried at all when Joe Biden was weaponizing the Department of Justice?
I don't want to talk about Joe Biden, sir.
Are we really doing this, Ted? Joe Biden was weaponizing the justice.
This is all, it's always just a whataboutism, right? A whataboutism, guys, you should, if you have a good point, you should never lead with that, right? You do maybe whataboutisms, like, I don't know, like, they're really like, you really shouldn't be using them, but if you are going to use them, do it when you already made 15 different points that, like, you support your argument, right? But to lead with it is really dog shit.
Joe Biden was not weaponizing the justice.
And what's a whataboutism? It's when somebody has an argument, right? Hey, what do you think about this? And you just deflect it and then say, well, what about the opposite? That's a whataboutism, right? So in this case, Joe Biden. Whenever you do this, it shows that you're basically just straw manning. You're changing the topic, right? To something that then you now have to talk about that, right? Which is one reason you don't fall for this shit. You'd be like, bitch, I asked you about Trump. Who cares about Joe Biden? He's not the president anymore.
Oh,
right?
Wasn't weaponizing the Justice Department, that there were
for real.
many high-profile cases against Democrats. Okay? The Justice Department was so weaponized that they took down Bob...
No. Thank you, strategy member. Yeah, that's a great point. It's literally the meme of "you got me." Hey, look what's over. Look at that. Look at that. That's why it's ineffective, right? But a lot of people fall into this trap. They try to get like locked into the minutia of these stupid arguments, and I just say fuck that. No, you never feed into this whataboutism crap, right? You always bring it back to like what the original thing is.
Menendez, you bitch.
For real.
The Justice Department was so weaponized that fucking Hunter Biden was facing charges. And Biden didn't interfere at all. Like, what are you talking about? There were like a number, what was it, like 6, 7, 8 different high-profile Democrats that had some semblance of charges against them. Wasn't Rod Blagojevich another one of them? Like, if they're weaponizing the Justice Department, then why is it they went after a bunch of Democrats and then also didn't go hard enough at Trump? Merrick Garland basically sat on his fucking ass and did dick and dragged his feet way too long, and Trump ended up getting off even though he was charged with 91 crimes when you take the state and the federal ones all together, right? Like,
fuck you,
who
Merrick
are we
Garland.
kidding?
6'7".
There was zero weaponization.
Ducky.
Zero by Joe Biden. Zero. None. Zilch. Whereas Trump cannot go a day without weaponizing. How many fucking bullshit charges did he muck up against James Comey?
I don't know what 6'7" means. Of course you don't, because you're not young. You're an old person, Alco. Only the kids use 6'7". Right, guys? 6'7". Wow, what a boomer. Can you imagine not knowing what 6'7" is? I use it every day. In fact, I'm using it right now in my speech. 6'7". When are we gonna 6'7"? See, I'm not a boomer. It's just like some dumb thing that like young kids invented here in the U.S., man. That's probably why you don't know about it.
That could. I repeat, that could.
When are we
I'm
gonna
saying once again,
6'7"?
that could never be me.
Hey guys, when are we gonna 6'7" together? $6'7" into 69. I use it to make my daughter mad. Ew. You would ew at that. Only Jersey. Gross. You too, Living Lily. I'm shocked.
Don Lemon. They arrested Don Lemon for doing his job, for being a reporter, for talking to people on the street. Are you fucking kidding me? They deported people who made jokes about Charlie Kirk. They deport people or arrest people who are anti-genocide and protest Israel. Are you fucking kidding me? You want to talk about weaponization? You want to talk about weaponization?
Well, Alco, you know what's better than 69? 6'7". Damn right, dog. Why? I don't know. Kids are stupid. I'll take 69 any day. And 6'7". boomers.
Oh my God, bro. I can't. This man is so dishonest. This is a fucking Ivy League educated son of a bitch here talking. I can't, bro.
When Joe Biden was weaponizing the Department of Justice.
I don't want to talk about Joe Biden, sir.
I know you don't. I understand you got a political agenda.
No, I don't.
Oh, he's got a political agenda. What about you, Ted? What about you? Sounds to me like he just doesn't want money going to violent terrorists who assaulted cops. That's what it sounds like to me. But that's a political agenda. What about you? Is it a political agenda for you when you slurp Trump sloppy from the back? When you suck his nuts? When you gargle his nuts from the back? Is that a political agenda? No, that's not. That doesn't count. It doesn't count when what you're doing is deeply political in every sense of the word.
I just don't want to pay January 6 riders.
Look, I get. You get to ask a question.
Can you
I get to give the answer. I'm giving you my answer.
Okay.
Which is that you were not remotely concerned when Joe Biden weaponized the Department of Justice.
Gotcha. I can't even listen to his like smug politician routine.
All right, guys.
The way he talks, like, but you weren't remotely concerned. Like, why do you sound like you're giving a stump speech right?
Alco, I changed it just for you. I'm gonna 6-7 all night. Fuck you guys. I don't care. 6-7 into 69. What up? Now I put it on my badge.
Right now. What is this fucking like act? This like face you put on and the tone of voice? Like, shut the fuck up. Everything about you is fake. Everything about you.
To go after his political opponents, to prosecute them, to go after Donald Trump. Trump was indicted not once, 4 separate times. It was the greatest abuse of the rule of law in our nation's history.
Do you think January 6 rioters should be eligible for this money? Yes or no?
I think what the Biden Justice Department did was they prosecuted people who engaged in peaceful protest. I believe.
I'm not talking about Biden.
But you know, if you want me to answer, let me answer.
Okay.
This guy thinks he's going to be president, by the way. I'm not kidding. This guy thinks he's going to be president. I've let off wet farts that have a better chance of becoming president than you. Okay? I can go to the local middle school and point at a random kid. That kid has a better chance of becoming president than you, Ted Cruz. You smarmy son of a bitch. How dare he? Like, how dare he? Like, really? This is how you answer the question? Incapable of meeting the political moment. Obviously, on the substance, it's bad and dumb and wrong. But also, just how he handles it. Like, there's more artful ways to dodge some shit. They go into your long soliloquy where you basically say, everything Joe Biden did was bad and wrong, and everything Donald Trump did was actually great and awesome, and I love him, and I want to give him big smooches. I'm going to smooch him on the lips. I'm going to do this.
I believe people who engage in acts of violence should be prosecuted and face consequences.
Oh, really? Sure, well, did you know that Trump pardoned all the people who committed acts of violence on January 6th? Did you know that? Did you know he pardoned Fredophiles? Did you know that? Did you know he pardoned people who committed fraud and then got arrested again and sentenced again, and then Trump pardoned them again?
Yeah, I think so. That or it's doing something else with somebody else. I haven't figured it out yet because I'm a boomer. Raina.
Pardon the same fraudster multiple times as you know in the Treasury and robbing the American people. So this is then I revoke that and we get to do whatever we want with them.
The Biden Department of Justice deliberately targeted people who engage in peaceful protests.
So yes or no to my question?
And by the way, I wrote an entire book on this entitled Justice Corrupted, How the Left Weaponized Legal
Please just answer my question.
And why are you not concerned about the abuse of power?
Because I'm concerned about this.
Why are you not concerned about the abuse of power? Me. I think what he's saying is he's exactly concerned about the abuse of power, and Donald Trump is actually abusing his power, whereas you're making up instances of Democrats doing that. Oh my God.
Today.
I know you're concerned about it.
So you won't answer the question.
Your political agenda.
It's no agenda. Are you going to answer the question, sir?
I have answered.
You didn't.
It's just not consistent.
Do you think the January 6 rioters are eligible?
You should be ashamed of yourself if you're a Republican. Like, literally, you should be ashamed of yourself. There's no room anymore to be a Republican. If you're a Republican, it's like something's wrong with you.
Well, for the slush fund.
What up?
Thanks, Ted.
Thank you, Ted.
Unbelievable. By the way, we need every reporter acting like that. We need
Why is TMZ the actual news station that does reporting? All they do is like reality stuff, right? Like, reality TV show shit and like celebrity news, right? What? They report on like Snooki and shit, right? The fuck?
Person who's supposed to be a journalist acting like that, asking questions like that, being aggressive like that. Because look at how fucking stupid they are and dumb they are. And how obvious that is when you actually ask a real question and you hold them accountable. Look at it. It's all right there.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Brain rot.
Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop.
For real.
And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right, guys. And with that, I'm out of here because I'm going to go eat dinner. I'm having a chicken giro. You probably don't know what that is. But that's what I'm having. A giro. And yeah, apparently that's how you say it. I asked my Greek neighbor. That's what he said it's pronounced. You stupid American peasants call it a gyro. It's not a gyro. God, how insulting. Get out of here. Calling it gyros. That's not how you say it. He says, yeah, he's Greek. He says gyro. That's how you say it. Gyro. Yeah, sorry. You're right. Gyro. My bad. I thought it was pronounced gyro. Yeah, my bad. I'm the one saying it wrong. Sorry, guys. I'm tired. Thank you. Yeah. I forgot you guys are also well educated and not peasants. I'm the one who's crapping the brain after not eating all day. Yeah, I haven't eaten anything all day. I forgot to eat. That happens with Gustuk sometimes. I'm starving, but I'm going to have a gyro. Yeah, do not call it a gyro because it's not a gyro. Do not call it this. It's pronounced I forgot to eat lunch. Of course. Hey, first time chatter, of course. How you doing? Sorry, you're catching us at the end of the stream. But if you come back and follow, well, first follow, and come back tomorrow, I will happily give you another stream. Alco, hit 100 messages, my goat. Alco, thank you so much, buddy. Well, that's all we got. I'm going to go eat dinner. Stay tuned for the credits. If you were in the stream and participated, your name will also show up. And if you're a Patreon member, I love you. And if you're not, join so I can do more of this. Thank you very much. And Clandis and Hunter Biden tomorrow. Damn right. Damn fucking right. I cannot wait. We're going to have a lot of laughs with that. See you tomorrow, guys. Same time, same place. Have a great one. Have a good night, Kristen B. Take care. Thank you, subscribers. Apparently, I'm a subscriber. It's because Twitch subscribes you to your own channel. Even though I don't get any money. Which is weird. So that's why my name shows up, guys. Night all, you love you, yeah. Thank you, Ducky, for the 100 bits donation. Really appreciate it, girl. Thank you, love you. And thank you for all the gifted donations, too. Appreciate it. Patricia. And Gaius and Anonymous. I don't know who else. I don't know who Anonymous is, unfortunately. But thank you, guys. Bye-bye. And remember, Alco, 6'7". You better be 6'7"ing. Yes, of course. There you go.